Aang, the strongest warrior in history, lost his life after being encountered by an 8-finned demon, a monster unlike ever seen before. However, in his last moments, the demon decides to do something else, and the next thing he knows, he is suddenly reincarnated 60 years into the future. With a fragile and weak body, watch the former strongest regain his abilities and once again attain his title. In the end, everyone died. That is how the story begins, on a bloody battlefield where corpses are laid down left, right, and center. Amidst this scene is one man on the verge of death. With his last breaths, I, the so-called strongest soldier, am also about to die, this man proclaims. How unbefitting of the term strongest, even though he had managed to kill all the 7-finned demonic monsters, the strongest known demonic beasts. Why is that within the ancient king monument still lies the 8-finned? Suddenly, a figure of a horned and winged beast appears. We humans have yet to completely figure out the strength of demons, this man thinks as he confronts the monster. But nothing about it can be done now. He blames himself for being unable to live up to his responsibility as the strongest and braces for death. However, in the crucial moment, the beast stalls and begins to float in the air. Seeing this, the wounded man wonders what this monster should do. Is it because I killed too many of her subordinates that she wants to take my corpse? He wonders, and so, the monster extends her hand forwards and the man, slowly but surely, starts seeing pitch black. Just as he thought he was about to meet his creator in the darkness of this abyss, he sees something. A ray of light appears out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, the man once known as the strongest finds himself in an unfamiliar place. Attention is the words he hears before coming back to reality and panning. Huh? What? Huh? Where is this? Don't tell me I'm dreaming. All these thoughts rush into his head at the same time as he finds himself in a military complex. Unable to believe his eyes, he begins to inspect his face, feeling it thoroughly. However, what he learns is that this isn't its face. What happened to my cool and unbeatable, charismatic yet handsome face, and my strong metal body? Way to toot your own horn. As he freaks out inside his head, he wonders who he is and where he is. Unbeknownst to him, he's in the Hiluo's region. Regardless, back in the complex, Hiluo's region's third commander, Ji Yaotong, addresses the soldiers. Telling them all to heed his words carefully, he begins to express what it truly means to participate in the soldier evaluation. A soldier represents protection and hope, he exclaims. According to him, in the year 3069, 6 large ancient king monuments suddenly appeared in the world, leading to the planet's doomsday. Creatures known as demons came pouring out of the monuments and began to slaughter mankind. However, humans aren't so frail to keep on taking a beating without retaliation. After enduring the utmost cruelty and having lost many species, they finally came up with a feasible method to fight against these demons, the transplanted armor. Utilizing the inner core of the collected demon, they were able to undergo synthesis, allowing humans to temporarily gain the power to match these dangerous beasts. Ji Yaotong continues on. 60 years ago, humanity's most noble and strongest warrior, Aang, the man who made soldiers be addressed as kings, appeared. He led all the soldiers in the world to go against history's strongest demon wave. This gruesome battle went on for countless weeks, and the world entered a state of chaos and grim. However, eventually, the human soldiers warded off the wave, causing great damage to the demon race. And that led to the development era of where we are now. Hearing all this, Aang is left shell-shocked. 60 years? What is this? I transmigrated 60 years later, he wonders. But Ji Yaotong doesn't stop there. At that battle, humanity lost countless noble and strong soldiers, including Aang. According to the legend, he was slain amidst the battle against numerous 7-finned demons, the highest tier. These brave men who took part in this great war were the ones who paved the way to the dawn of a new era and resolve, historically known as the Battle of Dawn. But that's not right, claims Aang. The highest tier amongst the demons isn't the 7-finned, but the 8-finned. Although slightly phased, I definitely saw it myself, he states, but up until now, humans have yet to fully grasp the capabilities of these demons. Despite Aang's inner turmoil, Ji Yaotong is still going on. He announces that they wouldn't be here if not for these noble soldiers. Without soldiers, there would be no life and home, and that is the noblest identity. It represents protection and hope. As the other soldiers shout aloud in agreement with their instructor's words, a faint voice of disapproval is heard. This isn't right, the voice states. Hearing this faint voice, Ji Yaotong is immediately enraged. Finding a one to utter such insolence, he makes his way to Aang and looms over him in an attempt to intimidate him. Yaotong then asks what this soldier's name is, but Aang is confused, left to wonder, do I declare myself as Aang? He knows that no one in their right mind would believe his story, that's for sure. But his reply is unneeded. Ji Yaotong claims that this soldier bears the same name as their greatest soldier and is disgracing his honor. You're just a stupid fool who's yet to even achieve the foundation of a soldier's self-cultivation, and yet you still dare to blaspheme that noble name. Unable to hold in his anger, Ji Yaotong screams aloud, outrageous, and punches Aang straight in the face, sending him flying back towards another soldier. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. On the other hand, Aang understands how useless his current body is. Even though he cannot even take a measly punch, he is still named after the strongest warrior. After delivering the punishment, the commander moves on. He claims that he will pay extra attention to this soldier's evaluation and returns to his position at the front of the group, announcing that next up is physical evaluation. As Ji Yaotong leaves, the guy who broke Aang's fall asks him if he is alright. There, he introduces himself as Lan Xinyo, although Lan Xinyo shows no hostility and asks to get along with Aang. There are others who condemn him. Amongst them is a white-haired girl. "Himph, you dare to be called Aang," she scoffs. In her eyes, this shorty is nothing but a brat who does anything he wants. A twerp like that thinks that he shares the same qualities as the strongest soldier just because they are named alike. How childish, she announces before leaving. Hearing her harsh words, Aang becomes enraged, stating that this girl has a really cocky attitude. This leads to Lan Xinyo explaining who this girl it is. According to him, she's the most anticipated evaluation soldier of their batch, Saitu Liu, a young lady who was nicknamed the Cold-Blooded Demon. What's more, she is from the most esteemed martial arts family in the Heluos region, the Situ noble family. How come the rich are always so arrogant? Listening to Lan's words, Aang, for some reason, seems familiar with the name Situ, but can't remember where he heard it. Regardless, Lan Xinyo helps him up when, all of a sudden, a bright light flashes behind them. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl walks out, announcing that this is truly an enchanting romance. Oh no, here comes the weirdo. As the men listen to her statement, she notices them staring at her. As such, she tells them to ignore her and her curvy body. But of course, Aang, being the man he is unable to control himself, and his nose begins to bleed upon seeing her. He asks who this girl is, but Lan Xinyo intervenes, questioning why on earth this dummy thick girl took a photo of them. Upon their inquiry, she finally introduces herself as Suju Yuhui. Moreover, she reveals the reason she took the photo. The radiating bromance that Lan and Aang were alluding had totally entranced her. As she lusts over the photo again, Aang becomes depressed. A pity that she's a dimwit, he claims. Anyway, they all make their way to the physical evaluation field. There, Aang is determined to show his worth. Even if he is stuck inside this frail and flimsy body, he is still the strongest soldier. They dare discuss what it means to be a soldier before me, he thinks, vowing to show these fools outstanding results that will shock them all. And so the first evaluation begins, a long-distance run that tests perseverance. As soon as the referee starts the race, Aang rushes to attain first place, thinking that you will be able to get it with a single energy spurt alone and break a world record. However, the opposite of that is true. Although he does break a record, it is for the worst time to complete the long-distance run, as he barely reaches the finish line and collapses onto the ground. The other soldiers laugh and mock him. On the other hand, Aang finally understands just how horrible his new body is. Sucks to be Aang, I guess. Nevertheless, on to the second assessment, a test of arm strength, where Aang twists his wrist and gets last place yet again. Up next, a test of leg strength, where once again, he finishes in last. This results in something truly unseen. Aang is overall the first place, from the back. Hearing this, he is left perplexed. How could this be? The former strongest has gotten the worst and most ridiculous results in history. As he collapses on the ground, Lan Xinyo tries to comfort him, whereas Suju takes one last photo of their bromance as Aang is on the verge of being disqualified. Even the referee overseeing the evaluation has lost all hope for the shorty. Therefore, he goes over to Commander Yaotong, telling him about Aang's performance and just how much he sucks. He even goes as far as to state that eliminating him right here and now will be better, but Yaotong refuses, claiming that even if there is no hope left for that monkey, he has the right to participate in the second assessment. It's his last evaluation anyway. With this, he orders the second assessment to begin. As a result, the applicants are informed of the second test, a test on how synchronized one's frequency is with the synthetic armor. Hearing the announcement, Aang's eyes begin to shine again and a grin pops up on his face. I have a chance, he thinks. Me from 60 years ago. How is the strongest existing being whose frequency synchronized over 96% with the synthetic armor? The body's physique may be hopeless, but one's frequency is dependent on willpower alone. As such, he makes his resolve, vowing to overshadow all those who look down on him. Inside the complex, Aang remarks on how significantly lighter the armor 60 years later as compared to his time. Suddenly, in the background, he hears that Sigu Liu has passed with a frequency of 39%. The others lose their shit, claiming that those from martial arts families are indeed different. What's more, they begin to lust after her, whereas Aang is completely uninterested. As Sidu Liu leaves the stage, with her usual attitude, she goes to another room where she is seen to be extremely flustered. It is shown that her rude demeanor is all but a facade, and inside, she's a pretty feminine girl. Cute. I like a good tsundere from time to time. Back at the testing area, Aang is left speechless. A score of 39%. That's good. He wonders when suddenly, Lan Xinyo comes up from behind him. After seeing Liu's display, he's pumped, but on the other hand, Aang looks unconcerned. Nonetheless, the test goes on. Lan Xinyo gets a commendable score of 24%. However, there were some results that shocked others. The unsuspecting, BL-loving weirdo Suju gets a surprising score of 30%. Overlooking their new younglings, Yao Teng is happy that they were able to discover some capable soldiers this time around. His assistant reveals that a total of 6 promising soldiers with scores over 30% have appeared, leading her to claim that the new soldiers of this batch have pretty good innate qualities. But Yao Teng is not so sure about that. According to him, even among these capable soldiers, there are some who are not so fortunate. With this, he once again looks down at the soldiers, specifically Aang, who is staring right back at him. As Aang makes his way to the stage, the others begin to gossip and badmouth him. But despite their taunts, Aang heads to the stage, making a god-awful face and telling them to don't be too shocked until your jaw drops. As he reaches the top, Aang decides to select the red core. He explains that the demonic monster cores that are attained from battle can be categorized into 6 different types: red, yellow, green, and blue being the most common types among them. Red represents strength, yellow represents defense, green represents recovery, and blue represents agility. However, there are 2 more types which are not so common: purple, which represents supernatural abilities, and black, representing time and space. In all of these types, black is especially rare. Regardless, having been handed the red core, Aang begins the test. The most important thing is willpower, he exclaims as he puts the core inside his synthetic armor, and it begins taking effect immediately. Aang continues on, revealing that the amount of charge one receives depends on their willpower and it can change accordingly. What's more, it also determines one's resistance. Soon after, the synthesis is complete. As such, the assistants ask if he is done and begin to test the frequency level. However, much to everyone's surprise, the process has a strong reaction. Even Saitu Liu's attention is brought to the stage as she sees Aang to be the one responsible for this. Back on the stage, the core begins to glow brightly as Aang gives it his all to show everyone who mocked him what he is truly capable of. Second by second, his frequency level keeps rising constantly and goes over 40% in a blink of an eye. But this isn't nearly enough. My synchronization frequency used to be 96%, he claims before concentrating even more. Rise even further, he announces. This sends an incredible shockwave throughout the applicant, who all watch in sheer awe. On the other hand, the frequency score keeps on rising. 40, 45, 50, 60. Even Ji Yao Teng and his assistant, who are watching from above, are left speechless and perplexed. Ji Yao Teng is left to question just what is going on, and how is his frequency so high? Did something go wrong somewhere? As these thoughts rush to his head, from behind him, his assistant reveals that the change is still constant. The frequency is still increasing and now has reached 80%. Even a crowd of applicants are unable to believe what they are witnessing. They proclaim that Aang must be cheating or there must be something wrong with the armor. Cope-harder, dude. However, on the stage, Aang is not surprised one bit. I am the king, the strongest soldier who is revered by every soldier, Aang, he announces. Moreover, he deems that if this core was not of such low quality and his body was not so flimsy, his aura would have already made everyone drop to their knees within an instant. But suddenly, something goes wrong. In a split second, Aang feels a strange sensation and his eyes pop open in pain. In addition, he senses the figure of the 8-fin demon, and his strength begins to drop all of a sudden. The core attached to him shatters and he is disconnected from the machines as he projectile vomits blood on the floor. With this, he is unable to continue. claiming that his body will not be able to endure much more. As such, the technician gets angry at him, asking him who he thinks he is fooling. So there really was something wrong with the armor, the technicians claim. In the final moments, Aang's frequency drops down immediately to 10%. Seeing this, Ji Yaotong is also left speechless. However, his assistant expresses that the core, as per their testing, was found to be abnormal. Hence, it was giving such random numbers. Hearing his explanation, Yaotong seems to be somewhat satisfied, although not fully. Despite this, Aang has managed to reach a frequency of 10%, which is enough to allow him to barely pass and advance forward. Meanwhile, Lan Xinyo goes to check up on his unconscious friend while the other applicants again start to mock Aang. They belittle him, claiming that the armor was defective or else there is no way that this loser, who kept on coming in last place at every evaluation, has such a high frequency score. Even Sigu Liu, who is watching from afar, becomes a bit worried. Although it doesn't seem like it from the outside, she was concerned that someone even more eye-catching than her existed in the Hellos region. Regardless, Lan Xinyo Princess carries Aang out of the arena, while Suju, forced by her love for BL, is once again capturing this exquisite moment using her camera. Is that allowed? Does anyone care that she is invading their privacy? No. Okay, cool. Later on, at the resting area, Aang recovers a bit and thinks about what might have gone wrong. What was that just now? He wonders. It was as if a single breath took away all the strength stored up deep in my heart. According to him, such an incident has never ever happened to him before. Even though the core was low level, it should not have shattered, and even with his willpower alone, he should have gotten the score of 80% at least. As he sits there and contemplates all the justifications for what just happened, Ji Yaotong walks into the resting area and addresses the new soldiers. Aang, despite being in a near-death state, also stands up to heed his words. There, Ji Yaotong congratulates everyone for reaching the last assessment. Moreover, he states that real combat practice awaits them all. The soldiers who have passed will now be faced against a demonic monster for the first time, and he hopes they all manage to pass without any issues, safely and smoothly. As a result, the commander and his subordinates order the new soldiers to hurry up and head over towards the third assessment field. Aang also follows his peers, looking as if a gust of wind will be enough to knock him over. No, really, can someone check up on him? Are you just going to send him out there like that? As he stumbles to the arena, Ji Yaotong notices that Aang has dropped his shattered core and picks it up. You really piqued my curiosity, Aang. He claims, wanting to see his performance in the next evaluation, nicknamed the Hunt outside the wall amidst the fog. And just like that, the applicants reach the outskirts of the Hellos region. As the gates open, a white mist begins to creep inside the walled city. There, many of the soldiers seem to be very excited about venturing out of the city for the first time in their lives. It is revealed that 60 years into Aang's future, humans have grown feeble and now have resorted to living in isolated regions like the one he is currently standing inside of. As the gates open fully, the instructors order the soldiers to hurry up and start moving outside after checking their equipment. As such, Aang takes a closer look at his core, finding that this one is perfectly fine, just like the one in the second assessment. This confirms in his mind that the issues do not lie in the core, but rather in something else. According to him, when his strength suddenly dipped, it was as if there was something within him that rejected the core. As he steps outside, he wonders if this could be one of the repercussions of his transmigration. However, as soon as he takes one step outside the gates, something strange happens yet again. He feels a sudden shockwave. Not only that, the shockwave then begins to radiate. With each fleeting moment, it ventures further and further into the world, going as far as to alert the demonic beasts nearby of his presence. This leads all the beasts to flee immediately upon sensing it. What's more, a shockwave even makes its way deep into a cave, where a demonic figure's silhouette feels it. Impossible, this figure proclaims. A demonic monster who's much higher tier than me. For him, that is unthinkable. Arrogant much? Maybe it's related to Liu in some way, lol. Back at the Hellos region, Aang is just as taken aback after seeing the demonic figure. What was that? He questions. Were those demonic monsters? In the instant Aang took his first step outside, he felt his inner self resonate deeply with the outside world. As he stands, stunned at what just happened to him, he hears a voice from behind him. Are you going to move? This voice asks. Hearing this, Aang turns back only to find that the esteemed young lady of the Siddha house is standing right behind him. With her usual rude attitude, she tries to intimidate Aang, who apologizes for stalling. However, soon after, Lan and Suju also arrive, asking Aang if he is okay. All of a sudden, the instructor tells these four to hurry up and join the others. He groups them all into a team and tells them to hurry up or else they will be left behind. Hearing this, Suju asks if this was Aang's plan to have them all grouped together at the start, but he refuses. On the other hand, Liu seems to not mind much, telling the others that it's fine as long as they don't fall behind. Inside her mind, it is seen that he was extremely anxious that there would be no one willing to party up with her, and because of the new group, she feels relieved. Anyway, with her ready, Lan tells Aang to hurry up as well, whereas Suju takes a photo to commemorate their first grouping. And so, the soldiers then reach a dispersal stone monument soon. This is a monument built firmly with stone. Among the different kinds of stone used in its construction, one is made up of a special constitution which allows it to dispel the fog. As they all reach, the instructors once again explain the task at hand. The soldiers will be grouped into teams of 4 with the primary objective of hunting beyond the walls and amidst the fog. The instructors also distribute items to every group, a combat dagger to every soldier, and 1 miniature fog dispersal armor per team, made of the same stone as the back moment. The task is simple. All the soldiers have to do is venture into the fog until they reach a designated area. Once there, they have to deploy the dispersal armor and hunt the finless demonic beasts lurking within the mist. Everyone's performance will be subjected to individual judging, and their score depends on their capabilities and their teamwork. After wishing them good luck, the assessment finally begins. As the newbies head inside the fog, it is revealed that this assessment is the final challenge all rookies have to face. In this fog-covered world, the dangers these rookies face are hidden, and that is exactly why this is such a suitable test. To become a soldier not only requires physical strength, but also requires a strong heart that is prepared to face the beasts behind the fog. In the face of the unknown, the soldiers have to work together with their teammates, dismiss the mist, and get the ability to see before beginning their hunt for the demonic beasts which appear on sight. The only way to attain their beloved title of a soldier is to overcome these challenges, which the first group successfully does, although with difficulty, and the next group is told to prepare. On the flip side, while the newbies prepare to face these demonic beasts, someone is seen watching them from above. This someone is none other than the Heluo's region's second commander, Dada Chio. As she gazes over them, she announces that there is only one person among them all who she is interested in, that being Situ Liu. Moreover, along with her are her colleagues. The first commander, Chaoer, and the third commander, Ji Yao Tong, are also present. There, Yao Tong claims that other than Liu, there is one person who has piqued his interest, that person being Aang. According to him, he got Aang's shattered core specially checked and there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. This makes him wonder what happened to him during the frequency test, but suddenly, Chio asks him, "What are you thinking about Tung Tung?" As the sun shines behind this beauty, even the fearsome warrior Ji Yao Tong is taken aback and begins to blush. However, though he is blushing, he cannot get called such a nickname and let it slide. As such, he reprimands her, telling her to never call him such an embarrassing name ever again. Seeing this, Choer also chimes in, making fun of Yao Tong for how Chio is the only one that is able to make the fearsome third commander blush. I guess even the terrifying commander has a soft spot for a certain someone. Nevertheless, as they chat, things get serious. Chiao reconfirms that they are sure that there are no finned beasts in the area, and Yao Tong tells her not to worry. He states that for safety's sake, he and his men took several days to ensure not even a one-finned beast is present in Heluo's surroundings. Hearing this, Choer feels reassured. He claims that if one did arrive, they would have to sacrifice everything in order to try and protect the new soldiers. Eventually, it is now time for Aang and his group to perform the test. However, the onlookers couldn't be less interested in Aang. Rather, they seem to be surprised that he is still here and has made it this far without dying. All eyes are on Situ Liu instead. On the other hand, at the battlefield, Aang is pumped up for the test. Holding the mini-fog disperser, he prepares himself to rush in and lead the charge. But just as the test begins, Liu steals the fog dispersal and rushes forward independently. Aang, who is left dumbfounded, doesn't realize until it is too late, and he hears Liu in the distance telling them all to keep up with her. Of course, inside, she just wants to show off in front of everyone watching. But Aang isn't amused in the least. This girl only cares about being in the spotlight. He scoffs before heading in with Lan and Suju. Soon, they close in on the designated area, and Liu, in an attempt to showcase her physical prowess, does a cool front flip, jumping high up in the air, almost like she's gliding, and swiftly deploys the fog disperser. Completely unnecessary, but hey for the fans. Plus, it looks cool. With this, the mist begins to clear up. Meanwhile, Chiao is closely paying attention towards Liu and her agility. She remarks how, even though her core is green representing recovery, her agility seems to be on par with those with the blue agility care. So that's the true capabilities of someone that comes from a martial arts family background, she proclaims. Back on the battlefield, as soon as the mist clears up, 3 finless demonic beasts come rushing towards Liu, who is in the forefront because of her tactic. Things backfire sometimes, I guess. Seeing them, Aang tells Lan to clear a path open for them. Complying with his friend's order, he uses his insane athletic abilities to jump in front of Liu. With this yellow core specializing in defense, he casts a barrier around himself and his comrade, preventing the beast from attacking while also making them crash into his shields simultaneously and do damage. From above, Ji Yao Tung watches with great excitement. He states that Lan is already very skilled in utilizing the strength of the core. In the meantime, while their foes are sent up in the air, Aang orders Suju and Liu to kill them all one by one. They both also comply and rush in to attack, though Liu has a snarky remark like always. She's cute and all, but she needs to shut up sometimes. It is starting to become a pain, and so all 3 of them rush in while Lan stays behind to give support to anyone if need be. This brings us to Suju, who uses her blue agility core to quickly and sharply deliver several blows to the demonic beast. What's more, with his opponent in a near-death state, she then kicks him downwards, where Lan is waiting to punch him in the stomach and sends him flying. Seeing their teamwork, even Shower is stunned. These 2 are surprisingly cooperating quite well, he claims. Moreover, he seems to be paying extra close attention to Suju, whose body seems to be moving more in rhythm thanks to her blue agility core. These are his words, not mine. But I agree nonetheless. He's the first commander for a reason, but Yao Tung tells him off. Party pooper. Get this guy out of here. On the other hand, Liu is now facing one of the monsters all by herself. With determination in her eyes to kill this demonic entity, she confidently moves in to attack. From up above, she stabs the beast and using her green recovery core, sends some energy into its body. This causes the monster to mutate where it has been stabbed and turn a rotting green color. As it shrieks out loud in pain, Liu abandons the beast's body and lands on the ground before uttering the word explode. As soon as she completes her words, more like word am I right, the monster starts to expand until finally, it explodes into a million pieces. She leisurely returns back, not even looking back at the chaos she has caused. Cool guys don't look back at explosions. This leaves only Aang and 1 demonic beast left. Aang, with confidence in his eyes, rushes in to attack. He wants to target all 3 of the beast's vital points, the neck, chest, and abdomen, and he successfully manages to do so. As he goes back after his attack, he understands that there is a limit on how much explosiveness this weak-ass body can exert. As a result, he decides to use this as an opportunity to test out what his body is truly capable of in a pinch. Consequently, he takes a step forward and lunges at full speed, leaving a crater in his footsteps. As his eyes glow red with rage and thirst for blood, he prepares to end things once and for all. Seeing his opponent flying in to land the killing blow, the demonic beast won't just stand there and take a bearing without resisting. In retaliation, he launches a punch towards his foe. However, Aang manages to dodge at the last second. Thanks to this, he finds an opening and tries to stab his opponent in the liver. Nonetheless, his current body is not up to par. Because of his slow reaction speed, he was unable to stab it deep enough and the dagger just nicks him. As such, the beast moves again to attack. It launches a fast kick towards Aang, who once again ducks from the trajectory of the attack. Aang then switches the hand he is using the dagger in and, from his horizontal defensive position, tries to stab it in the abdomen, but of course, he is unable to deliver a clean and decisive strike. His poor physical coordination, although damaging the foe, is not enough to bring the beast down for the count. Getting nicked repeatedly, the beast soon reaches its limit and furiously attacks back with no leeway. Throwing a powerful overhead hook, the beast wants to end things in a single shot with his powerful swing, but Aang isn't such an easy enemy. Having attained the title of the strongest in his previous life, he uses his agility to slice towards the demon's chest, but yet again, his insufficient power burst doesn't allow him to end things. Aang, you tease. In the meantime, Lan, Suju, and Liu are all standing around watching the fight from the sidelines. Lan remarks on how Aang is overwhelming that monster so easily despite him getting the last place in every physical evaluation test, while Liu, on the inside, is enraged that he is stealing the spotlight from her. What's more, Aang's display has even garnered the attention of Chiao, who comments on how his momentum is quite impressive. as well as Chower, who states that not only his movements are quite sophisticated, his aura is also very imposing. Meanwhile, just like he promised, Jiao is paying extra close attention to Aang's battle with severe concentration, so much so that he doesn't even speak a word and silently watches on with anticipation. Back on the battlefield, Aang has finally reached his conclusion. With this body, I can't even use my previous basic skills. Not only that, with just a little bit of movement, he gets short of breath, and all in all, the situation is pretty bad for him, all things considered. This brings his self-evaluation to an end, and he finally gets serious. Now, I should end you as well, he announces as he finally moves in to finish the fight. However, just as he is about to make contact, something weird happens out of nowhere. A red tentacle-like object emerges from the ground. In the nick of time, Aang notices this strange object and is somehow able to avoid it, but the demonic beast isn't so lucky. He gets impaled by this object, whereas Aang is sent flying back towards his teammates. In action, many vines also emerge from the ground. As Aang regroups and reunites with his groupies, he steps back to take note of his surroundings, but what he finds is truly horrifying. The thing that impaled the demonic beast was not a tentacle, rather it was the claws of a fearsome monster. This monster rips apart the beast's body, splattering blood everywhere. As it emerges from the body of this deceased beast, it growls aloud, sending an intense sinister aura throughout the area. Sensing this ominous aura, the commanders immediately panic. Jiao, after realizing just what is happening, shouts aloud, "It's a one-fin demon. Everyone returns to the city." His announcement, coupled with the demon's fearsome aura, is enough to make the newbies piss their pants, and they all rush back to base in an attempt to stay alive. While Yao is tasked with ensuring the rookie's safety, Xiao and Chower rush in towards the one-fin beast to protect Aang and his group. Back at the battlefield, the demons seem confused. Humans? With demonic aura? Which one of you has it? He questions. His statement confuses Aang, who wonders, do humans have a demonic aura? But of course, the one-fin demon will not give them time to find out. With his immense pressure, he begins to close in on the group, which is enough to make them all begin trembling in fear. Liu is especially terrified. She remarks how the unfinned monsters they confronted just seconds are nothing in comparison with this monster, stating that it feels like she will be torn apart if I try to even blink. Aang, in the meantime, is also freaking out. He understands that his current body is no match for this one-fin demon. For the first time in his life, he understands the sense of oppression that normal soldiers feel while facing a fin demon. As they all panic, unable to move an inch, the demon finally makes up its mind. I will take all of you, he decides before attacking the newbies. Delivering a headshot, he renders them all unconscious in a single moment with a single attack, causing them to collapse on the ground. However, in a twist of events, Xiao and Chower appear in the nick of time. They try to protect the newcomers. Chower asks the demon who he dares lay a hand on one of his subordinates, but they fail to do so. The one-fin demon, seeing them arrive, says his goodbyes to the humans as he hastily makes his escape, along with the rookies, leaving the huge crater on his way down. Seeing him flee, Chower becomes enraged, ordering Chio to go after him. But nevertheless, their pursuit soon reaches an end. The trail left behind by the fin demon stops in the middle of nowhere. There, Xiao and Chower are left confused and perplexed. How can a fin demon appear? She thinks. According to her, Yao Tong has never been careless in this matter, and he was sure that the area was cleared of any such monsters. As they contemplate what they should do next, stating that an incident like this has never happened, Yao Tong soon comes up from behind them. After ensuring the safety of the other applicants, he rushed back, desperately asking his comrades about the whereabouts of the kids. He is visibly worried about their well-being, announcing that we must keep up the chase. However, Chower tells him to calm down, revealing that the trail has ended. What's more, as per Chio's speculation, the fin demon must be hiding somewhere further down, but the area ahead is unexplored. Because of this, it would be unwise for them to venture forward. Seeing the end of the trail, Yao Tong remembers something unpleasant. In the past, he was once left to helplessly watch his younger brother be taken away by the demons. Remembering this, he grows enraged and frustrated, so much so that he punches the ground, leaving behind a crater. Moreover, he then begins blaming himself for this incident. "It's my fault," he proclaims. Regardless, Chower proposes that it would be best for them to head back for now. The people in the city must be in quite the panic themselves, and it isn't good that none of the commanders are present there to keep a watch over things. In addition, He claims that they will send out a search squad later to investigate the area to confirm if there are any more Fin demons in the vicinity or not. On the other hand, Chiyo tries the feminine approach. That might work. She tries to comfort Yao Teng, telling him that what happened today was something no one wanted to occur. But as of now, they, as the commanders of the Heluos region and the overseers of the cities, need to compose themselves. As she tries to put her hand on his shoulder, Yao Teng pushes it away and gets back up on his feet. "You guys can go ahead. I'll continue searching the area. Don't worry," he exclaims. Hearing this, Chiyo tries to call him out on his selfish act, but Chiyo intervenes. She stops Chiyo, telling Yao Teng to go ahead but come back before sunset. Yao Teng, after agreeing to this term, heads deeper into the misty abyss. As he runs off, Chiyo tells the first commander that there is no way they could have stopped him in such a condition, and he agrees. According to him, Yao Teng has also always blamed himself for his brother being kidnapped by a demon. Chiyo also remarks on how, if that incident didn't happen, Yao Teng's brother would have been the same age as Aang and the others, commenting on how he sees his brother in them. Meanwhile, Aang eventually wakes up in a dungeon-like cave underneath the Earth's surface, as he opens his eyes to find himself in such an unfamiliar location. He asks, "Where is this place? Are we underground?" After taking a good look around, he also finds that everyone else from his team seems to still be alive. All of a sudden, something creeps up from behind him. You manage to wake up, hearing these ominous and eerie words next to his ear. Aang hastily turns around to see who it is, finding that the one-fin demon is currently looming over him. What a truly terrifying sight. With this, the demon then begins to talk. He announces that he expected Aang to wake up sooner than the other, deeming him as different to the trust. "I'm very, very curious," it states. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he then begins to choke Aang with immense pressure. He questions Aang, "Why do you smell like one of us? And how can it be that you, a human, have a demonic aura that's even more potent than mine?" But of course, the newly transmigrated Aang has no clue what this bullshit the demon is spouting. Suddenly, his eye begins to glow and he engages his core and synthetic armor. This sudden burst makes the demon take a few steps back, allowing Aang to free himself and charge in for his assault. Grabbing a dagger, he rushes in to slice his opponent apart. However, the Fin demon is not like the unfinned beast he fought before. With ease, it manages to dodge the incoming blow. What's more, it also begins to get a bit serious in counters, forcing Aang to create some distance between them. This leaves him in a pinch. If it was his former self, Aang could have chopped off the demon's head with it having no time to react, but that is not possible in his current state. In addition, he needs to save all three of his teammates. With no other choice left, Aang's only option is to continue attacking in hopes that he somehow overwhelms and defeats this foe. As such, he once again dashes in to attack. On his way, he begins assessing the demon and its body. As per his speculation, the demon hosts a red strength core. It has high agility with dexterous joints giving him superior reflexes. But his joints are his weakness as well as his strength. They aren't protected by their tough skin, making them more vulnerable to damage in comparison. With this, he begins to aim at this newfound weak spot. However, it's futile, the demon announces. It raises its hands, and as Aang approaches, the claws extend even further, seemingly stabbing him in the shoulder and bringing him to a stop. But it is all a part of Aang's master plan. "This is the only way I can find a chance," he proclaims. By making the demon's claws get stuck inside his body, he's able to limit the demon's movement, allowing him to exploit his weakness. Despite the immense pain he must be feeling, he stabs the demon in the shoulder, but he doesn't stop there. With his momentum built up, he tears off the opponent's arm, leaving him in a state of panic and pain. With this, Aang then begins to taunt his foe, announcing that a mere one-fin demon is no match for him as he has killed several demons above his level. However, the demon hasn't had enough yet. Even without his arm, he chuckles a bit before delivering a powerful knee strike directly to Aang's abdomen and sending him flying. As a result, Aang crashes into the cave wall, leaving behind a crater where he made an impact. What's more, he seems to be profusely bleeding from the spot he has been hit. Seeing this, the monster begins acting snarky. He announces that even though Aang knows his weakness, he is a wood type with a red wood type core. Because of this, the demon has the ability to mend itself and quickly regrows its limb. But this sight leaves Aang in an utter state of confusion. It can heal, he questions. As far as he remembers, only green core demons had the ability to heal. And just what on earth is a wood type? As he contemplates what to make of the situation, He gets an answer which solves all the questions. Could it be that, after half a century, these demons have evolved as well? No shit, Sherlock. Nevertheless, he is still in the midst of a dangerous battle. The demon, not giving his opponent any time to rest, closes in on him, claiming that Aang is the one who looked down on him and signals something with his finger. As he issues the order come, something strange begins happening with Aang's body. It suddenly gets propelled by some vines toward the demon, allowing it to grab a hold of Aang's face. As the vines dangle his body in midair, the demon states that he cannot understand Aang and deems it insignificant to deal him a quick death. As such, it simply leaves him to dangle up in the air and slowly bleed out in silence. This gives Aang a moment to think to himself. As he bleeds out and his consciousness starts fading, he begins expressing how much pain he is in. His internal organs have been punctured to the point that he cannot even breathe. Not only that, as he has failed here, it means that his comrade will meet a fate similar to his. This makes him remember the last time he died. Just like the last time, his comrades will once again die right in front of him. This sends him into a state of guilt, and he apologizes to them all. However, he soon snaps out of it. "Haha, I can't accept this, you demon." He announces before, but his bravado is soon broken. Eventually, he gets knocked out. Seeing this, the demon is appalled at this weakness. However, he thinks of a better way to use him. Evolution, it wonders, if I eat him, will I evolve? To test his theory, he begins to inch closer to take a bite, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a demonic aura appears. "You'll eat me." This aura question. The pressure alone is enough to make the one-finned demon leap back in fear as a red hue surrounds Aang. Once again, this voice begins to speak. According to it, it cannot let Aang die here or else his plans will go to waste. The only way to prevent this is to use up the last sliver of his consciousness to aid the dying Aang. And so, from within Aang, this aura begins to pour out, taking the form of a demon. Meanwhile, the one-finned is watching from a safe distance, terrified. Watching the aura take form, he doesn't know what to make of it. All he knows is this presence is truly horrifying. It wonders whether it belongs to a five-finned or a six-finned demon. None of his speculations are true. As the aura finally takes form, it sends out an intense energy shockwave throughout the surrounding area, which is enough to disintegrate the unfinned beast near the cave's surface. Finally, this demon begins to talk. "I am the only eight-finned demon that exists, the Crimson Crystal's strongest existence. Your king, hearing this, the one-finned demon is left trembling and shaking. He cannot believe his ears, and eight-finned, the king of demons, is standing in front of him." Without wasting a moment, the eight-finned then issues his first order, "Kneel," which the one-finned does immediately. But the demon king isn't satisfied with just this. It orders the demon to speak his name, and, with shaky lips, he announces it, the Crimson Finned King, a pretty bad name for the literal strongest demon in the entire world. On the other hand, in the meantime, Ji Yao Tung is up on the surface, patrolling the area. On his search, he happens across an abandoned ruin of a village. There, he senses something and quickly gets serious upon seeing a couple of unfinned beasts. As a result, he uses his high speed to close in on them, and he then begins his slaughter. With a single punch to the stomach, he completely impales the lizard beast and crushes the other one's neck with a swift axe kick. This brings his patrol to an end for this area. He happened upon two-finned demons, but despite this, it seems like the children are not here. While gazing at the sky, he announces that we'll have to continue looking. We must find them before nightfall. But that is when he senses and sees the shockwave the Crimson King unleashed upon taking form. As the wave makes its way towards him, he is left perplexed at just what on earth caused this energy wave. As it dies down, Yao Tung then looks into the direction where it came from and joins the dots. Could it be they are over there? Make this guy a detective. Meanwhile, at the cave, the Crimson King lands on the ground in front of the one-finned and orders him to answer his question. He asks if, ever since he vanished, the 5 demon lords have maintained their portion. To this, the one-finned reveals that this is the truth. They are still the demon lords, and their positions have not been lost up until now. This makes the Crimson King enraged. Apparently, those 5 have forgotten what they did to him 60 years ago. He explains that he selected this vessel as it was considered humanity's strongest soldier, but he never imagined that this body would become so weak after reincarnating. What's more, this is the last of the Crimson King's consciousness, and it has been wasted on a situation as ridiculous and futile as this. He announces that if he is to make another appearance, it will probably be only at the time of his full awakening. With this, he brings his claws towards his neck. claiming that you are really testing my patience. As he utters these words, he stabs himself in the neck with his claws. Seems like a smart move. According to him, he needs to wait for humanity's strongest to slowly awaken and understand the Fin memories. Hearing these words, the one Fin asks if these are the memories demons use to evolve. This leads to the king explaining that fins are crucial to demons. They show on their body, and the amount of fins determines their level and strength. What's more, the leader of their dark clan leader was able to grow new fins, and the evolution required these Fin memories, an ability unique to only the demon race. This is also the reason demons have been at the top of the food chain, always head and shoulders above the other races. In addition, Aang is currently just like a demon, except for the fact that demons have to consume other demons on par with their level, whereas Aang only needs to consume those of a higher level in order to obtain the Fin memories and evolve. This counts as a present that I have bestowed onto him, he exclaims. Hearing the words of this 8-finned demon, the one finned, who is groveling on the ground, raises his head. He claims that he will support his king and act as his right and left arm in order to help him awaken fully. But the Crimson King has no need for such an insignificant demon. With a single attack, he chops his body into two, stating that you are not worthy of doing so. The only worth you have is to help this human warrior awaken the first Fin's memory. With this, he uses his powers to signal over a lump of the one Fin's flesh, and they have the nerve to censor the bloodshed. What's even a point anymore? From the lump of flesh, the king then extracts a DNA-looking substance, telling the human to not disappoint him as he personally prepared the first step for him. And so, like a snake molding out of his old skin, "Ew, I don't like what I just wrote," he begins to shed. He announces that I need you to awaken step by step towards the 8-finned. Consequently, from within him, an unharmed Aang is released, whereas the Crimson King is left as a shell of his form. But that's not all. The DNA the demon extracted is passed through Aang's synthetic suit, and the king finally vanishes, uttering the words, "I will awaken once more from my slumber." At that time, Aang's suit begins to glow a bright red color. Inside him, the soul of the Crimson King and the extracted demon DNA attack and engulfs him into an abyss of pitch darkness. This brings him to the battlefield 60 years ago, at the Battle of Dawn. There, Aang, who is left helpless and injured, unable to move because of the fight, looks out to see that his fellow comrade is lying beside him on his last breaths. This soldier claims that he doesn't want to die as her beloved is waiting for his return. Hearing this, Aang, who knows he cannot do anything but spew words of comfort, tells him to not worry as he will not let him die and find a way out of this mess. That is when the soldier grabs a hold of his hand. Suddenly, the soldier's face distorts into a demonic face. "But we are already dead. Why are you the only one that's still alive?" These words come out of the zombified soldier's face. Coupled with the sight of his comrade in such a state, Aang wakes up in a cold sweat in the hospital bed. However, he soon understands that what he just witnessed was but a dream. But in reality, that is not the case. Those were not a dream, rather they were his past memories. But there seems to be something a bit off about him. Some of his hair has changed color. As he sits on his bed, someone comes to visit him. This someone is none other than his team, who have also survived the ordeal and look to be completely alright. Seeing him wake up, Suju is very happy but asks why his hair color changed, thinking that it might be because of the demonic door. "Don't know what that is, bouquet. Whatever you say." But Aang has no idea what she is talking about. Rather, he is still surprised that all four of them have made it out and are alright enough to stand in front of him. He recalls how they all were kidnapped into the one-finned demon's cave. However, just before he can complete his sentence, all three commanders of the Helu's region intervene. There, Yao Tung claims that Aang seems to remember what happened inside the cave and orders him to tell us about what happened in the cave. Let the guy get a break. He just survived a fatal experience. Seeing Yao Tung and the other commanders, Aang is surprised and asks what they are doing here. This leads Xiao to answer his question. She explains that they all were brought back by Yao Tung. Of course, she uses her weird nickname, which makes Yao Tung angry and the newbies confused. Even Choer chimes in, stating they found them outside a cave. They all were unconscious and the one fin was nowhere to be seen, though it made rescuing them way easier. Xiao then continues, adding that the rest of them woke up before Aang, but none of them remember what happened in the cave. The only person who was in a coma and had noticeable changes was Aang. With this, she gives him a mirror, enabling him to see that his hair has changed color. This leads him to wonder just what on earth really happened inside the cave. As far as he recalls, he was fighting with the one-fin demon and was knocked out after getting pierced by the vines. However, He is also not sure what happened afterwards. This leads him to wonder, should I tell them everything, including the fact I have been reincarnated? But he soon decides against it. He deems this as way too troublesome, and besides, they might not believe him because he isn't aware of what happened. As such, he decides that he should use his new identity as the Aang of this timeline and make his moves carefully to clarify everything to the best of his ability. And so, he tells the commanders that he only remembers one thing. He woke up for a moment, hence he knew they were in a cave. But right after that, he once again fell unconscious, and the next thing he knew, he was here in the hospital bed. His statement leaves Yao Tung speechless. Am I overthinking this? He wonders. But no, he knows something isn't quite right. If what Aang is saying is the truth, then what was the huge splatter of blood he found on the cave walls? What caused that? All of a sudden, Chor gets closer to Aang. After taking a seat, he begins with small talk. He reveals that he has seen Aang's test results, and although he has a very weak foundation, he looked very comfortable fighting against the demons. This leads him to question, have you ever fought against a demon before? But Aang refuses, more like he profusely denies it. Dude, your reaction is about to blow your cover. He claims that he has an interest in fighting, and that is why he has already gathered details and analyzed the weaknesses of every kind of demon. Hearing this, Chiao remarks on how Aang must be the theory type, and tells Yao Tung to hone talents like his more. This makes Aang remember the soldier's evaluation. In an attempt to divert the conversation, he asks about his test result. As a result, Suju, with the most adorable smile I have ever seen in my goddamn life, reveals that you have passed your warrior test. What's more, the four of them are still a team. Moreover, Lan adds that because of the incident, Commander Yao Tung decides to make them all a permanent team. However, Liu doesn't seem to be too thrilled. She comments on how they are already behind the other teams, confusing Aang. Consequently, Yao Tung explains that a team needs to pass in order to obtain missions and gather points. Seeing as Aang, one of the members of this team, has been out cold for 3 days, the team currently has 0 points. This leaves Aang perplexed. Huh, I was in a coma for 3 days. Anyway, now that he has woken up, they all get a lot of their official military suits. As they wear them and walk around the city with Yao Tung, the civilians look at them with awe. They remark on how young these soldiers are, asking if they just became soldiers. Nevertheless, they soon reach their destination. There, Yao Tung congratulates them all for officially becoming warriors. What's more, he states that they are fortunate for coming back after an incident involving a one-fin demon. With this, he begins the explanation of the rules. As they already know, they have been grouped together in a team of 4 and have been delegated under his care. That means Yao Tung is the one who is in charge of taking care of them all. All included, he is managing 9 teams in total, hoping that this team will stand out among the rest. This confuses Aang, who questions how they stand out. Back in his time, being a soldier was much easier, and the process has gotten very complicated in comparison. Previously, the moment they became warriors, they were sent out to the battlefield and became recognized and ranked for their achievements in killing demons. To his question, Lan tells him about the small team point ranking, something he has never even heard of before. This results in Liu, once again, making snarky comments, telling Aang really is nothing but a newbie who knows absolutely nothing. Finally, Yao Tung speaks up. He explains that, in order to promote healthy competition, the teams under the commander compete with each other using the small team point ranking system. One can obtain points by completing missions of different levels. The higher the points, the higher your rank, he claims. And at the end of every month, the subordinates of the commanders in charge, the teams that have the most points, and the 6 other teams will enter a small team competition, where prizes will also be handed out to the victors. Similarly, the team that gets last will be punished as well. They will be demoted to the cleaning crew and will have to wait until the next month for a chance to rank higher and get out of this role. That's so convenient. No wonder the streets are so clean, comments Aang. Regardless, Yao Tung continues on. They now have to decide upon a leader for their team. Of course, the one who scored the highest should be the leader, and hence, Liu is selected. Lan and Suju do not have any issues with the decision, and neither does Aang. On the outside, inside, he is livid that he was not chosen despite being named Aang. Bro, you are literally the weakest guy in the team right now. As such, Liu steps forth, claiming that we will definitely complete our mission. On the inside, she is delighted to no end at the fact that she has been selected. With this, seeing that it's still afternoon, Yao Tung tells them to choose a suitable mission for their team and dismisses them, telling them to come and find me if there are any problems. As a result, Liu then turns back and begins walking towards the mission board, stating that they are already 3 days behind the other teams and will have a hard time catching up if they waste any more time. But Suju tells her to wait. There is something more important they have to do before all that. This makes Liu flustered, and she begins to freak out thinking she missed something important. But that is not the case. The thing Suju is talking about is taking a photo. And so, they all take their photo as an official soldier team and set off on their journey to catch up with the other teams. Meanwhile, Yao Teng and the others are looking over the city. There, they chat about the recent situation and Yao Teng asks what the others think about it. The beasts near the cave were completely disintegrated and there was blood found everywhere inside the cave. Hearing this, Shoer asks if he means to say that those 4 kids did such a thing. But Yao Teng tells him that he is suspicious of Aang. The third commander explains that his nose is very sensitive, however, but from him, I can always smell a familiar, yet unknown stink. But Chiyo pounces on him from behind, telling him that he is just overthinking the situation. This changes the entire atmosphere and they ultimately agree to just keep an eye on them for the time being. Back at the mission board, Aang finds that there are still 3 A-rank missions up for grabs, which each earn 10 points on their own. But Lan and Suju explain to him that A-rank missions are the most difficult ones. Lan continues on, expressing that although B and C-rank missions earn less, 6 and 3 points respectively, they are safer and more secure missions unlike the A-rank, which are often met with severe casualties. Hearing this, Aang finally understands and begins to speak. At the same time, Liu gets closer to the board and snatches up all the missions. They both then simultaneously proclaim that we should take them all. And so the team soon begins its first mission. As they rush towards the target, Aang equips his core and begins to power up his armor. This results in a bright yellow substance oozing out. Aang questions, is this the Nano Wing? Upon seeing it. Furthermore, he decides to test out the Nano Wing by going ahead of the others. After taking cover behind some rocks, he then uses the Nano Wing to visualize and construct a weapon of his choice. Consequently, he is able to materialize a dagger. Nano equipment. Huh. Technology has truly evolved in the past 60 years, he exclaims. Not long after, his teammates also join him, and they all take shelter behind the boulders. As they prepare for their first mission, Liu reviews the quest once again. The targets are 2 unfinned demons, and she plans to kill them both at once. And just like that, she initiated the plan, ordering everyone to head out. As they all rush towards these beasts, they catch on to their presence and dash in to attack. Liu expresses that they have no time to waste as they have to complete 3 more A-rank missions. This sets the plan in motion. Up first is Lan, who was ordered to block the opponent's line of sight. Complying with the order, Lan heads in first and using his yellow defense core, he manages to erect a stone wall between the beasts and his comrades. This begins step 2, where Aang and Suju are sent out to attack and incapacitate them. The duo, using their blue agility and red strength core, does just that. Aang purposefully aims for the demons' joints, making them fall to the ground upon impact. But that's not all. In the midst of this assault, the beasts seem to have forgotten Lan, who is lying in wait right below them. As they helplessly collapse to the ground, he uses their momentum to deliver a jaw-breaking uppercut. This sends both the demons flying up in the air, enabling Liu's final step to take place. Out of nowhere, she attacks these flying demons from above, announcing that I'll end it in a magnificent manner. She follows her words by slicing the foes, utilizing her green receiver core to unleash her special move, overload treatment, causing the monsters to explode. Once again, like the badass she is, Liu refuses to look back at the explosion and calmly walks back towards the rest of the team. She is delighted to know in how spectacular, as always, her performance today has been. This marks the end of the battle, and they continue on with the mission. Suju, after overcoming the obstacles, then planted the fog disperser firmly into the ground, allowing the mist to clear up and finally complete the mission. Lan, already exhausted, remarks on how difficult this fog dispersal mission is in comparison to the one they had to overcome in their evaluation. As expected of an A-rank mission, it took us so long to complete it, he states, glad that it's finally over. Moreover, Suju decided to search through the corpses of their enemies. That's very dark. While poking the lumps of flesh, she finds that one of the monsters has dropped its red core, which she happily takes possession of. Meanwhile, Liu congratulates everyone on the completion of their mission and the receipt of 10 points, thanking them for their hard work. Whereas Aang is still geeking out at how superior the technology of this time is, missions are automatically destroyed upon completion. I mean, it's not that high-tech, man. You live in the year 3100 for Pete's sake. This leaves Suju to explain why that is. According to her, all the tech has been focused on demons and their extermination. Because of this, they have a chip in the mission that is linked to the leaderboard in the city, allowing points to be updated automatically in real time. With this, she asks to see the mission, and Aang hands it to her. However, she finds that the remaining 2 missions are no cakewalk either. They have to first capture 3 unfinned demons alive in second. Collect 10 unfinned demon cores. This sends her into a state of depression, as she worries about how much hardship she will have to endure in the near future. Lan also laughs, stating that they have it tough, seeing as the other teams are also outperforming them as they speak. And so, after a few words of encouragement from Liu, they all set out to complete the rest of the missions. As they head over to the next location, Aang is amazed at how, despite having lived a full life already, he's having so much fun with these youths. And not long after, Isu managed to get them all over with. They kill their target demons to complete the cores and capture 3 alive. However, as per Liu, they have now run out of tranquilizers. In addition, only a few special bullets are given to each team. Seeing the peculiar gun in her hand, Aang grows curious, leading to Liu explaining that this weapon is created using nanoparticles, which are used to knock out demons. This reminds Aang of how they used to subdue them using brute force, remembering how the researchers would always complain about us causing permanent damage to the demons' brains. Anyways, with the mission coming to an end, they decide to head back. Warriors must return to the city before sunset. That's the Iron Rule. If we return late, we'll definitely be punished, Suiju announces while yawning seductively. However, Aang senses something dangerous. Do you guys feel a murderous aura? He asks. But as soon as his speech is completed, a bullet passes by them at top speed. This bullet then hits and kills all 3 of the captured unfinned beasts, sending Liu into a state of panic. All of a sudden, from behind, they hear a voice. This voice belonged to another group of soldiers, who announced that they cannot let them complete their mission. Moreover, the leader of the group, a red-haired guy who seems to think he is Bane or something, claims that we were planning to take those missions. Who let you have them? Seeing this group, Aang asks the leader who they are, learning they are a squad under Ji Yaotan by the name of Black Gun, which also happens to be their seniors. There, the leader asks one of his members how many rookie squads have joined their team, and one of the girls replies, 3. Hearing this, he realizes that this squad has yet to pay respect to their seniors, and neither have they sought their approval beforehand to take all the A-rank missions. With this, he begins to threaten the rookies, claiming, "Seems like you aren't taking us seriously. If you want to be taken seriously, I would ditch the mask, to be honest." On the other hand, Liu is left watching the corpse of the prey they worked so hard to capture, eyes filled with rage. Just as the Black Gun leader asks who the rookie squad's leader is, Liu dashes to attack him. However, just by the skin of his teeth, he is able to dodge the attack, questioning how she dared to attack their seniors. He condemns Liu as an undisciplined noob, but Liu doesn't care to listen, asking, "How dare you call yourselves seniors?" Not only that, she even moves in to attack, but in the blink of an eye, Suoi, Jiyu, and Lan forcibly stop her. Lan tells her not to act rashly, since they are still their seniors, and suggests that they try to talk it out. On the flip side, Suoi Jiyu tells the Black Gun they are being too unreasonable. They have just killed demons they put so much effort into capturing, but the Black Gun couldn't care less. "Huh, unreasonable," the leader exclaims. "That's just how the competition here is. How naive must you be?" But all this does is enrage Liu even more. Inside her mind, she calls them all bastards, claiming she will not back down in such a position or else she will not be able to face her squad as the leader. Sensing her fury build up, Lan calls out to Aang, telling him to smooth things over with the seniors. However, little does he know, Aang is already in action. At the speed of light, he zooms past his team and heads towards the Black Gun leader, swiftly soccer kicking him in the face and sending him flying into the horizon. Aang claims that he has never seen such BS, and seeing this, Lan is left speechless, whereas Liu gives him a sign of approval. However, it doesn't look like the Black Gun leader is too happy about this and questions how dare they treat their seniors like this. Having had enough of this insolence, he orders his entire squad to get ready for battle. In response, Liu and the others also gear up and both teams head in for a frontal clash. Just as all hell is about to break loose, Ji Yaotan appears out of nowhere. "What buffoonery!" he exclaims while stopping both Aang and the Black Gun leader's attack. What's more, he sends them both flying simultaneously, making Aang realize that they will not be able to get into a fight. As it turns out, He wanted to check the standards of the modern warriors by having a little bout here. On the other hand, Ji Yaotang, gritting his teeth, asks his subordinates if they don't care about survival. The sun is about to set, and here they are still fighting with each other, looking to become the food for the demon horde. Seeing the squadron leader here, the black gun leader begins blaming the rookies immediately, claiming they attacked first and even smacked his mask off. What an honorable move. However, hearing him complaining to Ji Yaotang, Liu calls him a child. All of a sudden, Suwei Jiyu pops in, revealing that these so-called seniors killed 3 demons they captured but are still complaining like little girls. In addition, she even has photographic evidence of their wrongdoing. But this makes Ji Yaotang a bit disillusioned. Capturing demons alive is an A-rank mission, and he questions if the rookies really took it on their own. But Liu tells him that not only did they take it, they even completed the task. And it is the Black Gun who has wasted their efforts. Alas, this is all part of the course. Even though it may seem extreme, the seniors have gone through a similar experience in the past. This is all allowed. The thing is, the commanders ultimately only look at a squad's points, and apart from intentional harm or endangerment of another's life, all other forms of competitive behavior are allowed. A bit drastic, but okay. Since they are warriors, they will have to face even greater challenges in the future, and things won't be as basic as they are here. Moreover, he also announces that the reason he is stepping in today is not because infighting between squads is prohibited. Rather, is because the sun is setting, and he orders them all to hurry up and return to the city. On the other hand, Ji Yaotang tells the seniors just how disappointed he is. A rookie squad took their mission, and they even allowed themselves to get beat up. He tells the leader to go back and reflect on his dumb actions. With this, the Black Gun leader goes over to retrieve his fallen mask, and he asks Ong for his name, threatening him, telling him he will make sure his squad is at the bottom of the leaderboard this month. He also vows to take revenge for the brutal kick he received. Nevertheless, with the ordeal ending for now at least, he orders his team to return, and they all vanish out of sight. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotang tells the rookies that even though the Black Gun is not the strongest squad, they have superb execution and could prove to be a threat. It might not end well for the rookies if they are pitted against more experienced people, not to mention the fact that the leader of the seniors excels at firearms. Anyway, with the sun about to set, they all begin heading back to the city. There, Liu compliments Ong, telling him, "That kick of yours was pretty cool." Anyway, as they head back, Lan asks if Ong is going to come over for dinner tonight, but he refuses. You see, he apparently has plans for the night. He wants to go out and capture 3 demons all by himself. Not the best move if you ask me. And just as he said, as nightfall arrives, Ong sneaks out to the city walls. The entire time, all he hears are loud warnings from the speakers, telling everyone to stay inside the city for their own safety and protection. However, there's not a soul in sight. This, in addition to the fact that the city is on lockdown, makes him think that everyone must be at home. "The people aren't as vigilant as I expected them to be," he exclaims. As he walks closer, all he finds is that the gate has a slight opening and an unmanned sign telling him not to approach the gate. But who's really going to know? There, Ong realizes that things have changed very much since his lifetime. Back in the day, they didn't care if it was day or night, and they would even sometimes go out on night capture missions. What's more, the night missions are even more productive since you can find demons literally all over. This makes him think that, if he uses his forceful methods from the past, capturing 3 non-fin demons shouldn't be a big problem. All the Black Gun leader said he was going to do was disrupt his team, right? So all Ong has to do is get the mission done at a completely unexpected time. Just as he begins to make his way out, tooting his own horn about his genius, he hears a voice behind him. And this voice belongs to none other than Liu, who is pretty excited to be out at night. Inside her mind, she comments on how fun it is to be a warrior since she has so much freedom. Of course, she can't say all this outright and thus questions what Ong is doing. However, trying to hide his intentions, he claims he was just taking a stroll. Although he was gifted as a warrior, he is a terrible actor, and Liu sees right through his lie. Ultimately, Ong has to give in and reveals that he wants to surprise everyone by completing the mission at night. Unfortunately, he is now discovered, and the plan is now off. With this, he begins heading back, telling Liu to not rat him out to his superiors. Suddenly, Liu speaks up, announcing, "Count me in." She is super excited to sneak out at night and asks him what their plan is, letting out a chuckle and a smug grin. Meanwhile, on top of the wall, 2 guards are seen sitting around, carrying out their duties, though admittedly not very well. One of the guards questions why they must suffer like this. I mean, who would go out of the night unless they had a death wish? Not to mention, they could avoid this pain by just shutting the door either way. All of a sudden, the other guard tells him to shut up, warning him to never let any of the squad leaders hear him speak such insolence. Apparently, the gap in the door is left in case of emergency. In the past, there was an incident where a couple of refugees fled to the city, begging for help against the demon horde after them. But alas, they met their cruel end just because the gates were a few seconds late in opening. Ever since then, all cities have left a small gap in the gate as an emergency measure. In this world, nothing is more important than human life. Reminded of this story, the complaining guard apologizes, but the other one tells him not to fret it. They will soon get used to this boring duty, but hey, there are things they can do to pass the time. Things like reading this 18+ book one of them has brought. What's more, this is a pretty expensive one. A photo book of all the other city's female warriors. I see you are a man of culture as well. As they fawn over these women, Ong and Liu easily escape out of the city walls and head into the abyss. As they do so, Ong notices that the fog seems to have gotten denser at night and takes Liu to a secluded place, where they are far from getting detected in the decaying forest. As soon as they reach, Ong tells her the plan. He will lure the monsters over, and they will then aim for their heads, knocking them down using brute force. With this brief explanation, he confidently heads into the fog, leaving Liu alone and scared. There, she realizes that she is in a really precarious situation. A sense of the forest darkness swallowing her up at any moment begins to weigh on her, making her understand that she needs to prepare herself and quickly follow up with her attacks when Ong returns, as per their plan. And so the mission finally begins. Ong's expertise in luring out the demons shocks Liu because he would single out one no-fin demon each time. This makes the difficulty of the mission decrease significantly. And to Liu, who had never heard of this method of capturing demons, this was a new, unique, and exciting idea. She quickly became accustomed to it, and her skills were honed. Under his guidance, they both repeatedly aimed for the demon's head, causing the monsters to eventually succumb to head concussions and get knocked out. The method used half a century ago of capturing demons alive with brute force played out tonight once again. Still, despite the process being smooth, it required a lot of strength and stamina, making Ong realize that he needed to train the scrappy body of his. In the past, this was like child's play to him, but how the mighty has fallen. Eventually, they capture all 3 demons they need, and their mission comes to an end. There, Ong tells Liu to just leave them all here, making her a bit confused. As such, he explains that no-fin demons are pretty dumb and cannot save their own kind. In addition, they won't get too close to the city walls either, and these 3 demons will not be waking up anytime soon. All the rookies have to do is simply come back early tomorrow and submit the quest, and boom, mission done. Well, that was easy. Hearing all this, Liu questions how Ong knows all of this. However, just as he is left cursing himself for saying too much, they hear a sinister voice from up above, and as they look up, they find not only 1 but 2 one-fin demons. Seeing them, both Liu and Ong are left distressed. Back at the city, the squadron leaders gather up at the city walls, announcing that they have picked up signs of one-fin demons in the area and order the wall guards to scan around with spotlights. Ji Yao is left stunned as to why the one-fin demons are appearing, questioning if it could be the one that appeared during the assessment. But that is not possible, as per Ji Yao Tang, who claims it should be dead. Soon enough, they find their target and are left terrified upon finding not only 1 but 2 of them. Still, Chi Yaoer tells everyone to stay calm and shut the city gates. Moreover, he orders to get the defensive turrets ready as well. However, all of a sudden, Yao Tang tells them to hold it. We mustn't shut the gates. As per him, there seems to be someone there. Those brats. Why are they there? He questions while looking down at Ong and Liu, who are cornered by these one-fin demons. Seeing these kids there, even Ji Yao is left perplexed as to why they are there. But Yao Tang, after assessing the situation and seeing the 3 tied-up demons, understands that they must have been trying to complete the mission of capturing the no-fin demons alive at night, since they were destructed during the day. But it doesn't look like any of the commanders are happy about their antics, and even Chi Yaoer chimes in, announcing that getting reckless in their desire to put on a good performance is a problem all rookie warriors have. Anyway, Yao Tang claims that they are in for a harsh punishment and leaps into the decaying forest to get his students out of danger. And following his lead, Xi Yao also tags along, telling Qi Yao to keep command over the city while they both go out on a rescue mission. Meanwhile, Back in the forest, the one-finned demons are also aware that their location has been spotted. On the other hand, Ong tells Liu to get behind him, claiming they should stay low until help arrives. To him, it is as clear as day that the demon's target is him. In addition, he notes that these demons are behaving the same way that the one-finned demon in the cave reacted, wondering if this could be because of his rebirth or maybe if something happened in the cave. However, Liu is not one to back down. She claims that they will fight off these demons together and step up for battle. Obviously, thinking they are being underestimated, the demons, in the blink of an eye, jump down from the treetop, circle behind the rookie warriors, and unleash a devastating blow. First, they want to get rid of the useless one, aka Liu. But Ong, by the skin of his teeth, manages to push her out of the attack's way. And thank God he did, or else she would have been shattered to pieces, similar to the ground, which gets destroyed by the attack's shockwave. But still, Liu doesn't give up. She uses her green core and tries to attack the demon, but it looks like she has forgotten this isn't a 1 versus 2. Her attack doesn't make contact, and as it turns out, she is completely constrained by the other demon, who ties her up in his strings. Seeing this, Ong is left worried for his comrade and gets distracted, but that isn't a good idea. In that second, the other demon is able to close the distance and gets in his face. Nevertheless, it looks like getting distracted was not really a big worry. Out of nowhere, Yao Tong arrives and punches the demon straight in the face, telling it to don't even think about hurting those two. But the cool dad, he is. But despite this, the demon gets back up, exclaiming how his head almost exploded from the attack. Meanwhile, Ji Yao notices that the demons have a red and a blue core respectively, and they still have to save Liu. All the while, Chi Yao decides to get the turrets ready, telling them to be careful not to hit their people. Just then, a soldier comes running towards him, telling him that they have detected a large number of no-fin demons heading in the city's direction. Hearing this, he asks how many enemies there are but learns that there are countless. It's a demon wave. Out in the distance, the horde of demons is seen running at the city walls at full speed. Such a sight even leaves the first commander of the city at a loss, and he orders for the alarms to be started. All warriors within the city must prepare for combat, and as soon as they can, the soldiers get ready. They assemble into their squads and begin gathering at the walls. Back in the forest, Yao Tong also sees the demon wave, claiming they must be well prepared to make such a big move. On the other hand, Ji Yao speculates that this wave must be called by these two one-finned, hence they need to quickly deal with them and get it over with. Hearing all this, Li tells everyone to go ahead and help the city. In her mind, she is to be blamed for her reckless actions, and her actions are now even dragging down the squadron leader and putting the lives of the citizens in danger. Obviously, Yao Tong refuses this, claiming she will be coming back with them, and all three of the warriors rush at their foes. But it's not like the demons will let them take her so easily. The red core demon unleashes an attack to stop these approaching warriors. However, for some reason, he allows only Ong to pass, even giving him a smug comment. On the flip side, after motioning Ong over, the blue core demon flees with Liu. Seeing this, Ong realizes that this is a trap and comes to the understanding that, at his current power level, he will be unable to do anything. Even Yao Tong wants him to stop and not follow the demon, but that could mean the end of Liu. He recalls the gaze she just gave him, commenting on how it is awfully familiar. How could I not follow after seeing that? How could I ever abandon her? He asks himself as he ventures deeper into the foggy forest, and they say chivalry is dead. Clearly, they haven't heard of our boy. On the other hand, the blue core demon takes Liu into a deep corner of the forest, telling her that we, one-finns, are very interested in humans' rich emotions. As per his knowledge, humans will scream when in despair and tells Liu to beg, claiming he wants to hear her pleas. But Liu doesn't let out a single word, making the demon think that maybe the tape he put on her mouth is not allowing her to speak. Anyway, after removing it, he once again tells her to beg, but she refuses. She proclaims that she was raised in a martial family, and she will never bow her head in front of an enemy. Cowardice is their shame, and she tells the demon to either kill her or fight her again. But all this does is piss off the demon even more. In a fit of rage, he kicks her in the face, telling her that she is only bait and will die soon enough. But all of a sudden, Ong appears behind them, telling the demon to let her go, as he is the one they are after. Seeing him here, Liu is left perplexed at why he came here alone, where the demon is ecstatic, happily announcing that the plan has worked and confirming that Ong is indeed the target. There, Ong asks if Liu is alright, but she scolds him, asking why he came here. In her mind, There is no way Ong can beat a one-finned alone, and tells him to leave, but the demon, not amused by her comments, kicks her in the stomach to make her shut up. Seeing this, Ong gets enraged and tells the demon not to hurt her. He states that if he is the target, he should be in place of Liu, and she should be set free. But this makes the demon chuckle. Using his blue core's agility, he easily maneuvers and gets all up close and personal with Ong, announcing you both must die. Of course, they won't take it lying down, and Ong tries to retaliate using his knife to slice at the demon. Alas, the demon is not a pushover and dodges the slash. Moreover, he even attacks Ong and delivers some damage, making Ong understand that his scrawny body still isn't capable of responding to such swift attacks. Sensing this, the demon begins toying around with Ong. He remarks that Ong's body has a smell similar to theirs, and this has made him curious as to why. In the meantime, seeing his vulnerabilities, Ong understands that this demon is a water type. In addition to this, his body is far too weak to use any skills apart from physical techniques, and if this continues at this rate, he will surely die. And this is exactly what Liu is thinking as well. She condemns Ong, contemplating why he would come here. But then, she spots a rather pointy rock and begins crawling to it, thinking that she just can't stay still. All the while, Ong is getting attacked repeatedly and suddenly spots an opportunity to attack for himself. However, the demon easily stops him, asking why he is so weak. Ong should have killed that one fin in the cave, and hence, asks if he is faking it. But Ong has no idea what on earth this monster is talking about. But his bad attitude has pissed off the one fin even more, and he decides to punish him. With a swift kick, the demon sends Ong flying, crashing into the woods, making him feel like all his organs have been disemboweled. As he lies there on the cold ground, nearing the verge of death, he thinks about how low he has fallen to have been defeated by a one fin. Regardless, the demon just comes closer to him, claiming that if Ong does not let out his secret, he will just eat him, adding that Ong might be able to help him evolve. But at that moment, out of nowhere, Liu comes in and attacks the demon, managing to push it behind and create some distance, ready to fight. She tells the demon not to touch her squad member. Seeing her here, even the demon is surprised that she managed to break free of her binding, but Ong, almost out cold, notices that she had to literally shred her flesh in order to do so. Despite the gap in power, Liu stands like a wall, telling the demon, if you want to kill one of my squad members, you'll have to kill me, the captain, first. But he doesn't happily comply, telling Liu that, in that case, she doesn't dodge the attack coming her way. With this, he summons many ice shards and sends them all towards his prey. And as they come, Liu begins fending them off, not letting a single one pass. Seeing this, Ong tells her that she needs to dodge them instead, but this would mean that they all would hit Ong instead. But alas, all this is too much for her to handle on her own. All of a sudden, a few shards pierce into her from behind, launching her directly into the demon's hands. Grabbing her by the neck, the demon claims since Liu wants to die in battle, she will instead be humiliated. With a sinister smile, he exclaims, "You'll be screaming soon enough." As these events unfold, Ong is left lying on the floor witnessing it. As he watches helplessly, he comments on what a shame it is that he has been reborn only to see yet another one of his teammates die right in front of him. In the end, nothing has changed, and he condemns himself, claiming he is not the strongest warrior anymore since he needed to rely on a young lady to protect himself. As these thoughts rush into his head, he slowly becomes unable to watch. He slowly begins letting out a strong aura, and all of a sudden, he pounces to rescue Liu from the demon's hands. With this, he tells Liu she did well for this being her first time, and Liu stares back at him, seeing he has been half transformed into his demon form. On the other hand, the demon remarks that Ong does share the scent of the demon and exclaims how strong the stench is. Still, Ong has no idea what on earth this monster is talking about. All he knows is that, as of this moment, power seems to be surging out of his chest and shooting upwards, as though it will pierce his body. Suddenly, Ong begins to scream in pain and lets out an intense aura. This causes his core to change appearance, and it begins to glow brightly, as well as gain a mark in the center. Seeing this, the one-fin demon begins to shudder, proclaiming that it's the kingfin's core. Although this baffles the demon, he announces that Ong will die here. However, Ong will not just go down without a fight and begins walking toward his enemy, having awakened his one-fin form, back towards the squadron leaders who are still having trouble with their opponents. There, the red core demon feels an intense aura emitting from the forest, and he comments on how it belongs to someone of his kind. This distracts him for a while and allows Yao Tong to smack him. In addition, Ji Yao also jumps in and kicks the monster in the face, sending it flying away. But the battle is far from over. The demon gets back up in a matter of moments, and in response, the warriors rush in to seal the deal. Somehow, they manage to hit at the exact same time and pierce straight into the demon's body, rendering a huge hole in his chest. Seeing this, the demon realizes that it has met its end. Of course, it will not go out without a bang, and while in the air, decides to launch a final attack. As per Ji Yao, it looks like the monster is trying to self-explode, taking both his foes with him. However, out of nowhere, a bright beam of light appears from the sky, striking down the demon and sending it to the afterlife. As it turns out, this beam of light was a high-speed shot by the defensive artillery. Meanwhile, at the city walls, all the warriors are going all out, trying to hold back the demons from overwhelming them. Even Qi Yao, the first commander, is getting his hands dirty, but alas, even he cannot make a dent in the sheer numbers of enemies. There are just too many of them, and there's no way they can kill all of them. As such, understanding he alone stands no chance, he orders Ji Yao and Yao Tong to return back to the city as the wave has completely approached. Hearing this, Ji Yao tells Yao Tong that they need to go help the citizens, but Yao Tong looks reluctant, claiming that at this rate, Li Yu and Ong will not make out alive. There, Ji Yao tries to help him calm down, telling him that he too feels bad for the rookies. But they are not just squadron leaders, they are warriors, and hence, they're first. So, Yao Tong is forced to give up on his underlings, and the two of them turn back and head to support the city. Meanwhile, back deeper in the forest, the blue one-fin demon is losing his mind over what he has just seen. He questions why a fin has grown out of a human. And all of this just brings Ong to one conclusion. Maybe this is the reason for my reincarnation. He was given this demonic power to change everything. With this, he sends a small beam of light toward Li Yu, which heals her in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the blue demon freaks out again, exclaiming that Ong is a wood type. On the other hand, Ong finally begins to vaguely recall what happened in that cave. As per him, maybe it is because he absorbed that wood type one fin back then, making him think that if he can absorb this demon as well, he might be able to obtain the power of water. All of a sudden, Ong summons branches from the ground. As the branches create a throne, lifting Ong up into the air, the demon is left perplexed, claiming he has never seen such power before in his life. However, Ong is just getting started, proclaiming, "I'm excited to see the extent of demonic power." But all of this leaves the blue demon trembling in fear and confusion. He has never seen or heard of a human turning into one of his kind. Seeing the reactions on his face, Ong begins to let out a sinister-looking grin, expressing how even in his past life, he has never seen a demon show such intense fear. Nevertheless, it is time to end things once and for all. At insane speeds, Ong lunges towards his opponent and stops just before making contact, telling the demon to go. "Hit me with all you got. I want to see how strong I am in this form," as if toying with him. This leaves the demon even more terrified. Whether Ong is a human or a demon, he lets out an attack to deliver damage, but Ong easily blocks the attacks. Moreover, after creating some distance, he recalls how the wood type he absorbed had the ability to manipulate elements and tries to use them as well. The result? He captures the one-fin demon in his wooden shackles, completely constraining him. Not only that, he then begins to squeeze his foe, announcing this doesn't seem hard at all. On the other hand, the demon feels the full effects of this technique as his life slowly begins to get drained from his body. Watching him struggle and wriggle in pain, Ong tells him to continue his desperate attempts to get free. At that moment, the demon reveals that he still has an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, he unleashes a technique called Disintegrate, seemingly transforming into water beams. This allows him to escape Ong's shackles, as well as close the distance and jump in for an attack. Not enough. "You can't kill me," the demon loudly claims. Apparently, a wood type cannot disperse like a water type, and the demon grabs a hold of his opponent's arm and tears it right off his body. It starts a beatdown where the blue demon begins getting cocky, announcing that demonic power is not something a human could understand. Ultimately, after getting a beating, Ong is sent flying into a tree. However, even despite all the damage he has taken, he begins to chuckle. With ease, he once again gets up, telling his foe that he is right. Although Ong is not fully aware of the demonic power's potential, there is something the demon also isn't aware of. Ong used to be the strongest warrior back in his life. This has made him pretty good at learning new things. and all he needs to do in order to kill the enemy in front of him is get himself familiarized with demonic power. All of a sudden, he begins to regenerate his torn arm, making the demon surprised. Ong was able to figure this technique out in an instant. Now, getting a glimpse of his power, Ong dashes in to repay the damage he has taken. Using his wood powers, he creates small steps which propel him toward his foe, making him speed up significantly. So much so that even the demon is surprised, and before he can even think of escaping, Ong has already constrained his movements once again. At last, Ong grabs the demon's head and tells him, "Don't run away." Forcing him to his knees, Ong proclaims that he is getting bored of this silly little fight and begins pouring his green core energy into his body, eventually mutating him into a demon and making the demon explode. This seemingly marks the end of the battle, and Ong, left exhausted, also collapses to the ground. But all is not what it seems. In case you might have forgotten, the demon has the ability in which he can disintegrate his body, which is what he used to escape this attack. Thinking he has won, the demon tries to stab Ong in the back, but alas, it's not so easy to bring down the strongest warrior. Not even facing his foe, Ong manages to impale him with his branches and dislodges the core straight out from his body. On his last breaths, the demon tries reaching for its core, trying to grab a hold of it, but Ong doesn't allow for that, and instead, takes it for himself. There, he explains that once a demon's core is destroyed, even a 7-fin demon would die, much less a lowly 1-fin. And so, he will now be taking his opponent's water-type powers. With this, the demon's body turns into water and leaks onto the ground, whereas Ong crushes the demon's core and drinks the liquid coming out of it, telling it to make me stronger. At this time, demonic thoughts were invading Ong's psyche and his sanity by the looks of it as well. As he drinks the content of the core, he remarks on how it doesn't taste too bad. Soon enough, his attention is brought toward Liu, who is still collapsed on the floor. Seeing her, he makes his way over to her, using his newfound water powers, and begins looking down at her. There, the demonic thoughts enter his mind again, telling him to devour the demon and kill a human, and he allows these intrusive thoughts to take over his body. Slowly, he raises his hand and smashes down on the barrier surrounding Liu. However, just before he makes contact, he manages to stop himself, that too only by sacrificing his own arm. Not wanting Liu to get hurt, he stops the blow by allowing it to penetrate his other hand. As the craziness takes over, Ong tries to fight it and maintain control over his body, asking how he could kill his own ally. He wants her to be safe and tries to get the demonic voices out of his head. Ultimately, he is able to drive off the demon will from his head, making the demon king's soul, which is trapped inside him, bewildered since it didn't expect that. Anyways, back in the city walls, Lan and Sue Jiyu are seen taking part in the demon war going on, seeing the finless demons scale up the wall and attack them, not allowing them to do so. Moreover, he questions just where on earth Ong and Liu are, claiming that their team is the only one that hasn't gathered yet. Consequently, while defeating the monsters, Sue Jiyu explains that she heard 2 students snuck out of the city and were targeted by a 1-fin demon. These 2 students are most probably Ong and Liu, making her worried about their safety. Hearing this, Long freaks out and begins condemning their actions. Regardless, nothing can be done about it now. In addition, seeing as they are already in the midst of a war, they decide to fight to make it out of this demon wave alive. Meanwhile, Yao Tong and Ji Yao also come back to the city and join in on the battle. Seeing them arrive, Chi Yao questions if their cores are already tired. While fighting, Yao Tong exclaims that he isn't too exhausted, and he should be able to go on. Moreover, Ji Yao should be more or less in the same condition as his. Apparently, a warrior's core will be slowly drained and depleted, and the higher the explosive power, the more core energy is depleted. Because of this, warriors' strengths become weaker and weaker as the battle goes on. Fortunately, Ji Yao and Yao Tong tag team to deal with a red 1-fin demon, and this has allowed their cores to stay replenished. If this was not the case, the demon wave could have ended up becoming troublesome. As the comrades defeat the monsters, Ji Yao asks what their next plan of action is. There, Chi Yao explains that since the other 2 have killed one of the 1-fin demons, the attacks of the non-fin demons have decreased significantly. In addition, since one of the demons is gone, the non-fins are now like an army without a commander and are attacking aimlessly. This has made it easier for the warriors to fight them off. What's more, even though the non-fins have no thoughts of their own, they still feel fear of death. Hence, Chi Yao announces, "Let's make them fear us," and calls for a frontal assault. He wants to use this chance to weaken the enemy's desire and buy time for the soldiers on the wall to call for backup. Telling the other commanders to stay wary of their cores, he tells them all to give their foes an explosive battle this time. Getting the command of their superior, Ji Yao and Yao Tong also power up and begin the full power attack. In the blink of an eye, they clash with the enemy troops and wipe out a big chunk of the opposing force. After the attack, Ji Yao remarks on how this is the second time they have had to utilize their cores, whereas Yao Tong claims that if their core and bodies had no limits, he would be able to keep this form of his and keep on killing the demons. Meanwhile, Qi Yao sees his juniors going on a rampage and is impressed with Yao Tong's red core abilities. Nevertheless, his blue core is nothing to joke about as well. He too jumps in and begins lashing away at the demons. Seeing this all unfold is Sue Jiyu, who is ecstatic to see the first commander in action and begins taking pictures. Meanwhile, Lan watches the commander's strategy and begins feeling jealous of the power they possess. Eventually, even the commanders begin losing steam. There, Qi Yao asks if the others are alright and learns that they still have a bit of fuel left in them. Hearing this, Qi Yao exclaims that their plan seems to be working. The demons are fleeing. As a result, it is about time for the other warriors to get all hyped up, and he, trying to boost the morale of his troops, tells them all to keep on fighting as the demon wave has been forced to retreat. This allows the fighters to keep going, delighted at how powerful their squadron leaders are. However, all of a sudden, Qi Yao feels an intense chill down his spine. He tells everyone to watch out as he feels something approaching. Hearing this, Ji Yao speculates that it might be the remaining one-fin demon, but they are all left perplexed after seeing a familiar figure emerge from the dust of the battle. As the demons make way for him, also not trying to get in his way, Ong comes to the front, carrying Li Yu in his arms. Upon seeing them, Ji Yao grows surprised and wonders what happened to the one-fin demon. On the other hand, Qi Yao is not too thrilled. Seeing Ong, he gets angry at the fact he has come here. Even though they have managed to drive off the demon wave, rookies like them can't just come out here all willy-nilly, or else they will be devoured in a second. And just like he said, the demons finally gather the courage and pounce on Ong all at once. Not wanting this to happen, the commanders rush in to save the rookies, but it looks like their concern is unneeded. Before he is jumped by the horde of demons surrounding him, Ong just looks at the demons in a menacing manner and tells them to get lost. Sensing the intense bloodlust in their air, all the demons immediately back off and instead tuck their tails and run away. Seeing the entire wave run off into the distance, the warriors at the city walls loudly announce that they have won and managed to protect the city. Of course, some people have questions about why the demons would retreat so suddenly, but it is presumed that the commander's strength struck fear into the hearts of the demons. As a cheer for the commander's victory, the area and the commanders in question are left skeptical, wondering if they really are the cause of this. At least Yao Tong has the idea that it could have been because of Ong. Regardless, as soon as the demons flee, Ong sighs a breath of relief and collapses into the ground, having exhausted all his energy, and the commanders rush to their side to save them. On the other hand, while Ong is out cold, inside his head, he is teleported into a dystopian world. There, he finds himself on top of a demon's skull in the middle of darkness as a voice calls out to him, claiming he must really like using his power. As he lies there, lifelessly, Ong can only question just who this voice really is, and in response, the voice exclaims Ong should be able to figure it out since he is the one who let him inside his body half a century ago. This makes him speculate that this voice must be one of the two 8-fin demons he saw that fateful day, asking just how many still exist. But the voice replies that there are many and he will find out soon enough in the future. With this, the figure of the 8-fin demon is seen sitting beside Ong, and he introduces himself as the Crimson Fin King, the strongest 8-fin demon. Moreover, he tells Ong not to worry since he will not harm him, at least for now. Seeing him so close, Ong questions why he was chosen and what is going on with his body, but the demon gets all moody. He claims Ong is asking too many questions. Out of nowhere, another image of the demon is seen grabbing Ong's head from behind, telling him that he will learn of all the plans soon enough and there is no need to rush. In addition, he explains that Ong's body is not his as well and to keep them both safe. Ong will have to work hard on evolving himself in the future and get closer to the near-perfect being, the Crimson Fin Demon. But Ong is not amused by all of this. Slowly, he gets on his feet, asking just how lowly these demons think of them humans. In a fit of rage, he tries to attack the demon. However, when he tries to do so, he wakes up from his slumber only to see himself grabbing Li by the collar. This gives him a sight for his sore eyes, an image so pure white it had to be censored. Seeing this, he begins to wonder just what on earth he is doing. And when he comes to the realization, he is attacked by many attendants in the room, who put Ong in all sorts of submissions. Meanwhile, the mesmerized Li Yu tells them all to bury Ong, but all of a sudden, her father walks into the room, claiming that this is no way to treat one's savior. As it turns out, Li Yu's father is a big shot of the Heliosa region. He is the leader of the fantasy martial arts family of Helios City, and the head of the C2 family, C2 Sun Gong. In addition, Chi Yao is also there with him. There, Ong understands that it was this man, his comrade's father, who was taking care of him while he was in a coma, and he immediately expresses his gratitude to him. However, Sun Gong tells him not to worry about all these things. After all, Ong has saved the young master of the C2 family, and the entire family is extremely grateful to him. Moreover, he tells everyone to rest in the dojo, claiming they will celebrate the Demon Wave's retreat later, and the commanders comply. As it turns out, Sun Gong has been watching over the commanders and tells them to take care of his daughter, apparently, as per him. Li has a prickly personality, so they are allowed to punish her accordingly, and there is no need to give her any better treatment. Hearing this, Yao Tong assures him that he will do the best he can. But first, he tells everyone, except for Ong, to leave the room. And so, once alone with the commanders, Ong is then ganged up on. There, Yao Tong questions him about the one-fin demons that have been popping up, asking what he knows about all of this. But his soft method is not going over well with Chi Yao, who tells him that he should hesitate even if it's a member of his own team. As such, Chi Yao decides to show Yao Tong how it is done and takes over from the interrogation. Suddenly, all the commanders let out their powerful aura, trying to threaten Ong, and he asks, "Ong, are you a demon?" Of course, Ong tries to act dumb and claims that he and Li just narrowly escaped the clutches of the one-fin demon, but Chi Yao isn't buying it at all. He explains that one of the demons was killed by the combined efforts of Yao Tong and Ji Yao, and asks if Ong is implying he won against the other demon all by himself. Moreover, trying to poke further, Chi Yao then asks how he managed to escape with Li Yu anyway, pushing Ong into a corner. There, he feels like he's out of options. The commander seems to be really suspicious of him, and he wonders what excuse he could possibly give to come out of this interrogation unscathed. All of a sudden, Chi Yao increases his bloodlust, questioning if Ong was able to escape because he is an accomplice, but there's no reply Ong can give them. Inside his mind, he wonders if he has to reveal his secret. But would that really accomplish anything? Even if he does come out and tell the truth, what would then become of this rookie? The commanders will probably kill him on sight and not let this opportunity pass. After all, his body does house the strongest demon. Nevertheless, Chi Yao soon gets tired of this, telling Ong that if he chooses to stay quiet, he will have to resort to violence. With this, he summons his weapon, making Ong think that his only option is to fight them off. But at that moment, Ji Yao intervenes, telling Chi Yao to cut it off. As per her, only demons with more than 4 fins have the ability to transform into a human, and, at least to her, Ong doesn't look like a 4-fin demon. Even if that is a possibility, there would be no point in such a powerful creature coming to this small, dinky city. In addition to this, Yao Tong also chimes in, revealing that demons wouldn't save their companions. Apparently, demons do not have an understanding of comradeship and are truly selfish and ruthless. But the fact is, Ong risked his life in order to bring Li Yu back to safety and exclaims, "I don't think he is a demon." Hearing all this, Chi Yao lightens up too, claiming that he was just kidding and wanting to tease Ong a bit. He then congratulates Ong and Li Yu for cheating death, sympathizing with how he must be feeling. Despite this, the commanders still have little knowledge of what happened. Li Yu told them that she fainted during the battle and remembers nothing after it, but Ong saved her. Hence, Yao Tong asks what exactly happened. Did this rookie really defeat a one-fin one? And this finally gives Ong a chance to calm down and assess this situation. Until now, he had been concentrating on the demon trapped within his body, and for back he could give out other explanations as well. As such, he quickly proclaims that I am a genius. Not that it amuses anyone. Regardless, he explains that he can instantly absorb most of the energy in a core and make use of it. This allows Ong to use strength far greater than usual, and, although temporarily, it's the secret weapon he was hiding. Hearing this, Ji Yao asks if this phenomenon is similar to how the commanders activate their cores, and Ong confirms this, wondering if they will really buy his story. Suddenly, Chi Yao bursts out laughing, claiming if this is the truth, Ong really is a genius, and Yao Tong confirms that this means Ong really defeated the One Fin by himself, this time as well as the time in the cave. And Ong tells him yes. Apparently, in that incident, he discovered his power for the first time and felt his body absorb all the energy in the core. Hence, he used all this power in an explosive attack and managed to blast the demon's body to bits after catching it off guard. However, soon after, he lost consciousness since it was his first awakening. This time, he used the same method to save Liu and capture the demon, but his body was unable to withstand the burden of the technique and collapsed when he was returning. As he sits there, listening to this story, Yao Tong is still a bit skeptical. If this is true, it would explain why he has found cores on Ong's chest in a shattered state. But is that really what happened? Can everything really be narrowed down to Ong being a genius? Nevertheless, even if that is true, this means Ong's power is far beyond what he can control right now. According to Ji Yao, the method he uses is similar to how the captains activate their force power, but in order to do so, they have undergone extensive training, and thanks to this, they can minimize the burden on their bodies since they are able to control the process. Consequently, she suggests Ong does not utilize this power unless he has fully grasped it, or else it could put him in danger. And, in a heartbeat, Yao Tong backs her suggestion. More importantly, he really wants to test if what Ong is saying is true. "Let's go. We are going to the training grounds," he exclaims. There Ong realizes that his commander is still doubting him and is raring to go, obviously in his current state. Ong has no chance of fighting against Yao Tong, and even though the commander's skills are what he would consider basic in his former life, his body is not able to use them at all. As such, he begins to wonder if he should use the demonic power he has inside of him. But Yao Tong doesn't give him a chance to contemplate this. In the blink of an eye, he rushes into Ong and attacks at full speed and power. Although Ong is barely able to dodge the blows, he realizes that Yao Tong is really taking this bout seriously. Seeing this, Yao Tong compliments Ong's reaction time, claiming he will be going all out now. On the flip side, this was just Ong's former experience helping him out. But alas, this is his limit. All he can do is just run around and dodge the blows as Yao Tong goes on a rampage and destroys the arena. Nonetheless, soon enough, Yao Tong is able to sneak up next to his opponent, grab Ong by the neck, and fling him to the side. Witnessing this, Chi Yao thinks this is too much and the battle should end. But Ji Yao places her trust in Yao Tong and allows it to continue. Back on the stage, Yao Tong provokes Ong, telling him that he cannot be a genius if this is all he has. But this ticks Ong off. In his past life, he was referred to as a king by the warriors, and in his eyes, Yao Tong is still but child's play. Still, since Ong has proclaimed himself as a genius, he will fail the test if he cannot prove it. And so, he decides to use a little bit of demonic energy as he can no longer live up to the standards of his former life. With this, he unleashes a strong aura and begins walking over to Yao Tong, claiming, "It's time for me to attack." Behind him, the image of the strongest warrior is seen lingering, and even Yao Tong notices it, leaving him perplexed. As Ong uses this demonic power, he comments on how his blood is being stimulated despite the core being of low rank. He exclaims, "As long as I utilize the consciousness inside of me, I'll be able to establish and grow the potential of this body." From the sidelines, both Ji Yao and Chi Yao are left astonished at the rising synchronization levels, commenting on how they might have found the genius of this forgotten C-rank city. Back in the arena, even Yao Tong notices that Ong's synchronization levels have exceeded 40%. According to him, Liu had the best score in their batch, 39, but Ong has already surpassed her. All of a sudden, Ong calls out to him, telling the commander not to get distracted since he is coming. And, in the blink of an eye, he does exactly that and punches Yao Tong in the stomach. Although the commander is able to block the blow, he's impressed at how his opponent was able to reach twice the speed he previously could, not to mention the fact all of his stats have gone up as well. Alas, this was but a feint, as per Ong, who suddenly changes stance and unleashes a low kick, making Yao Tong stumble. As he goes down, Yao Tong is left flabbergasted at how this soldier was able to use the time he was distracted to attack, block, and make him lose balance. But the fight is still far from over. In a split second, once again, Ong goes into attack and sends a powerful aim hit to Yao Tong's head. Seeing all this, Chi Yao is left speechless and wonders how on earth Ong has so much fighting experience. Suddenly, Sun Gong sneaks up on the commanders, announcing that fighting someone known for their close-quarter combat is not a very good idea. Seeing him here, Both Chi Yao and Ji Yao apologize for using the C2 family training grounds for their personal use and even causing some inconvenience. However, to Sun Gong, the inconveniences do not look minor. I mean, the arena has been shattered into pieces already. Regardless, Yao Tong will be held responsible and will pay for the damages, as per Chi Yao. But that isn't what Sun Gong is there for. Apparently, he wanted to see how Ong, the boy with the name of the world's strongest warrior, would fight with Yao Tong, one of the city's strongest. Back on the battlefield, Yao Tong attempts to defend against the kick coming his way and catches it. However, that will be his downfall. As per Sun Gong, Yao Tong has always been like this. If he sees an opportunity to attack you, he'll watch it accurately even if it is for a brief moment. In addition to this, all the years of experience he has accumulated fighting demons have further honed his skills, and freeing himself from such an ankle grab will not be an easy task for the young one. Just as Yao Tong moves in to attack, Ong, in response, gives off a smug grin, claiming, "I am the one who caught you." Squadron leader Ji Yao Tong. Once again, the figure of the strongest warrior appears behind Ong, and he, using his nimble body, headbutts Yao Tong and sends him flying back. As per him, human bones are very sturdy, but the forehead is a weak spot. Wanting to return the favor, Ong once again rushes to exchange blows, and Yao Tong prepares himself. But it looks like Yao Tong will not be holding back anymore, as Chi Yao points out. Regardless, Yao Tong smashes the ground and erects a barrier for himself. This makes Ong realize that Yao Tong is taking him too lightly by attacking and defending at the same time. As such, he decides to give his leader a taste of his demonic energy, and he crushes Yao Tong's stone barrier with ease. This allows him to use the smoke to get into Yao Tong's blind spot. The same move Yao Tong uses is getting used against him. Seeing this, Chi Yao calls Ong petty, but as per Sun Gong, this is just a show of his genius. This just demonstrates Ong's incredible learning ability. Despite this, Yao Tong claims he is much more well-versed in his moves than Ong is and tries to counter, but it is of no use. Sun Gong believes that the victor of this spar is Ong, and in the arena, Ong's final blow is stopped before it makes contact. Sensing the force behind this punch, Yao Tong is taken aback and wonders if Ong missed on purpose. No shit, Sherlock. This marks the end of the battle, and Ong explains that if Yao Tong didn't hold back in the beginning, there was no way for him to take advantage of him. After a while, Ong forcefully concussed Yao Tong's forehead and disrupted his sight so that Yao Tong would get disillusioned and make a mistake. Needless to say, with this, everyone now has to believe in Ong's genius. Near the fighters, the arena wall is left with a visible dent in the wall from the punch's shockwave. All the while, Sun Gong's eyes widen with excitement as he thinks, if it's this kid, maybe we can suddenly. Footsteps are heard coming toward the training grounds. As it turns out, Sui Jiyu, Li Yu, and Lan have come to call Ong over for dinner. Apparently, the C2 family has prepared a feast for the warriors, but upon seeing the state of the training arena, they are all left speechless. There, Chi Yao, in a teasing manner, claims that Yao Tong has lost, but Ong denies this, stating that because Yao Tong is experienced in fighting with demons, he was not used to a human foe, and hence his actions were somewhat lacking. But hearing this, Sun Gong begins to laugh out loud like a maniac and tells Ong not to be humble. Anyway, with the fight over, it is time for the feast, and Ong heads up first. On the other hand, inside Sun Gong's mind, he comments on Ong's strong character and abilities. As per him, both Ong's intelligence and strength are full of potential. As such, he turns his attention toward his daughter, Li Yu, and asks if she is interested in him. Obviously, this makes Li Yu embarrassed. Also, tell me why her uniform is see-through while her father's is not. That's some misogyny, if I've ever seen it. Later that night, everyone is enjoying the feast the C2 family has prepared. At the table, Sun Gong raises his glass and, on behalf of all the citizens living in the city, thanks the warriors for all their efforts, even paying special respects to those who fell in the fight. In addition, there's also a note from Ong, who saved his daughter from certain death. However, Ong tells him that it was his honor and something he should have done as a warrior. Hence, he emphasizes that there is no need for the sect leader to thank him. All of a sudden, Yao Tong intervenes and smacks Ong on the head, asking why he is drinking even though he is not of age yet. But Ong just gets angry. Apparently, he is already an adult, and all warriors need to be at least 18 years of age in order to participate in the warrior exam. Though this is something the commander of the city should already know. Seeing this, Ji Yao exclaims that Yao Tong just wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge on Ong, whereas Sun Gong also chuckles, happy that Ong is already an adult. As he says this, he looks over in Li Yu's direction, who is seen embarrassed and pouting. As it turns out, earlier at the arena, Sun Gong was telling Li Yu how impressed he was with Ong's fight, claiming that his talent and potential are no less than hers. As such, even she, who thinks of herself as higher than everyone else, would feel attracted to him as well, but all this has left Li Yu's brain in overdrive. Inside her mind, she breaks down from embarrassment, announcing that her father should let her be attracted or whatnot without putting any pressure on her. Nevertheless, she tells her father not to be ridiculous. Not to mention, Ong is a pervert who ripped her Jai apart when he woke up. Back at the feast, Sue Ji was left mesmerized by all the delicious food and begins taking pictures of it. On the other hand, Lan asks how Ong managed to fight off the one-fin demon all by himself. Consequently, Yao Tan explains that Ong has the ability to take a portion of a core's strength and use it to temporarily increase his strength. Even Ji Yao chimes in, adding that his ability is similar to the one commanders used to utilize the core's raw strength, and Ong, allegedly, unlocked that ability when his life was at stake. But still, it is an incredibly dangerous technique, and since he has never received any training for it, it will cause a huge strain on his body. If he keeps up his current actions, this could cause major, irreversible injuries. There, Qi Yao, where also reveals that Ong and Yao Tong sparred just before the feast, stating that although Ong showed impressive strength in the bout, it is evident he needs more training or else his body will not be able to tolerate the backlash of this technique. But little does everyone know, our secretive little boy has already absorbed 2 one-fin demon cores. Not only that, but one of them also happens to belong to a wood type, meaning he can now regenerate himself, and because of this, Ong's frail body is now indestructible, even if it cannot handle the destructive nature of the technique. But it's not like he can just come out and say this, and a better option for him is to keep his mouth closed and let the commander think his power is just an ability similar to theirs. Hearing this, his entire team is left impressed. Suddenly, Yao Tong speaks up again, claiming that Li Yu and Ong were originally going to be punished for sneaking out at night, but since they have taken down a one-fin, they have redeemed themselves and gotten some leniency. But this is nothing to be happy about. The team competition is still underway, and their squad is the lowest rated one. Well, not like that's going to stop this team of rookies. Ong proclaims that our team aims to reach the top. With this, a month passes by after the demon wave, and the competition reaches its peak. Because of this, the other teams began taking A-rank missions as well, trying to earn as many points as possible, and this resulted in there not being enough missions. Ultimately, the team then opts for a new plan, betting using points. They decide to target other teams, challenge them, and win their points. And their target? None other than the cocky senior squad known as the Black Gun. And just with a little provocation, the target gets ensnared into the trap. The leader of the Black Gun agrees to bet 10 entire points, which is supposedly a whole lot and is raring to go. And so, a crowd begins gathering at the town battle arena. As the crowd gossips about how absurd the juniors must be to challenge their seniors, regardless, the battle continues. Li Yu is representing the rookie squad, whereas a female member, who happens to be the vice leader of Black Gun, takes the stage with her. There, Ong also warns the leader not to take Li Yu too lightly, telling him that she's not your usual hapless little girl. At last, the battle finally begins. All that is going through Li Yu's mind is the 10 points, and she wants to get it over with. In the blink of an eye, she manages to close the distance between her and her opponent and inserts her green core energy into the foe, rendering her arms useless. In Li Yu's mind, she is delighted at the fact their plan worked out. Apparently, the Black Gun is very strong when they act as a team, but when alone they have no idea how to attack or defend. With this, Li Yu brings the fight to a swift end by targeting the foe's joints and tendons, and she calmly walks away from the battlefield, completely unscathed, proclaiming that the C2 family is best at close-quarter combat. With this, she gets off the stage, once again sending the crowd into gossip mode. However, it doesn't look like the leader of the Black Gun is too amused by that. Angrily, he announces that he will be going up next and asks if the rookies dare take the challenge. To sweeten the pot, he even decides to bet a whopping 20 points. Earning this, Li Yu immediately agrees, but all of a sudden, Ong chimes in, explaining that since their captain just finished fighting, she should take a break and states, "I'll go instead." Of course, the Black Gun leader is not having it, claiming he will only fight with Li Yu, the team leader. However, Ong begins provoking the opposing captain even more, so much so that the leader gets enraged and ultimately agrees to fight against Ong instead. With this, both fighters head into the arena. There, Mr. Masked Man tells Ong that he has changed his weapon to a training weapon. Though he doesn't need to fear death, only intense pain if the shots land. He even gives Ong a chance to choose his own weapon. Nevertheless, after a while of thought, Ong just gets curious about the old weapon he used to use, wondering if it could still be in that place. But for now, he decides to use his fist. Hearing this, the Black Gun leader begins mocking Ong, asking if all newbies are as arrogant as him. He belittles Ong, telling him that he will get no mercy since even a lion uses all its might to hunt down a rabbit. On the other hand, Lan comments on how no one knows Ong's real power. He managed to win a spar against Yao Tong and even killed a one fin on his own. However, Li Yu is seen torn apart. Although impressed by Ong's strength, she is left to question if that guy is really better than her. In her mind, she doesn't want to be weaker than any of the other squad members as the captain. Not to mention, she is constantly getting reminded of what her father said that night. Eventually, the fight finally begins, and as soon as it does, Mr. Masked Man begins running around the battlefield. Apparently, the longer the range of his weapon, the more damage it will do. "I'll pierce 1,000 holes in your body before you even get to reach me," he announces. Meanwhile, Ong decides that there is no need for him to hide his strength any longer. The goal is simple: get first place. And in order to fight against the demon within his body, he needs to exceed the power of his former life. "I need to get stronger than what I was before." Noticing Ong space out for a bit, the foe uses this as his chance and shoots a projectile towards his opponent. Nonetheless, Ong easily dodges the bullet and rushes in to deal damage as well, but also predictable, at least to the Black Gun's leader. As per him, he was sure Ong would rush. And so, he has come prepared with tracking bullets. These sticky, high-speed bullets are not only hard to dodge, but as long as one of them hits, the rest of the bullets will follow suit and hit the target as well. But little does anyone know Ong has the powers of a water type, which he uses to swiftly avoid getting shot. This leaves the opponent in a pickle, as the Black Gun leader tries to back off and maintain some distance. Ong continues ahead, full speed, and this forces the Black Gun's leader to unleash his ultimate attack, the explosive bullet at point-blank range. Alas, Ong is no mere pushover. Utilizing his wood-type powers, he constrains his enemy's movements, causing the gun to misfire into the sky, allowing Ong a chance to disarm his foe. With this, he then lands a kick, bringing the Black Gun's leader to the ground. This marks the end of the battle, and Ong tells the team to hand over the 20 points pronto. From the sidelines, Lan and Sui Ji compliment their teammate, whereas Li Yu is left astonished by the fact that even she couldn't track Ong's speed at the end. Regardless, this gave the rookie squad a whole 30 points. After this incident, many other teams, both younger and older alike, wanted to fight against the squad as well. As such, even Lan and Sui Ji participated in the following days, and slowly but surely, Team Li Yu's points started getting piled up. With each battle, their rank in the team competition rose significantly, and by the end of the month, they had managed to attain the first rank at an incredible speed and finally got the chance to participate in the final competition. The final battle between the top 3 teams will soon begin. Seeing Team Li Yu rise so fast up the rankings, even Chi Yao is taken aback and comments on how it isn't easy to come out on top amongst 9 teams. There, Chi Yao reveals that the squad has been betting their points and has won more than they have lost. However, in her opinion, this is a desperate and risky method. As such, she asks why Yao Tong didn't try and stop them, but he claims that this is all allowed. The team relied on their strength to earn these points, and hence there was no reason to stop what they were doing. To begin with, the team is pretty. Although Anga and Li Yu shine out, Lan and Sui Ji are not jokes as well and have commendable skills. Together, the 3 squadron leaders head into the arena where the final match is being held. As they enter, Chi Yao comments on how it has been years since a new team joined the finals, and as a result, word has spread like wildfire. Nevertheless, as they enter, they are greeted by the other 2 teams, who are already there and sitting around. These squads are named Starflower, Chi Yao's winning squad, and Brilliant Squad, Chi Yao's winning split, who both seem kind of surprised at a new, unnamed team reaching the finals. On the other hand, Team Li Yu is in the middle of the arena, warming up for the battle that is about to come. There, Lan reveals that their opponents are quite famous in Helios City, and there are even rumors that the newbies who will take the place of the commanders will be from these 2 groups. Hearing this, Ong is impressed and exclaims, "Our team's to work a little harder then." In his mind, there is no way they can lose. Although his frail body is a weakness, he still has his secret abilities under his sleeves, and this makes him think it shouldn't be a problem for them to get first place. Rather, he is more concerned about what their reward will be after attaining victory. All of a sudden, Ji Yao enters the battlefield and calls out to the rest of the teams. There, as the Starflower and Brilliance squad gather, it is revealed that they have a striking rivalry between them. Anyways, with everyone already gathered up, the event is about to begin. And so, Yao Tong explains that the finals have been split into 2 segments, team competition and solo battle. The rules and further details will be revealed once the competition begins, and the results will be based on the team's points. Moreover, to motivate the rookies more, Ji Yao claims they will show them the competition's reward. And what might that be, you wonder? Well, the winning team will be allowed to stay an intern at a B-rank city for a week. Hearing this, everyone goes crazy with excitement. To all the warriors, this is a highly enticing reward. However, it looks like Ong is surprised by everyone's reaction. Regardless, the event begins. Yao Tong orders the team leaders to come forth and draw the lots. And as they do so, the rest of the teams begin chatting and gossiping. There, Ong explains why he is shocked. But in his time, the cities weren't really split into ranks. They were all fighting for themselves in order to survive. As Suijiyu told him, Helios is a C-rank city, the lowest rank, and it goes all the way up to A rank. Apparently, the rank of the city is decided by the strength and ability level of the warriors inside. Cities with 1 or 2 fin cores are regarded as C-rank cities, whereas 3, 4, or even 5 core warriors are categorized as A-rank cities. However, there is one place that exceeds all of them. This place is the only S-rank city and is known as the Breakdown Dawn City, also known as the City of Hope. According to him, it is situated right in the center of the kingdom and is supposedly enormous. Not only do they have warriors with a core of 6-fin demon, they also have the strongest 7-fin core warrior. Recalling all of this, he remarks on how flashy this City of Hope sounds and wonders how it would be compared to the city he led back in his original time. Also, there isn't a guarantee that his city is still standing after that huge 60-year war. In addition to this, he begins to remember his old comrade. Suddenly, Lon and Suijiyu bring him back to the real world and tell them it's their time to shine since they are the first ones up. The battle has been decided to be between the Brilliance Squad and Team Liu. There, Suijiyu and Lon talk about how they should come up with a cool name for their group as well. Regardless, the battle finally begins with the commander's words. As soon as it does, the Brilliance Squad tries to target one member of the opponent team each, whereas Team Liu decides to fight on as a team. But the Brilliance Squad notices their behavior and changes their strategy on the spur, deciding to target the leader, aka Liu, first. Alas, things aren't so easy. Banding together, the rookie squad covers their leader and Liu heads forth, straight into the opponent leader. Seeing this, the Brilliance Squad leader gets a bit annoyed, questioning if this pipsqueak thinks she can face him alone. As a result, he too rushes forward to attack. However, just before they both collide, he unleashes a light attack. Concentrating a huge amount of energy into his hands, he creates a bright beam of light that blinds everyone. Seeing this, Liu tells her team to cover their eyes and protect themselves and notices that this attack has even affected his teammates in the process. On top of the podium, the commanders are watching the battle unfold, and Yao Tong comments on how the Brilliance leader is still using these kinds of fighting tricks. Although this might be useful in solo battles, his team is affected when they are fighting together. And even Chi Yao knows this, as no matter how many times she has tried to explain it to the boy, he refuses to listen, making him think that the rookies still need to encounter setbacks from him to make his style change. Back on the field, the leader, Cockley, thinks that there is no way a newbie like Liu would be able to take such an attack head-on. Consequently, he claims that the rest of the team will soon fall if their leader is brought down, and he woos in for the kill, announcing, "I don't care if you are from the city family." And his speculation looks to be correct. Liu is so caught up in covering herself up that she has left herself wide open for any attacks. Nonetheless, this is a team battle. Out of nowhere, Ong chimes in and stops the Brilliance leader. Stopping the attack, he pushes his opponent backward and even lands a heavy kick. There, Ong also appears to be wearing a visor and a water. Seeing this, the foe questions when Ong got his hands on such an item, but, as it turns out, he had it on him. Using the water element power, he reduced the blinding attack and allowed himself to stay unaffected. All of a sudden, the light stops and Li finds Ong standing in front of her. Seeing him, she questions when he came here, but Ong, just as quickly as he appears, heads back, telling her, "I'll leave the rest to you. Finish him off." All the while, Li Yu is still left amazed by how Ong defeated the opponent leader, that too when everyone else was blinded. And so, she decides to rush in and end things once and for all. Seeing her come, the foe is still arrogant, thinking he can just use his light attack again and stop Li Yu's movements. However, when he tries to do it, he notices that he cannot move his arms in the least. As it turns out, Ong's kick dislocated his shoulder, rendering him unable to fend off the incoming blow. Consequently, Li Yu punches him into touch and begins pouring her green core energy into him, claiming that battles should be finished quickly. Meanwhile, Ong was just relaxing. He just scurried from place to place, helping Lan and Sui Jiyu here and there. However, his teammates were quite good themselves and started to get better and better at their battles. Eventually, Li Yu brings down the brilliant squad leader and questions if the rest of the team is still up to fight. Also, the enemy refuses to keep going. Exhausted to the bone, and the battle comes to an end. Although the commanders were expecting this, there Ji Yao comments on how Ong still hasn't used his special abilities. Anyways, with this, the brilliant squad exits the battlefield and from the sidelines. Starflower is left taken aback by seeing their long-term rivals losing. The leader asks if this is due to Li Yu and her amazing power, but the brilliant squad leader just claims he took them lightly. Regardless, he decides to give his rival team a fair warning of what they can expect going forward. As such, the next team enters the battlefield and the leaders seem to be a bit unnerved by what she has just been told. Soon enough, the fight begins and the Starflower leader tells her members to not be bothered by what the brilliant squad told them. If they just follow according to what they have trained, they will easily be able to take on their foes. With this, they rush Team Li Yu in order to bring them down as soon as possible. Also, it's not like Team Li Yu has come unprepared. Seeing them come, Lan punches the ground and creates a barrier around his team. As a result, Lan then uses his demonic power to cause some branches to appear and surround the foes. As a result, once they have stopped, Lan dashes at them at full speed, covered by the barrier he just created. This causes everyone to disperse and the Starflower's formation is quickly shattered. Their plans have already begun to unravel, and the leader orders everyone to regroup quickly. But like that is going to happen. In the blink of an eye, Li Yu and Sui Jiyu both attack the opponent leader together. Being put in a disadvantageous situation, the elder calls out to her teammates for help, but as it turns out, all three of them already have their hands full with Ong and Lan. There, Ong looks to be dealing with two foes at the same time effortlessly. Seeing this, the leader recalls what the Brilliance squad told them. As per the Brilliance leader, Ong is the strongest one in the entire group as he is able to connect the entire battlefield together. Remembering this causes the leader to get distracted. Thanks to this, Li Yu is able to get closer to her and, using her agility core, sneaks behind her, putting her in a leg lock and choking her out. And so, this marks Team Li Yu's victory in this battle as well. This brings the team competitions to an end, and next up are the solo battles. As per the commanders, anyone can challenge any member of any group. As such, both the leader of Starflower and Brilliance Squad immediately proclaim that I want to challenge Team Li Yu's Ong. Obviously, though, this is not allowed. As Yao Tong explains, solo battles can only be 1 versus 1 and tells the leaders to decide who is going up first. However, has something else in mind. In order to conserve time and to try something new, he tells them, why don't both of you fight me instead? With this, the battle begins. Thinking this is the last battle, Ong claims he should take this seriously. On the other hand, both the opponents are annoyed at being underestimated but are raring to go, wanting to make Ong regret his arrogance. As such, Ji Yao clarifies that the rules are the same as before. The battle will not end until one side has admitted defeat or if they lost all ability to compete. Finally, she signals the fight to begin and, in the blink of an eye, Starflower and Brilliance rush full speed at their foe. Apparently, they have a plan crafted up and they both remind each other to follow it. Of course, Ong doesn't just stay standing and instead tries to take the initiative. He dashes towards the Brilliance squad leader and closes the distance in a flash. Seeing this, Starflower calls out to her ally, who is left enraged at how he is being thought of as a pushover. Stop looking down on me, he announces as he prepares to unleash his light attack. But this leaves Starflower distressed, thinking he is already skipping to the crucial step of the plan. In a flashback, both of them are seen discussing their plan. As it turns out, Brilliance was the one who proposed they both work together in order to continue competing and even get a chance to go to the B-rank city. He was also the one who created the plans and handed the Starflower leader a pair of visors. As per him, These will shield her eyes from his light attack, and the moment Ong is blinded, they have to just hit in with everything they got. However, this visor is a rare item, so much so that Starflower is surprised she was handed this. Also, this much is necessary. Bringing down Ong is no mere joke, and if they want to go to the B-rank city, they need to work together. Moreover, he tells her to watch out for the signal. As soon as she sees him using his flash, she has to attack immediately. Back at the battlefield, Brilliance proclaims that this flash is 5 times stronger than the previous one and tells Ong to take it head-on. Even the commanders are left taken aback by how powerful the attack is, and Chi Yao even remarks on how his core won't be able to handle using this much energy in one go. Even her busty queen Sui Ji was affected, since she is unable to take her pictures. Regardless, Starflower is sure that Ong must have been blinded, at least for a bit. As such, she plans to max out her speed and take him down as quickly as possible. Using her visor, she manages to locate him, despite the bright light, and rushes to take him down, once and for all. But they don't call Ong the strongest warrior for anything. I was right. You're the one in charge of attacking me, he announces while looking Starflower dead in the eyes, uncovering their plan in a second. Seeing him unfazed, she is left perplexed and paralyzed by fear. At that moment, she feels as though she is being preyed upon by a beast, as if she is going to be drowned in the ice-cold sea. There, Ong uses his water element powers and creates a fist, capturing Starflower in place and causing her to shriek in pain. Hearing this, Brilliance questions why he is the one screaming when she is the one who is supposed to attack. However, little does she know that their masterful plan has already collapsed. In fact, she is the one getting squeezed to death, and in addition, her visor has been knocked off, leaving her unable to see anything. On the other hand, Ong is still more than ready to go. Seeing this time, he heads in for the kill, using his wood-type powers to smack Brilliance in the face. And so, both the opponents fall to the ground. All the while, Yao Tong is watching the fight from above and seeing a dust storm kicked off right after the flash. He thinks that the kids might be in danger. Consequently, he jumps down onto the stage. However, once there, he is left speechless after sensing Ong's intense demonic aura as he announces it's over. From the sidelines, the rest of the team is watching and, upon seeing Yao Tong intervene, wonder if their leaders have maybe won. Of course, Liu chimes in, refuting this, claiming it's most likely Ong who has achieved victory. And just like she said, Ong emerges out of the battle unscathed, with a bright smile on his face and 2 unconscious foes. Seeing their teammate win, the team is all hyped up. Lon asks how he managed to attack despite the strong flash, and Ong claims he just stole the visors the opponents were using. There, Liu watches him with skepticism, wondering why she gets a feeling he is hiding something. All of a sudden, Yao Tong approaches the group and announces that they have won the competition and are currently in first place. What's more, he especially compliments Ong, telling him that all his fights were a huge surprise. On the surface, Ong just accepts the praise, but inside his mind, this was just to appease. After all, he is the former strongest warrior, and even with this weak body, these 2 children had no chance against him. Taking into account his past battle experience, this was akin to bullying. Anyway, now that Team Liu has won, they have gotten their hand on the reward. Tomorrow, they will travel through the underground tunnel and make their way toward the nearest B-rank city, where they will begin the week's internship. Hearing this, the entire group is excited. With this, the event now comes to an end. The team is ordered to head back and prepare for tomorrow. Therefore, the rookies go back to their lodging, gossiping about what they will do once they go to the city. As they walk off, they leave the commanders alone, and Chi Yao talks about how truly terrifying Ong is. As per him, if he were to unleash all this power, even the commanders would have a tough time against him. In response, Yao Tong proclaims that he doesn't belong here. He will keep moving forward. There, Chi Yao also remarks on how Yao Tong's idea to take the children via the underground tunnel is a good idea since it is safer than the surface route. Regardless, they will still have to be on alert since a couple of non-fish demons slip in here and there. Nonetheless, even the rookie squad alone is enough to deal with some non-fish, so there shouldn't be any issues. Apparently, the underground tunnels are confusing tunnels used for transport and travel in the past. But now, they have been abandoned and are only used as a method to travel between cities. But that doesn't mean that they are safe. Suddenly, a soldier is seen running away for dear life when he is chopped in half. From behind, a 2-fin demon walks out, wondering how do you get lost underground. This terrifying monster begins wandering around in the tunnels, leaving behind a massacre wherever he goes. His killing record: 21 rookies, 9 one-fin warriors, and 2 two-fin warriors. Now that's a good kill streak, if I've ever seen one. The next day, Team Liu, accompanied by Yao Tang, makes their journey toward the B-rank city. There, Sui Jiyu is absolutely astounded about the underground tunnels, revealing this is the first time she's ever even heard of them. She questions how long this place was built, and Yao Tang explains that it was here even before he was born. Consequently, she then asks if people still use it, seeing how it looks really deserted. As such, Yao Tang teaches them what happened. After the Battle of the Breaking Dawn, where many warriors lost their lives, there was a significant decrease in the number of elite soldiers, leading to the humans being rendered unable to initiate a huge land expansion or multiple missions. In addition to this, the energy crystals they heavily rely on for survival began to slowly diminish as well, and due to the lack of supply, they got short on energy and power. Eventually, this all combined, and the huge underground network, which was built during the era of the strongest warrior, was gradually abandoned. Learning this, the team turns towards Ong, talking about how the strongest warrior shares the same name as him. To this, Ong begins acting cocky and in turn, pisses off Yao Tang, who scolds him for making jokes using the greatest soldier of humanity. This leads to a small, shared laugh. Nonetheless, they must continue their journey, and Yao Tang leads the way, telling everyone to stay aware of their surroundings. All the while, Ong is seen carefully gazing at these tunnel ruins with sadness in his eyes. "I'm ashamed. The plans for these tunnels were suggested by me back then," he proclaims. In addition, there is one thing wrong with what Yao Tang just told them. While this place is called the Underground Tunnels, it is actually a huge maze of the underground network, and it wasn't just used to link up small and big cities, rather it was the safest and most prosperous trading route. However, never did he imagine that his greatest plan would be abandoned and turned into ruins soon after his death. Regardless, as the group pushes forward, Lan asks if the energy crystals Yao Tang was talking about are similar to the demon cores they used. And Yao Tang explains that is correct. These crystals can be thought of as a combination of the demon's core. Though a single core provides significant strength, upon refining these cores, one can create a huge one, dubbed the energy crystal. These are apparently strong enough to be able to power an entire city. Because of this, many high-ranking cities would organize demon hunts to collect these demonic cores and refine them into crystals, and these would then be distributed among cities as per the rankings. Moreover, the reason why the rookies are following Yao Tang to the B-rank city Pether is not only to obtain experience and knowledge, but also to obtain the lion's share of the energy crystals. Understanding all this, Sui Jiyu questions what would happen if the city's energy cores were completely depleted and there were no extra cores, and Yao Tang reveals that, in that case, their city would become completely paralyzed. Without the energy these crystals provide, normal life would be unable to continue, and the city's most important functions, such as defense weapons and machines, would be rendered useless. Not to mention, if these protective mechanisms are no longer able to function, this would result in people having to be forced out of their homes in order to take refuge somewhere else, a huge calamity for the city. But, as it turns out, there's no need for concern. Helios isn't a large city as it is, and the current energy crystals they have provide them with enough energy to get through 3 months. On the other hand, warriors head over to Pether City to collect the crystals for future preparation, not because the city is in danger, just like how they are now. Anyway, being the thoughtful leader he is, Yao Tang warns everyone to stay careful. Not only does the Pether City have many two-fin warriors, they even have 2 three-fin warriors. Moreover, one of these 3-fin warriors was able to achieve a synchronization rate a whopping 69%. Hearing this, everyone is left astounded. Everyone but Ong, who used to have a synchronization rate of 96 back in his prime. All of a sudden, Sui Jiyu notices a red button on the wall and tries to push it. Noting this, Ong yells at her to stop, prompting Yao Tang enough time to dash in and smack Sui Jiyu in the head. As per him, this button is an emergency button to forcibly close the tunnels. It is used to close down the tunnels and separate them from cities if an emergency ever arises. Upon pushing the button, a thick steel wall will close off the tunnels, and this is an absolutely last measure. There, Ong is delighted to see the most important ability of the tunnels is still working properly. Suddenly, he senses an intense bloodlust coming from in front of them. Sensing this, he immediately powers up his core and summons his weapon. Soon after, Yao Tang also takes note of the bloodlust, amazed at how Ong was able to detect it even before he was. However, this is not the time to be amazed. He orders the rest of the team to get into formation and prepare for battle. In just a short while, a pool of blood begins coming in their direction. Seeing this, Yao Tong realizes this is coming from Peather City and wonders what could have happened there. Suddenly, a figure approaches them, a figure they realize to be one of the soldiers from Peather. As soon as this guy unites with the Helios warriors, he collapses to the ground and reveals that it was a demonic wave. A demon wave attacked the Peather City, and they were forced to raise the city abandonment siren already. Listening to this, Yao Tong is left perplexed and disillusioned. Liu tries to ask what this means and if they should hurry up and provide them support, but is all but futile. They learn that, regardless of the city, the abandonment siren is raised only in one situation, when all the warriors in the city have already perished. This leaves everyone disheartened, especially Ong, who wonders just how many people must have lost their lives to the demons. All of a sudden, a shining beam of light appears from deeper in the tunnel. This light snatches up the Peather City warrior, dragging him towards the demon who has just revealed itself. Seeing even more humans, this monster questions, why are there still people here? To him, if he doesn't kill every moving thing, he won't be able to report his mission as a success. With this, the beast then rips the warrior's head clean off and announces, "Let's continue to kill them all." Seeing so many prey right in front of him, the demon begins wondering about who he should kill first and comes to the conclusion that Lon looks to be a good first target and unleashes his weapon. As the attack hurls at Lon at top speed, he is left unable to ever react to it. However, in the blink of an eye, Yao Tong comes in and pushes Lon to the side, trying to intercept the strike. However, even the third commander of Helios City is unable to withstand the force and ultimately just deflects the attack upwards, which is the most he could do. Seeing this, the demon is excited, claiming Yao Tong is pretty good, at least better than the ones from before. On the other hand, Yao Tong is left speechless. A two-finned demon, a tomb of fire element, is their current foe. Not to mention that the attack just now was way stronger than what he expected and has rendered him unable to take another one of these attacks head-on. All of this makes one thing clear in his mind: now isn't the time to be fighting. Instead, his main priority must be to protect the kids, and with no other option, the best method to do so is to escape. Consequently, Yao Tong grabs everyone and makes a run for it. Of course, the demon won't allow this to happen so easily. In the blink of an eye, he begins dashing to capture his prey and closes the distance without breaking a sweat. Seeing him come closer and closer, Liu suggests that they push the emergency closure button, but all their plans are to no avail. Before they can get past the steel wall, the demon catches up to them, claiming you all will die. At that moment, just as the entire group faces death, Ong decides to man up and intervene. He pushes his comrades forward, allowing them to get past the metal wall. Obviously, the demon doesn't just give up and continues to run after his prey, but, like the Chad he is, Ong presses the closure button, closing the wall behind him and protecting his allies. Liu, Suijiu, and Lon all call out to him, telling him to join them, but that is not possible. In a flash, the wall closes, isolating Ong in the process. There, Yao Tong reveals that Ong told him to protect those three before he pushed them ahead. As a result, he tells everyone to calm down for a moment. As per him, their comrade has created a chance for them to survive, and they cannot let that go to waste. However, everyone has qualms about just leaving Ong to fend for himself. Although he is pretty overpowered, his opponent this time is a two-finned demon, and even Ong will not get away unscathed from such a powerful foe. Consequently, Liu suggests they break open the metal door and rescue their teammate, but that is not happening. The wall is reinforced by alloys and even unique materials, making it impossible for them to break it. Apparently, the wall can even withstand attacks from a three-finned demon and is not so easy to break open. Even though it is pitiful, there is nothing the warriors can do in this situation. But despite this, the team asks him to think of something, anything they can do to aid their teammate. Alas, there is nothing. Yao Tong claims that even if Ji Yao and Qi Yao show up to help, there's still no certainty that they will defeat their foe. Just then he remembers something. There is another route they can take. As it turns out, the tunnels are split into different routes, and one of the ways leads to an A-rank city by the name of Brian. If they hurry, they can go to Brian and ask him for help. Thereupon, the group rushes full speed toward this city. On the way, Yao Tong reveals that the fact they have decided to head to this city means, regardless of the state of the B-rank city, they all believe that Ong can definitely survive till they make it back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Ong kicks the demon back and takes on his semi-demon form, claiming, "I can finally use all of my strength." Seeing this, the demon is left distraught and questions if the person in front of him is either a demon or a human. But this is a question that even Ong is unsure of. All he knows is if the demon went full power from the start, it would have forced him to transform in front of his team, something he would like to avoid. But now he can go all out and comments on how his opponent's fire element has piqued his curiosity. Soon enough, the battle begins and Ong uses his wood-type abilities to attack the demon. Nevertheless, this is antidotal. The demon's fire element perfectly counters his wood abilities and he burns all the branches to ash, announcing, "I'll eat you and turn you into my source of power." As such, it prepares a huge fireball and sends it towards Ong. In response, Ong uses this chance to close the distance, a bad decision in the demon's mind. To it, Ong cannot even touch him without burning to a crisp. But little does she know, our boy is no mere pushover. Not only does he possess the wood abilities, but he also has the power of the water element, using which he pierces his hand into the demon's body. In addition, he then decapitates it, retrieving its core and marking his victory against such a fearsome opponent. However, he has no time to bask in the glory of his victory. All of a sudden, a huge horde of fiendish demons come running at him, making him think they must have been attracted by the sound of the battle. Nevertheless, he has gotten his hands on this two-finned fire element core. With this, he then begins absorbing the core's energy, announcing the devil's fire will become my power. And absorbing this power gives him the edge to transform into a two-fin himself. Now, it is time to test out his newly acquired abilities. Recalling how his former foe used his powers, he shoots a huge fireball towards his foes, reducing them to ash in a matter of seconds. Having flattened the area, Ong continued his journey towards Peather City, only to find that the B-rank city was completely razed to the ground. As he walks around inspecting the area, he finds corpses everywhere and concludes that the demon wave that attacked the city must have been a high-ranked one. Moreover, he even sees the aftermath of all the casualties and begins seeing the damages. There, he notes that the amount of power needed to cause this much destruction must have belonged to a three-fin demon. But how can that be? Wasn't the B-rank city supposed to have two three-fin warriors? What happened to them? Suddenly, a crow catches his attention, leading to him looking up and finding the corpses of these two warriors hung from branches. Seeing this, Ong retrieves their bodies and places them on the ground, telling them both rest in peace. As he lays rest to his comrades, the brutal reality of this war burdens him. All of a sudden, a young boy appears out of nowhere. Thinking of Ong as a demon, the boy tries to chase him away. In his eyes, Ong looks like a high-ranked demon, one who can transform into human form. In addition, he reveals that his life was saved by these warriors and also he will not allow their bodies to be desecrated any further. The young boy, holding a knife in his hand, is prepared to sacrifice his, and Ong is left troubled by this. He didn't think there would be survivors and his appearance is sure to terrify if any did pop. Alas, that is not the only problem. In the blink of an eye, several no-fin demons appear and attack the boy. Nevertheless, Ong manages to spot them and heads in to save the boy's life. After knocking the demons away, he begins healing the boy, who is injured but still alive. All the while, he curses at how there are still demons hiding in the city. There, the boy's life begins to flash before his eyes and he asks Ong, "Are you a demon or a human?" However, he uses his last breaths in uttering these words and passes on to the afterlife, dying in Ong's hands. His words strike deeply into Ong's head and he begins to wonder, am I currently a demon or a human? Regardless, now is not the time for such things. At the moment, he is on a battlefield and is surrounded by attackers. There, Ong stands back on his feet. To him, it doesn't really matter what he is. There is only one thing that will never change for him, his determination to kill all the demons. With this, he jumps in headfirst at the horde. Using his fire powers, he launches himself at full speed in the missile and incinerates anything in the area, burning them up into mistiness, causing havoc. He begins getting accustomed to his new powers and begins thinking up ways he can utilize them to the best of their abilities. As a result, he decides to check out a new move on another target. Grabbing one of the demons by the throat, he implants his fire energy into it and sends it straight down towards the horde. And as soon as the demon lands, it explodes, painting the scene of fiery hell. All the while, Ong is just amazed at what he is capable of now. He has just unlocked the new skill demon bombs and he realizes that his ingenuity will help him come up with more and more ideas to attack. On the other hand, seeing the immense power their foe possesses, the rest of the no-fin demons try to make a break for it. They immediately begin to run and flee, but like that's going to happen. Ong notices this immediately and jumps in their way, blocking them and announcing, "It's too late for you bastards. With this, he destroys all the demons in the area. Regardless, he still needs to complete their purpose. Although he was originally looking forward to spending a week here with his teammates, they came here to collect energy crystals from the city. Even though the Helios City's core can sustain them for 3 months, the roads to Pether are currently closed. Because of the mass murder that just took place. And all this means is that if they don't bring back a crystal, the city will eventually run out of energy and be placed in danger later. Therefore, the first order of business is to find the place that hides the crystal in Pether City and take one back. Alas, he has no idea where to start looking. All that lays in front of him are ruins of this former B-rank city, and he can't just run around aimlessly, hoping to happen upon some crystals. As such, he decides to utilize the resources he has on hand, his demonic powers. Using the wood-type element's power, he extends his branches throughout the entire city. As per him, all the crystals must have been stored together, and there should be energy fluctuations around them. He plans to use these fluctuations to pinpoint the location of the crystal. And just like he planned, begins spreading his vines. He extends it so far that they even reach the underground, where he finally gets a hit. Although the fluctuation is weak, the location is underground, and this must mean the crystal should have been well protected. Consequently, he heads into the underground system and jumps in. On the way down, he looks to his side and finds the energy system that maintains this B-rank city. There, he even hears automated sirens, telling all warriors to guard the energy crystals. Using this broadcast, he reaches the storage room but is left flabbergasted after seeing that demons have even managed to get into this place. He sees the facility all bloody up and littered with the bodies of these warriors desperately trying to protect their energy crystal. But as fate has it, they failed to do so. The demons have ruined all the crystals here. All of this leads on to make only one conclusion. The demons that enter here had a goal. They wanted to destroy all the crystals. Not only that, the wave must have been intended to attack this place, making him realize that the demons he knew had become much more clever than before. This leaves him with no viable crystal that he can bring back, leaving him in a difficult place. As a result, he decides to head to the military base and stock up on some supplies and equipment. As it turns out, the city desperately needs some crystals and he must find some. If his team and Yao Tong have issues coming back, Helios City will be paralyzed and everyone will be put in danger. I must find a new city within 3 months and then bring the energy crystal back to Helios City, he proclaims. And so, he sets off to the base and gets his hands on a badass quad bike. With this and a cool new coat and glasses, he sets off on his adventure to find a new city in the wilderness. Apparently, the wilderness outside the city has never been explored and the mist will thicken when night falls. On the way, he comes across some desert terrain where he finds huge cities that have been covered by sandstorms in the past. Although these places used to be teeming with humans in the past, they are now all broken and have probably become the nest of demons. Anyway, he looks towards a map he has and begins heading in the direction of a new city. However, as he makes his journey, there seems to be someone lurking in the shadows. Upon missing Ong's quad bike, this figure cuts a rope, making him fall into a booby trap. All of a sudden, a huge pile of wood falls in Ong's way, forcing him to stop and get out of the vehicle to survey what's going on. At first, he thought it might have been a demon or something, but these ropes indicate something else. In that moment, a woman wielding a gun appears, pointing her weapon at Ong. She orders him to not move and asks who he is. She questions if Ong is from a hunting team and demands to know his name. As it turns out, hunting teams are warriors that do not live in the cities. They live on small grounds and their abilities are usually extremely high and specialized. But this is not favorable for Ong, who was hoping to avoid these teams. Once again, the girl demands to know his identity and Ong tries to defend himself, claiming that he is not a part of a hunting team. He proclaims to be a simple human warrior that's passing through the place. There, he also adds that hunting teams traverse the wilderness outside the cities with no singular base. Their sole purpose is to search and source for items and resources and are equipped with weapons. Back in the desert, the girl isn't buying his story. She questions what a lone warrior is doing in a place like this and speculates that he must be a scout from the Silver Wolf hunting team. Obviously, Ong has never even heard of this group before and once again tries to clear up this misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the girl doesn't want to listen. Out of the blue, she shoots a warning shot right next to Ong's legs, telling him to shut up. As per the girl, the Silver Wolf is a bunch of scum, lower than even demons. Threateningly, she questions if any of her comrades from the branded guns is still alive, but Ong has no idea what she is talking about. He is at least able to piece up the fact that her team was attacked by this Silver Wolf, but still, this has nothing to do with him. He announces that as of now, there is no way he can prove his innocence, but still, getting held at gunpoint isn't going to let them talk. As such, the girl lowers her weapon. However, this proves to be a fatal mistake. All of a sudden, Ong senses the presence of a group nearby and suddenly turns back to take a look. In that moment, out of nowhere, a few bullets hit the girl right in the arms, causing her to fall to the ground. As it turns out, this was caused by the Silver Wolf scouting team, a duo of rowdy thugs who want to capture any remnants of the branded gun. On the other hand, the girl is rendered powerless. Her arms have been put out of commission, so much so that she cannot even raise them. As such, the Silver Wolf members get to her and are pretty excited to see how hot she is. To them, this enemy that their nighttime fun is already taken care of. Nonetheless, Ong decides to chime in and kicks the thug away, and they say chivalry is dead. There, he proclaims that although he doesn't like to get involved in private grudges between teams, it is obvious to him that the Silver Wolf is pretty awful. Not to mention, he isn't in a very good mood today and warns them, telling them all to flip off. With this, he also lets out a partial transformation, sending the thugs into a frenzy. They deem Ong as a demon and try and kill him. However, he is not too amused by being held at gunpoint twice in a single day. In the blink of an eye, he grasps the gun, crushing it with his insane grip strength. Not only that, he even uses his wood element powers to send the thug flying. Seeing all this, the Silver Wolf member is left perplexed. Even though Ong has a core embedded in his chest, his demonic powers say otherwise, and he questions if Ong is a human or a demon. Alas, Ong replies that doesn't concern you. And so, he marches toward this ruffian group and begins the pain train, leading to the entire desert being filled with their shrieks. Soon enough, he takes care of both of them and begins healing the girl. Fortunately, the bullet went through her arm and avoided any vital injury, but still, the damaged muscles must be repaired. Here, the girl is left shocked by how her injury is instantaneously healed and wonders if this might be a skill. Apparently, she has heard that only quadruple core warriors have skills, and these skills are known to trigger unique phenomena. This makes her think that Ong is a 5-core warrior. In turn, Ong begins to think. In his mind, he has gotten significantly stronger after absorbing the 2-fin core and has far surpassed the 2-fin power level. Nevertheless, she announces he is just a mere 2-core warrior whose abilities are just a bit unique. Regardless, this too is no small feat, and the girl thanks him for saving her life. Moreover, she apologizes for pointing a gun at him. Of course, he forgives and in exchange just asks if she knows how to get to the nearest city. But, upon hearing this, the girl freezes for a second. She states that she knows how to get there but wants to tag along as well. Obviously, Ong has some qualms about this. I mean, they have met for the first time and not in good circumstances. So why can she trust him so much? Consequently, the girl reveals that the nearest city is a small C-rank city by the name of Sunwai Town. However, this place has been taken over by the Silver Wolf hunting team. Learning of this, she and her teammates tried to rescue the town from these bandits but failed miserably. As a result, her comrades were also captured. She explains that, although they had a good chance at victory, they didn't know that the Silver Wolf leader had just recently broken into becoming a 3-core warrior, which greatly increased his strength. The branded guns leader was only a 2-core warrior and couldn't keep up, and she's the only one who managed to survive. And so, if rescuing the city doesn't affect any of your plans, I was wondering if you could help. She asks of Ong with puppy eyes that no one could say no to. She even goes so far as to state she will assist him in everything she can do. Learning all of this, Ong reveals that although hunting teams began popping up in his time, under his rule, they didn't have a chance to do such ridiculous things. And now they have gone so far as to take over cities. What on earth is the management doing? All of a sudden, the girl adds that the Silver Wolf has supposedly taken over the city to obtain the energy crystal, though she has no idea what they plan to do with it. And at last, these words trigger Ong, pissed that they would even snatch away a regular city's energy origin. He tells the girl to take me there, claiming that all these events have made him furious to no end. And so, the duo begins heading into the town as night falls. There, they decide to hide their car somewhere near the town. As they do so, Ong expresses how he has no recollection of this town. Nevertheless, they have to get the job done, and they begin heading to the city walls on foot. However, all of a sudden, many non-fin demons pop out of the darkness of the forest, pouncing on them to attack. Alas, they are no match for Ong, who uses his wood-type abilities to quickly constrain the demons. As per him, Killing these monsters would only cause issues later on since demons would get attracted to the smell of blood, telling the girl to follow. All the while, the girl is captivated by Ong's coolness. "He's so strong," she proclaims, thinking she now has hope to free her comrades. With this, they approach the city gates but are left confused upon seeing that no guards are stationed on the lookout. Even the doors are wide open and they see a man frantically running out. This man, carrying his child in his arms, is being chased by two men of the Silver Wolf team, who mercilessly smash the man's head into the ground. Seeing this, the girl immediately gets enraged and begins aiming for these thugs' heads. Nevertheless, Ong tells her to lower her weapon, even though Ichu is infuriated after witnessing such a heinous act. Shooting now will reveal their location, and instead, he wants to deal with the situation personally in stealth mode. Suddenly, they see something sinister. A demon's arm appears from within the city, grabbing the man and his child and dragging them back inside. Obviously, the duo is left perplexed by this revelation. As per Ong, now that there is a demon in the city, they cannot follow their original plan of attack anymore. Their only chance to save as many people as possible is to take them out one by one. As such, he heads into the city, taking care of the guards who just came out on the way. Consequently, the girl dashes in, surprised to see Ong's efficiency. However, as she closes in, she notices something strange. The skins of the men Ong just took down look rotten, as if they have already been dead for a couple of days already. In addition, everyone in the city is a Silver Wolf member. Meanwhile, Ong is seen going on a rampage and causing havoc. He has realized that he is fighting corpses being controlled by a demon with unique abilities. And since that is the case, there is no need for me to be merciful anymore, he announces. Therefore, in one swift attack, he takes down all the zombies in the area. Now, with no impending danger, he begins to survey the surroundings. There, he finds a weird black aura string attached to the zombies' heads, making him think that this string of aura must be what is controlling them. Apparently, demons with unique abilities tend to work alone, and the best course of action in this situation is to find the culprit and launch a frontal assault. Hence, he orders his partner to go look if there are any other survivors in the town while he heads to save the man and the boy. As such, both of them part ways to fulfill their duties, and Ong quickly rushes into a conspicuous-looking building exuding a sinister aura. Once there, he heads inside through the front door, but finds that his targets have already met their end. What's more, their corpses are being put on display by the demon, who claims that he was saving this father-son duo to play a game of cat and mouse. Nevertheless, the after immediately tried to flee outside the city, crossing the line and pissing the demon off. "Come, let me see who my latest visitor is," the beast arrogantly states. The demon is revealed to be a three-finned demon with a purple core, who can create illusions and control the dead. But Ong is more focused on something else: the three energy crystals behind the demon. He thinks that maybe the demon was attracted here because of the crystals as well, just like how the Silver Wolf was. Nevertheless, a fight cannot be avoided. The demon begins marching towards Ong, surprised to see his appearance, and questions if he is a human or a demon. There, Ong talks about how there must have been a three-core warrior, aka the Silver Wolf leader, here but in front of such a fearsome demon, even he would not be able to stand his ground. Hearing this, the demon orders his minions to come out, and the former leader of the Silver Wolf points towards Ong to attack. In addition, not just the former Silver Wolf members, but all the former warriors of the small city also appear on the battlefield. All of them are under the demon's control and begin moving towards their opponent. All the while, the demon begins chuckling, telling Ong, "Welcome to my party." All the zombies immediately rush on at the same time, leaving him in a pickle. There, he expresses how it's going to be difficult to fight a three-finned demon while he is still in his two-finned form. Nevertheless, this is still pretty good. Fortunately, this is a purple core demon, and if it was a regular three-fin, he might have had more trouble. Purple cores are just not very experienced at fighting battles, and instead, they rely more on their unique abilities to control the direction of the battle. But this can be used against them. In the blink of an eye, Ong deploys his newly acquired fire powers and burns the corpses of all the zombies. Seeing this incredible display, even the demon comments on how his foe doesn't appear to be a regular human. Moreover, one tries to get up, but to no avail. It's already been decided, Ong proclaims. He uses his power to turn all the bodies into ash, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Hearing this, the demon curses him, claiming he has ruined all the treasures he worked so hard to collect. However, Ong reveals that, although not ideal, This method of getting their bodies burned is way less disrespectful than letting them be controlled by the very thing they sought to defeat. Not to mention the fact that, without his minions, this purple core is just a mere pushover. All of a sudden, he dashes into the demon and begins attacking relentlessly. Eventually, he finds an opening and aims towards the enemy's core. However, at that moment, the demon brings out the young boy from before, using him as a meat shield to defend his core. He tries to hide behind the poor boy. This causes Ong to hesitate for a second, giving the demon enough time to counterattack. Using this opportunity, it slashes at Ong's abdomen. Luckily, he's able to avoid any serious injuries thanks to his water element powers. As it turns out, this is no simple purple core demon. This one also possesses the gold element, which makes all his attacks extremely sharp. Nevertheless, the first order of business is to heal his injuries. Though not fatal, it is still deep and Ong deploys his wood powers to close them up. On the other hand, the demon reveals that it might have to take some risks in order to defeat Ong. As such, it decides to use that thing and orders one of his civilian zombies to fetch a vial filled with a conspicuous green liquid. Immediately, the demon begins drinking this liquid, and even though Ong has no idea what this is, he knows it would be dangerous to let his opponent consume it. As a result, he decides to head in without getting completely healed up, wanting to intercept this and not let it happen. Also, he is just a moment too late. As he closes in, the demon is done drinking and a barrier comes in between them, ricocheting Ong off to the side. This leaves him baffled as to where this sudden burst of energy came from, and he witnesses something worrisome. He finds that the demon is forcibly extracting the energy from within the energy crystals for more power. But, according to him, this is not possible. The energy inside these crystals is chaotic, and humans have to refine and compress it in order for it to be used. Just directly absorbing this energy will most certainly result in the demon's body exploding into bits. This is a theory Ong was able to verify in his former life. However, much to his surprise and dismay, that doesn't appear to be the case now. The crystal's energy still goes berserk inside the demon's body, but it stops at a certain threshold. Noticing this, Ong wonders if this is because of the liquid, claiming there is no way that could have been crafted by a demon. But despite his skepticism, the demon begins to evolve and transforms into its four-fin form. Seeing this, Ong is left distressed. I'm in trouble, he thinks. All the while, the demon is still basking in the glory of transforming and decides to test out the new skill as acquired. Suddenly, it unleashes a four-fin special skill, sharpened gold wind nails, and forces Ong to surround himself in his vines in order to survive. Also, how long can he keep that up? The demon decides to jump in as well and kicks Ong out of his protected bubble, sending him crashing into the ground. With this, the demon then lands on top of him, revealing that with each evolution, the gap between demons increases hugely, so much so that no one is able to overcome it. This is where you end, it claims. However, seeing how strong Ong is, it decides to take him as one of his minions, obviously having to kill him first in order to do so. And so the demon launches the kill-in blow. All of a sudden, the attack stops. Out of nowhere, the space around them begins to warp, leaving Ong confused, and a bunch of time portals open up. Out of them, another demon pops out, grabbing the four-fin demon's head. Did I mention she is thick? Goddamn. There, this terrifying monster announces that she cannot let this weakling get in the way of their plan and condenses this powerful four-fin demon into a ball of energy, killing it in the blink of an eye. And so, this terrifying demon then brings her attention to Ong, claiming that we really can't trust those trash humans. Not going to lie, I'd smash that. As this demon looms over him, Ong is left flabbergasted. He realizes that the one in front of him is an 8-fin demon, just like the Crimson King inside of him. All of a sudden, he recalls something important, remembering back to the fateful day of his death. On that day, there was another 8-fin present, and he realized that it was her. Back in the present, this female demon claims that if she just left Ong like this, the Crimson King would never wake up. What's more, despite harboring the power of the most powerful demon, he is still unable to even defeat a four-fin. Humans are truly an inferior species, she remarks. Obviously, Ong is pissed after hearing this, but she continues, stating that even humanity's strongest is such a weakling and is evolving at a very slow pace. So, she decides to take action and speed things a bit. Grabbing the four-fin's core, she shoves it directly into Ong's chest, telling him to behave and turn into a four-fin. However, this is a fatal mistake. Intense demonic energy begins rushing into his body, so much so that he is unable to bear the burden. Realizing that he will explode, he reveals that the power of the four fin is too much for him. Alas, the demon is completely uninterested, questioning why this weak human can't even absorb a four fin's core. Nonetheless, Ong's body is not capable of tolerating such an immense toll. Cursing her, he tells her to think of something or else he will literally burst into 1,000 pieces, and out of desperation, the demon uses a binding skill to lock down the space around Ong. With this, she aims to stop him from expanding and tells him to survive this ordeal. On the other hand, Ong is left confined in a tight space, but still, her plans seem to have worked out. From his deep slumber, the Crimson King awakens, announcing, "You have disturbed my rest." Hearing this voice, the female demon becomes overjoyed. Suddenly, the king takes over Ong's body, questioning if the female demon, who is revealed to be the Obsidian Fin King, has forgotten his instructions. Without breaking a sweat, he escapes the binding skill and breaks free. There, he tells her that she shouldn't have gotten in the way of this human's evolution. Meanwhile, the Obsidian demon is just ecstatic. Seeing the Crimson King in his true form, she jumps into his arms and the both of them share a heartwarming hug, revealing it has been a long time since they last sought each other. The Obsidian King exclaims that she was watching over Ong all this time from the shadows. However, this time, she was forced to jump in since he was unable to win against the four fin using his own power. In her mind, if Ong were to die, so would the Crimson King who was using him as a vessel. Nevertheless, she was still too hasty. Per him, Ong's body needs to go through countless hardships in order to be refined well, and tells her that humans do not possess the same kind of bodies they have. But, although they are fundamentally weak, they are also full of potential. Ong had just recently absorbed and evolved into a two-fin state, but the Obsidian King forced him into the four-fin state directly. Fortunately, since his body was unable to absorb all the energy, it leaked and allowed the Crimson King to wake up from his sleep. Regardless, going forward, he forbids his comrade to ever get involved with Ong's evolution, claiming he needs to evolve sequentially, step by step, in order to become the perfect vessel. And so, the Obsidian King heeds his order. Moreover, he also decides to tell him about all the events that have transpired since the Crimson King's fake death. Apparently, the other four kings have all come to a stalemate and are all now willing to start an all-out war. Despite harboring hidden intentions, they had to maintain an equilibrium, countering each other, just as the Crimson King predicted. But he is not very interested in this. He knew that the weaklings who banded together in order to fight a bigger power, aka him, were sure to stay paranoid, even though he was no longer around, and would become wary of each other. Anyways, seeing as it has been so long since their reunion, the Crimson makes small talk, asking how she's been. He also asks if the others are suspicious of her, but she claims that there is nothing to worry about. Even if they were suspicious, they did not have enough free time or energy to investigate what happened on that day half a century ago. As such, she tells him not to worry about her. All of a sudden, she gets closer to him and places her hand on his chest. She proclaims that all she desires is to welcome the strongest version of him safely back home. And in response, the Crimson King announces that she will, and it's only a matter of time until that happens. For now, he has forcibly changed Ong's body into the four-fin state, but the body still needs time to adjust and stabilize to this power. As a result, he tells the Obsidian King to not involve herself with this human in order to keep a low profile so their plans are not compromised. However, in a bashful manner, she replies that he just missed him and went to come take a peek, even if it was just his vessel. Suddenly, the girl from the branded gun team comes over and is left trembling in fear after seeing two 8-fin demons present here. Seeing her, the Crimson Demon just stares at her, burning a hole through her soul. And the next thing you know, Ong opens his eyes, finding that he has punched a hole in the girl's body. Seeing this, he immediately loses his mind and blames himself. "I did all of this," he announces. This rage overwhelms his entire body and the demonic energy begins pouring out, resulting in Ong transforming into his four-fin state, revealing that his evolution has been completed. As he watches over her cold, dead body, Ong recalls the short time he spent with her, remembering when they talked about how she wanted to become a gardener in the future. But the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. The cruel mistress called Fate took over, and now, Naga's laying her to rest. He builds her a pyre and sets her aflame. In addition, he also cremates the other fallen warriors and announces he cannot let himself forgive this mistake. All of this tragedy occurred because he was unable to surpass the demonic energy inside him. With these fates, he hopes the warriors' bodies do not get further ravaged by demons and their suffering will finally come to an end. With this, he leaves Sunwai Town, carrying this new burden on his shoulders. In his mind, he comments on how, even though he has unlocked a new evolution, he is not in the mood to test how strong he has become. As of now, there are a lot of problems that he needs to deal with, and first, he must organize his thoughts and come up with a plan. Suddenly, he begins to wonder what kind of relationship that female demon he encountered had with the Crimson King inside him. She just appeared out of nowhere and forced him to forfeit status, making him wonder what on earth they were planning. Not only that, the mysterious liquid that the three-fin demon consumed is also a mystery. That strange medicine helped it break through to the four-fin form. In his mind, there is no way that demon would be able to come up with such a serum, and if that is the case, then how on earth did they get their hands on it? To him, there is only one possible explanation for all this. They are somehow working in cahoots with the demon and providing this to them. As he connects the dots in his mind, he comes to the realization that such high tech can only be produced in one of the highest ranking cities, and he speculates that maybe it came from the city of Breaking Dawn. Regardless, he has to find a large town quickly so he can let his comrades know that he is safe for now. However, he then begins wondering if the rest of his team is alright. Hopefully, they manage to safely escape into the tunnel system and have already reached his city. Nonetheless, he still has a mission on hand. Based on the information he has, if he continues in this direction, he will soon reach an A-rank city called Pikidia and decides to head there to report back his status to Helios. With this, he departs on his journey. Meanwhile, Yao Tong and the rest of his team had safely reached the A-rank city Brian. However, their request for soldiers in order to save their comrade is immediately declined. The battle instructor of Brian, a 5-core warrior named Kurt, claims they cannot send any of their soldiers. They have already received news of Pether's demise, and most probably, Ong also met a similar end. Sending soldiers to retrieve a dead man would be irresponsible. Of course, Yao Tong tries to get him to agree, explaining about special talents. Also, Brian already has a lot of youth with such talents. Nonetheless, none of them have the ability to survive a high-ranked demonic wave. But still, in this apologetic world, no human life should be left behind, and hence, Kurt decides to send a scouting party to check if there are any survivors. Anyways, Kurt claims he is busy and heads out, telling the Helios team to make it at home. Moreover, he begins wondering if maybe a demonic wave that hit Pether would also affect the demon hunting competition being held in the Breaking Dawn city. Hearing this, Yao Tong also states that he heard of this competition, but unlucky, their city is a mere C rank. Despite this, Kurt allows them to stay for a few days and witness the event. As per him, the only criteria for participating in this competition is that a city needs to be at least B rank. And, although Helios is still not up to par, maybe the young warriors standing behind Yao Tong can change that. As such, Kurt then finally takes his leave, and when he walks out, the ever-so-curious Sui Jiyu asks Yao Tong what the demon hunting competition is, and he reveals that this is a special competition that only the Breaking Dawn city can hold. Generally, the guide is to use the hunting of different level demons and select a new warrior representative. Apparently, the Breaking Dawn city will bestow a unique gift to the warrior who wins, and this event is only held on a specific date, making it an event all warriors look forward to. Although Helios cannot take part, Yao Tong believes that Team Liu will get a chance to participate in the future. All the while, Lan is still concerned about Ong, talking about how he would be most definitely interested in such a contest. He hopes that his comrade made it out of the demon wave alive. Over in the corner, Liu is also worried and states that he is in danger because he wanted to save us. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Yao Tong tries to calm everyone's uneasiness. The most they can do now is wait for the scouts' news and communicate with the other commanders of Helios about this situation. For now, he decides to stay in Brian, since it's an opportunity for them to observe and learn, and takes them all out into the city, calling there are a lot of amazing warriors here. On the other hand, Ong manages to make it to Pigdea and meet with the city commander. There, the commander of this A-rank city verifies the news Nag has brought them, and she sends a message to Helios to inform them of Ong's status. However, she is unable to fulfill Ong's request to give him an energy crystal. The commander, a 5-core warrior by the name of Paris, reveals that the crystal rations are not up to her and are decided by the higher-ups. As such, she suggests that Ong give feedback to the city of Breaking Dawn and requests that a new, upper-ranked city be allocated in charge of Helios' resources. There, Nag is left troubled. He didn't expect this all to be so cumbersome, but if that is what came, he must make his way to the city of the Breaking Dawn and investigate the green liquid while he is there. And so, He thanks Paris for her information and questions if he can go to the S-rank city. Alas, that is not possible. Only the current leader of Helios, or someone who has obtained authorization from Helios, can enter, and no one can randomly just represent their city for negotiations. However, there is another way. If An wants to go to the S-rank city, he needs an upper-rank city to vouch for him. Someone like Paris, for example. She even agrees to do so, under one condition, that is, she wants An to join her team in the upcoming demon hunting competition as an aide and help her investigate information as a Vanguard member. But there is one catch. I cannot guarantee your safety, she proclaims. As it turns out, the Vanguard member's job is to scout out the levels of the demons and gather information quickly. However, due to the difficulty of the demon hunting competition, the Vanguard members are often involved in the most dangerous situations and lose their lives frequently. They are typically seen as cannon fodder, and hence, members will actively avoid taking on this role. But not our boy. Without a moment of hesitation, he accepts. I'll accept your conditions. As it turns out, he is in fact the brains who originally came up with this competition back then. With this, Paris takes Ong to the nanotech equipment storage, where she claims that adding Ong as a Vanguard member is an act of desperation on her part. In the last few years, all Vanguard members have either died or gotten seriously injured, and hence, none of the participating cities choose a Vanguard anymore. Moreover, just like she said before, she cannot ensure Ong's survival, but what she will do is cooperate with him, and consequently, order him to pick out any of the nano wings in the entire storage to use. Seeing this, Ong happily partakes and begins looking around for a suitable piece. There, Paris is a bit skeptical of Ong. In her mind, this warrior only has a finless core, and in addition, he is just from a C-rank city. Places like these will at most have 2 core soldiers, but Ong seems confident in his ability. Could he have some hidden cards up his sleeves, she wonders. Soon enough, Ong finds some equipment he fancies. Particularly, the nanotech, which can transform into a large sword, has caught his attention. Apparently, even though his battle knife has an edge in allowing him to move freely, it barely does any damage when used in a fight. However, Paris is not keen on this. As Ong tries to activate the sword, she tells him to stop. As it turns out, nano wings have a condition. In order to be used, you need to be at least a 3-core warrior. In Ong's current state, forcibly activating the sword will not just destabilize it, it could even end up hurting him. Alas, her concerns are all futile. Harnessing the power within him, he easily activates the sword, commenting on how its weight makes it seem really sturdy. All the while, Paris is left with a baffled look on her face. How could this be? She begins to speculate that maybe Ong has a unique understanding of nanowings. She has heard rumors that there are such warriors with high talent that can ignore the criteria from the various nanowings, but this is the first time she has seen this with her own 2 eyes. Regardless, Ong just wants to head out to the training area, wanting to try out this new nanowing weapon on some demons. There, Paris exclaims that despite the area already being flagged, there are still cases of one-fin demons that might appear, and suggests she tag along in case Ong is unable to stand on his own against them. It is revealed that flagging means using the fog dissipating system to dispel the fog and temporarily claim a section of the wilderness outside the city for practice. Nonetheless, Ong tells her it's fine. If it's just a single fin demon, I can handle it. Hearing this response, Paris is pleasantly surprised. She announces that pride and bravery are 2 qualities of a warrior that are rare to come by. Moreover, if her new student has just a fraction of the bravery Ong possesses, it would make her job a whole lot easier. Anyways, with this, the 2 part ways, and Ong heads into the wilderness alone. Obviously, there was no way he could let Paris accompany him on this trip, because not only was it a chance for him to test his new weapon, but this was also an opportunity for him to see what kind of ability he had while in his 4-fin form. And so, he makes his way into the flagged area, and moments after his arrival, demons already begin to attack him. Nevertheless, these no-fin demons are barely even a workout for Ong, who easily dodges the attacks and uses his new long sword to slice the foe into 2. But that's not the end. In the blink of an eye, many other demons also appear and gang up on him. However, he just sees this as an opportunity, a chance for him to get heavily familiar with his new weapon. And just like that, he jumps in headfirst and begins going on a rampage. Even without the use of his 4-element powers, he swings his sword repeatedly, hammering and refining his current body's muscle memory. Within the ruins, he goes on a one-sided massacre, leaving only the sound of the demon's cries resounding loudly, and not long after, he deals with the final monster. And so he begins making his way back, thinking about how frail his body is. Although it is significantly stronger than when he first came to this time, he is still not up to par. He cannot get tired just by overexerting his body a little and still be called the strongest after all. All of a sudden, something comes flying his way. As a result, Ong blocks the projectile and turns back, finding that the leaders of this wave have shown themselves. Two one-finned demons, of wood and fire elements respectively, pop up and begin viewing this human that wandered into their territory as food. Alas, this is a fatal mistake. He isn't afraid of them in the least, rather, he is excited to see them, and in response, the fire demon decides to rush him. And so, Ong counters with a blow of his own. At high speed, he stabs the fire demon in the chest, making him crash into a nearby boulder. Using his new metal element powers, he easily overwhelms the fire demon's element and proclaims that next, I will be using my 4 fin forms abilities. With this, he begins to transform, leaving the wood demon in a complete state of panic. But the show has just begun. Recalling how that purple core demon was able to control the dead, Ong speculates that he, who has absorbed the core's energy, must be able to do the same and orders the fire demon's corpse to arise. And somewhere in the universe, a certain solo-leveling hunter is angry at having his copyright stolen. On the other hand, the wood demon is left unable to believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, back in Pictia City, Paris is left distraught after learning that Ong is still yet to return. In addition, as per the Body Patrol, the recent demonic waves, which have already taken Pether City as a target, have forced them to close the city doors soon as well since the sun is setting. There, Paris demands a report about all the levels of demons that are currently in the area, and the soldier explains that there have been sightings of not only 1 fin, but even 2 and 3 fin demons. There are even accounts of a 4-fin demon having been spotted, making Paris think that maybe Ong has been devoured by a powerful foe. Nevertheless, she needs to get him back here. She has already submitted the names for the competition, and this will make things complicated for her. And so, she decides to head into the practice area on her own, claiming she will return before the city door closes. With this, she dashes into the forest at full speed, thinking she is the one who's been too lax. The matter of fact is that Ong is still a regular warrior from a C-rank city, and she shouldn't have let him go to the practice area on his own, no matter how much he insisted. As it turns out, just a few years ago, a 5-fin demon was spotted in that area. To her, if Ong dies, she will be ashamed of herself as a 5-core warrior. Not to mention she will feel guilty of failing Helios as well in hopes that he is still alive. All of a sudden, she senses an intense demonic aura coming from the practice area. What's more, there seem to be a lot of demons present as well, and in the blink of an eye, she is able to figure out that the horde not only contains a large number of 1 and 2 fins, but there are even several 3-fin demons present as well. All this leaves her completely baffled, and she thinks about what's going on. This isn't like the usual behavior of the demons, and she is perplexed at why such a large number of 2 and 3-fin demons have banded together. Regardless, she still has to find Ong in all this mess. As she ventures deeper into the forest, she spots the 1-fin wood-type demon from before. This monster seems to be fleeing from something, and upon finding a 5-core warrior, it immediately tries to run away from her. Alas, its resistance is met with a swift kick from Paris, who crushes the demon's skull with a fierce kick. However, she is still skeptical about the situation. To her, something feels off. Still, she needs to dispose of all these demons before the city door closes, commenting on how her time seems to be a little tight. There, she also notes that the demons are behaving strangely, almost like corpses. Their bodies are rife with the scent of death, and their only goal is to advance towards their foe. But all of that doesn't matter. As long as they are demons, they all have to die, she proclaims. As a result, she unsheaths her weapon and unleashes her secret arts, bringing down a huge chunk of the enemy force in a single blow. Despite this, they just keep on coming from behind. Suddenly, Ong sneaks up behind her as well, asking what she is doing here. However, this action catches Paris off guard, and she, on reflex, swings her sword at him, thinking he's a foe. Nonetheless, Ong is able to dodge her slash with ease and tries to calm her down, telling her to look at who she is attacking more carefully. Seeing him here, Paris asks if he is alright, but realizes something difficult to comprehend. Ong actually managed to block her sweeping slash. That slash just now was reflexive, and hence, it had immense power and speed, but Ong was able to shake it off. Isn't this kid from the C-rank Helios City? She questions. Even if he was a 4-fin warrior, he would have had to use his core's energy to stop such a strike. Anyway, Ong just apologizes for being late. Apparently, He just wanted to try out some new moves and lost track of time, and Paris accepts his apology. More importantly, they have to eliminate all these demons and head back before the sun sets completely. She also adds that there are several three-fin demons in the horde and suggests he stay behind her for his own good. But she clearly doesn't know who she is talking to. Ong steps forth, telling her, "Don't worry, they are all dead." And so, with a snap of his fingers, all the demons hit the floor. Obviously, Paris is left speechless after witnessing such a scene and grabs Ong by the collar, questioning how he has such a powerful ability even though his core is obviously red and strength-based. However, Ong is not willing to share his secret. To him, he and Paris are just collaborating as partners, and he doesn't need to explain things to her. But he does tell her that he has the ability to control the dead demon, although only slightly. As per him, it is usual for a warrior like him to keep quiet about his abilities so they can be used as a hidden card in this apocalyptic world. On the other hand, Paris is still stunned. Controlling dead demons is a rare ability, even among 5 core warriors like her. But still, she decides to drop the subject for now. As such, she reveals that they will be making their way to the city of Breaking Dawn soon, and Ong couldn't be more excited to hear this. For him, the earlier they reach, the better, since he still has to get rid of the crystal problem Helios City will have in the near future. "Let's go tomorrow," he happily suggests, and with this, the 2 warriors begin heading back. On the way, Paris appears to be looking forward to Ong's performance in the upcoming demon hunting competition. Alas, being preoccupied with returning to the city, Paris failed to notice something. According to the reports that eventually came, the entire practice battlefield was completely destroyed by an unknown power. Regardless, the next day, the Pikia team heads out and eventually reaches their destination. There, Ong is left captivated as a wave of nostalgia hits him. Even though he knew from the environment and the terrain he saw coming here, he was still amazed to see Breaking Dawn City, the same place he used to manage in his former life. As it turns out, this is the only S-rank city in the world and was renamed after the strongest warrior Ong died half a century ago. Moreover, it looks way more majestic than it did in the past. Ong thought it would take him a long time to return to this place, but then, all of a sudden, he remembers something. Now that he is here, does it mean he can meet the 6 of them? As it turns out, in his past life, Ong brought together the strongest team, his 6 strongest subordinates, also known as the 6 Talents. He begins wondering what could have happened to them after the Battle of the Breaking Dawn and is curious to see if they would believe him if he told them about his current station. Nonetheless, all these thoughts cause him to stall for a second, prompting Paris to come over and confront him. She thinks that Ong is just taken aback by the S-rank city and tells him not to be too shocked, since they haven't even gone inside yet. This place represents the strongest force in humanity, and not everyone is lucky enough to explore it. There, Ong thinks that, being a 5-core warrior and all, Paris is sure to have some useful information and hence asks her about what happened to the 6 Talents after the Battle of the Breaking Dawn. Hearing his question, Paris is a bit stumped. Claiming that the question is strange, she asks if Ong is talking about the new or the old 6 Talents. But to him, this is what doesn't make sense. To his knowledge, the 6 Talents refer to the group that the strongest warrior Ong led. Suddenly, just as Ong utters these words, Paris forces him to shut up, asking if he is an idiot or if he is just pretending to be one. According to her, it is common knowledge that the new 6 Talents do not like hearing of the old Talents, and warns Ong to not say such insolence inside the city. In addition, she explains that the dynasties have changed and the former king is no longer the king. As of now, the strongest warrior is referred to as the new king and the strongest Ong is talking about is called the old king. All this is new information to Ong, but still, he doesn't care about any of it and is just interested in the old 6 Talents. Hearing this, Paris gets enraged and grabs him by the collar, lashing out at him. However, the rest of her team tells her to relax, and as a result, Paris lets Ong go. Despite this, she warns Ong to never mention the old king or the old 6 Talents inside the city. It might be the case that Ong and his talents are still deserving of respect, but that isn't the case in all other cities. Even the old king's selfless sacrifice is not acknowledged by anyone in this S-rank city. With this, she just tells him to hurry up and enter the city, reminding him to keep what she told him in mind. On the other hand, after hearing this, Ong is left baffled. With this, the group begins heading inside. On the way, Ong is still pondering over Paris' words, wondering what the hell happened after my death. The reason he went into the steel of the ancient king alone was to find the secret of the demons. As it is explained, The stele of the ancient king happened in the year 3069 when 6 steles descended from the sky. The 6 different types of cores began pouring out of these steles, and that was the origin of the demons. No one knows what the stele hides, and as of now, only Ong was able to discover the secret that the steles of the ancient king contain an 8-fin demon. Was everything I did meaningless? Did I not die as a hero? He wonders. Regardless, he finally takes his first step into this S-rank city and is left immediately taken aback. You see, this place is not accurately described by the word city. Within it are many independent areas and various types of architecture. It even has forests, lakes, seas, and mountain ranges. Basically, it can be called a self-sustaining independent realm. Moreover, it is divided into 7 zones. The 6 major zones are managed by the 6 talents, whereas the king resides in the middle of the central zone. But even though the infrastructure has changed significantly, Ong still finds it nostalgic, commenting on how even the air feels familiar. There, he also finds the old statue erected in his honor, but finds it to be in a desecrated state. As such, Paris explains that though this was carved by the people as a sign of respect, the city has now decided to take this statue down and replace it with an even bigger statue of the new king. In addition, she also reveals that right below the statue is a member of the old 6 talents she was talking about earlier. This woman is Lina, the strongest 6-core recovery warrior. Seeing her here, Ong is left stunned. However, all of a sudden, some guards show up and smack the flowers Lina is holding. The guards fuss at her, telling her she cannot remain here. Of course, Ong thinks that Lina, who used to be famous for her bad temper, is going to knock some sense into the patrol soldiers, but is left perplexed after seeing her act timid. Not only that, the guards keep on cursing at her. As it turns out, they blame Ong's cocky attitude for humanity living so passively right now, and they call this statue a piece of garbage, something that should be disposed of immediately. But Lina cannot bear to listen any longer. Out of rage, she slaps at the guard. As a result, the guard gets pissed off and jumps in to attack Lina. Nevertheless, at that moment, Ong jumps in and stops him in his tracks, menacingly questioning, "How dare you?" Obviously, the rest of the guards don't really take kindly to their comrade being threatened with a weapon, and hence, they summon their weapons as well, ordering Ong to drop his sword or else they will shoot. However, Ong isn't really keen on this idea. To him, the morals and actions of these so-called guards are no different than those of hunting teams from outside the city. He devises to punish them all for their actions, but suddenly, Paris chimes in. Getting in the way between both parties, she exclaims this is all a misunderstanding. She clarifies that they are here to participate in the demon hunting competition and asks if the guards really want to get into a conflict with participants from another city. In addition, she also tells Ong to lower his weapon, reminding him that he is currently a representative of Pictia as well. Hearing this, the guards decide that standing down is for the best. As such, the guard once again scolds them and angrily storms off. As they leave, the older Lina asks if this young man knows her, and although he really wants to, Ong cannot tell her the real truth. If he just comes out and reveals everything, this will only end up causing more trouble for Lina. Nonetheless, Paris chimes in, announcing that this brat is also named Ong, asks this isn't what Ong wants, and he tries to actually play it off, stating that he just happens to coincidentally share the same name as the old king. On the other hand, Lina is left in shock upon hearing this, but soon pulls her hood down and scurries off, expressing how that is truly a name that causes a lot of headaches. Listening to this rude remark, Paris tries to defend Ong, telling Lina that she should at least thank him for helping her, but Ong interrupts, telling Paris to leave it be and not disturb her anymore. In his mind, he vows to find a chance and explain everything to her properly one day. Sure, she must have a lot to say to him as well. Nonetheless, the fateful day of the competition arrives. To celebrate, a huge parade is held in honor of the participating cities, and in the Pictia corner, everyone seems to be excited by the fighters. There, Paris claims that when this competition ends, she will personally vouch for Ong and recommend that he talk with the person in charge of the crystal distribution. Hearing this, Ong thanks her, telling her to relax since he will definitely help her team get a good result in the competition. All of a sudden, out in the crowd, Ong spots Lina watching the parade from the sidelines and waves to her, resulting in Lina giving him the cold shoulder once again. Regardless, all the teams make their way to the city's competitive arena. This is an arena the size of a city that's used specifically for the demon hunting competition. There, Paris reveals that this is as far as she can go since she is not a participant. As such, she gives her troops a boost in morale, and finally, The teams meet up in the middle of the arena. In addition, all the vanguards are called to gather in front of the judges and Ong makes his way over. All the while, he thinks about how lively things have gotten. It's only been 10 years since it became such a wide-scale competition, but still, it has turned into a proper contest with rules and regulations. Back in the day, it was just a small tournament held in Ong's city. Despite this, as Ong heads out, the rest of the Pikia teams thank him. They state that they are all relying on him to gather some good information and promise to always remember the sacrifice he is about to make. They even want to shake his hand for the one last time, but Ong tells them all to not worry. In the first place, it isn't a surety he will die, right? To him, it is painfully clear all the other members know how dangerous the Vanguard role is, and he finds the way they are treating him is similar to how they would send someone to their death. He even notices how their faces are downcast. With this, all the Vanguard members gather in the arena and the host gives them a pep talk, hyping them up for their dangerous mission. She explains that their mission is to enter the depths of the competition arena and collect all kinds of information and clues about the demons for their teams. However, she warns them to be careful and take care of their own safety, because what is lying ahead of them are demons with unknown levels. But it doesn't look like Ong is paying any attention at all. He is just absorbing his surroundings and has come to notice that all participating members are 2 core warriors. To him, this means that the competition is a method to select warriors with high potential and select the best warriors for the new generations. What's more, Paris is aware that his current level has surpassed a 2-fin demon's level, and as long as she keeps quiet, there's no chance anyone will figure out his true power. All of a sudden, they reveal that someone is here to greet the vanguards. This man is supposed to be the highest-ranked judge of the competition and one of the 6 greatest warriors, dubbed humanity's strongest regenerative and support soldier. And so, a handsome man walks into the arena. Seeing him come out, the crowd goes wild with cheers as the man is introduced as the double 6 core warrior Dylan Fun, one of the new 6 talents. The entire arena erupts into cheers for him. However, Ong is more focused on the dual core Dylan possesses. This idea was still in its theoretical stages in his previous life, but now it seems to be able to be utilized. As per him, a dual core indicates twice the strength, and if the synchronization rate is high enough, it can even show an incomprehensible amount of power. Ong explains that a warrior's abilities stem from the energy provided by the demonic core. The higher the synchronization rate a warrior has with their core, the more they can utilize the power hidden deep within the core. But for a higher synchronization rate, the user's body will have to tolerate significantly more demonic energy. That is also why there are some warriors with low synchronizations or even weak bodies who can match with their cores. Back then, humanity was limited by their technology that could only utilize a single core in the equipment, but it looks like the new 6 have not only better tech, they are much stronger than before as well. As Dylan walks into the arena, all the Vanguard members, along with the host, immediately bow in front of him, thanking him for gracing them with his presence. However, Ong remains defiant. Thinking about what happened to the older 6 talents makes me angry with him. So I'm not going to bow to him, he proclaims. There, Dylan compliments all the Vanguard members for their bravery and courage, despite knowing the dangers of this role. Hence, he promises to reward this bravery and claims he will give everyone a fine coffee as a souvenir after the competition ends. Meanwhile, one of the Vanguards asks Ong why he isn't bowing and is being disrespectful, but Ong makes up an excuse about his waist hurting. On the other hand, it doesn't look like Dylan is angry about it and just gives him a wink, making Ong cringe at his flirtatious smile. Regardless, the show must go on. The host reveals that Dylan will now be showing everyone a performance on how to kill 4-fin demons, and immediately, the Vanguards are sent to take a look from the sidelines. As he leaves, Ong is just annoyed by this idea. To him, this is all just to showcase the power of the new 6. It isn't easy to capture and secure a living demon, a 2 or 4-fin, and it looks like the overall power of the Breaking Dawn City is truly greater than before. On the flip side, Dylan goes closer to the host and asks if she is a new instructor. Hearing this, she replies that she is, and how honored she is to meet with a member of the 6 talents. All of a sudden, Dylan leans closer to her, making the host blush. Then, we will have someone replace you later, he whispers into her ear. As far as he is concerned, they are the only 6 talents, and the host going on about the word new is just pissing him off. He announces that if the host wasn't a warrior from the Breaking Dawn City, he would have shattered all her internal organs with a single palm, ordering her to get lost. And so, he then takes over the commentating part and begins the demonstrations. Suddenly, a prison cell pops up from the ground and opens. According to the narrators, capturing a 4-fin is not an easy task, and in order to catch it, the city had to send out 3 4-fin warriors, proof of the terrifying power the demons possess. With this, the demon leaps out from his prison and is revealed to be one of the most brutal and rare monsters, a red core and gold element 4-fin demon. As this demon takes its first steps into the arena, it questions what the humans are doing. She has no idea why they didn't kill it, and instead placed it in an open-air battlefield. It isn't a clever thing to do in its opinion. In the blink of an eye, the beast powers up and launches itself at the crowd, announcing, "You warriors are not clever." Alas, little does it know, there is a barrier surrounding the entire arena which stops its attack. Although scared to death, the audience is safe, and hence, Dylan brings the demon back to the ground. He reveals that this protective shield was made by one of the new 6 talents, the one called the strongest illusionist-type warrior. Anyways, from the next part of the demonstration, the public execution will begin. Being in this situation, the demon is left visibly frightened but refuses to back down without a fight. It unleashes a strong sword at Dylan, causing a huge dust storm to rise up. However, Dylan emerges from the attack unscathed with a barrier surrounding him. He announces that his foe truly is a demon, a low-life and ungrateful individual like the rest of its kind. Nevertheless, the demon keeps on relentlessly pursuing, trying to deal damage, but all of his efforts are futile. As it tries to shatter the barrier, it instead gets its arm blown off. All the while, Dylan has a sinister expression on his face, claiming, "You have no right to fight back." Of course, the demon is left perplexed at all of this. Why does the power of a mere green core have such invasive strength? Usually, a green core represents the idea of regeneration, and many of the demonic warriors are green core. This makes the demon think that you should be able to at least take down the human with him, despite being an arm down. Also, Dylan uses his rope and constricts the demon and corrects something. Even though he's a green core warrior, he's a dual core warrior from the 6 talents. Moreover, having gotten annoyed by this demon's constant bickering, he devises the best course of action is to shut him up. As such, he uses his rope to shove the demon's arm down its throat. In addition, he then begins pouring in his green core energy, making the demon explode in front of the crowd. And so, with a bang, Dylan proclaims, "Let us begin the prologue of the demon hunting competition." Once again, the crowd erupts into cheers for Dylan and the new 6 talents. On the other hand, Ong is left taken aback by the strength his adversaries have. Based on the way Dylan used his power, it is clear that the dual core allows him to use strength far above twice the strength of a single core. Not to mention that the cores seem to be complementing each other, triggering an even greater force. And if this is what the 6 talents of this time are, then he wonders what that new king is like. Regardless, they all have to pay in the end for the way they treated Lena earlier. Anyways, with the demonstration now over, the announcers tell Dylan to retreat from the battlefield while the vanguards get ready for their roles. Consequently, Dylan begins exiting the arena, and as he does so, all the vanguards bow towards him, all except Ong. And this time, Dylan has had enough. He questions if Ong holds animosity towards him, and Ong, hiding his true intention, claims that he must be mistaken. He is just used to maintaining his hostility before battles, so that he keeps on his toes. You know, since being a vanguard and all isn't that easy. Hearing this, Dylan seems to be intrigued by him and comments on how interesting of a character Ong is, stating he will keep an eye on this soldier. "I hope you won't disappoint me," Dylan exclaims while walking off. However, his attitude has left a bad taste in Ong's mouth, and he comments on how he has been hunting demons long before Dylan or even his parents were born. Nonetheless, the event finally begins. Before the vanguards head into the forest, the announcer gives them all a stern warning. They are all tasked to become the eye of their teams and assess the forest, picking out the best route for their comrades. The teams will then hunt down the demons before the time is up and earn points. In addition, in this year's competition, there aren't just finless demons present, but rather 1 fin, 2 fin, and even some 3 fin demons are released randomly in the arena. Moreover, they warn the vanguards to keep their own safety in mind since they are all on their own, and no one will come to their aid. Hearing all this, the participants begin losing their minds and begin gossiping about how low of a chance they have of really surviving this contest. All the while, Ong watches over them with contentment. In his eyes, these warriors only possess a 2-fin core, whereas they haven't reached the strength that a 2-fin warrior should have. Even for synchronization rates, each warrior's personal aura is very important, and maybe it's because they are all young and reckless, and hence they appear to be so naive. They don't even look to be on the same level as Yatong and the other commanders of his city. who have refined auras and presences. Even though they come from Helios, which is a place that doesn't have many resources, the warriors from that city have managed to work on their technique and enlighten themselves with each battle to protect their beloved city. On the other hand, there are soldiers present here who have already begun succumbing to their fears. All of a sudden, the announcer reveals another piece of information. As always, there will be a special segment in this year's competition as well, and that is the presence of a four-finned demon. In the middle of the arena, this four-finned demon has been trapped in a cell, and if you deem your team strong enough, you can consider taking on this foe as a target to earn points. What's more, if the finned demon is hunted down, the event will come to an end and the team that defeated it will be marked the victors. Of course, all the participants are aware of this, but none so far have tried to pursue this terrifying foe. Nevertheless, the contest begins and the vanguards dash into the forest on their own. There, Ong is ecstatic. This is perfect. That quadruple fin demon is my goal after all, he proclaims as he heads in. As he runs, Ong notices how most of the vanguards are following each other's tracks, and no one is seemingly going to find the four-fin demon, even though hunting the four-fin demon would spell victory. The young soldiers are still afraid of dying. All the while, Dylan is seen watching a live broadcast of the competition from his throne on top of the arena. There, he asks his assistant to find some information on the participating warriors, more specifically Ong. As such, the assistant looks him up and reveals that he's a three-core warrior from Pikia City. Hearing this, Dylan remembers that three-core warriors are allowed to participate in the battle, but most of them don't actually do. You see, it doesn't hold much merit for them, and they end up doing a lot of work. Nevertheless, Ong is still higher than the other contestants, and Dylan wonders, is that why he's so arrogant? Consequently, he wishes to know the name of this young warrior and is enraged after learning it's Ong. He even lashes out at his assistant, who timidly claims she is just reading out the provided information. Back in the arena, the crowd is cheering up the vanguards, and on the battlefield, the participants quickly get to performing their duties. Upon finding a location with finless demons, they mark it down in their own way for their teammates to find them, easily before they move on to the next place. While everybody is busy at their job, Ong is seen leisurely strolling around, pondering over the tasks a vanguard has to complete. Moreover, he begins reminiscing about the good old times when he too was rushing around the forest. On the other hand, seeing him stroll around aimlessly, the rest of the Pikia team is left angered over his antics. They even complain to Paris about his actions, but she doesn't seem to be very interested. In a flashback, it is revealed that before the competition began, Ong came over to her and told her he wasn't going to follow the same path as the other vanguards. However, in exchange, he promises to make his team attain victory. Back then, the confidence in his eyes made Paris place her trust in him. In addition, she also knows a glimpse of his truth and his ability to control the scope of the emotion. More importantly, that brat even dared to call Paris by her name, truly a cocky move. But that all just makes her even more interested in this young boy. Regardless, in the arena, the vanguards are doing all they can to find all the demons. They are able to locate one fin and two fin demons, and even come across a three-fin demon on the way. However, realizing they have no chance against a three-fin, the warriors who locate it flee the situation immediately. As they try to escape, they come across Ong and warn him about the monster coming their way. But like he cares, this happens to be the path he needs to take in order to get to his destination, and no demon is making him take a detour. Just then, all the vanguards get pierced by some branches, and a blue core, wood element three-fin demon walks out of the darkness, roaring aloud. Seeing this, the audience is left on the edge of their seat and yells at Ong to run away. On the other hand, the monster curses the humans for trapping him here for so long, proclaiming humans deserve to die. With this, it launches an attack on Ong, who understands that the reason the demons in this place are so brutal and cruel is because they have been confined in this arena. Nonetheless, he dodges the opponent's attacks and tries to create some distance. However, the demon doesn't allow for that and immediately jumps over to him. At that moment, Ong understands that prolonging the battle will just be trouble for him, especially since he is being watched by so many people. So I should just finish this fight as quickly as possible, he decides. Consequently, he charges headfirst towards the demon, who tries to launch a counter. Alas, just in the nick of time, Ong dodges the strike and locates the enemy's core. What's more, in the span of 1 second, he uses his new nano-wing sword to pierce into the demon's body, reinforcing his weapon with a gold element and killing the three-fin demon. Witnessing such a feat, the whole arena is left speechless. whereas Dylan manages to spot a fluctuation in the gold element being used. Nonetheless, Ong manages to retrieve the 3-fin agility core, but still, his job is far from done. Not even taking a breather, he dashes deeper into the forest, thinking the 4-fin demon shouldn't be far away. Suddenly, he notices something. On the sidelines, he finds the seats for the prestigious people and comes to a conclusion. Since the holders of the competition would want the higher status people to have the best show, the 4-fin demon must have been placed at the highest peak near their seats. As a result, he heads directly for it. All the while, Dylan is paying close attention to Ong's every move and realizes that Ong's target is that quadruple fin demon. And so, Ong continues his exploration while going on a rampage. As he ventures deeper and deeper into the forest, the power level of the demons he faces keeps on increasing as well. As such, he brings down any and all who approach, though he isn't too thrilled about it. He wants to investigate more about this place. He can't just sit around while there are literally monsters aiming to take his life. Nevertheless, his current situation is exactly why the Vanguard position is always open. For low-ranked warriors, this would basically be a death sentence, but nevertheless, even as a Vanguard, he has helped his team kill 5 2-fin demons, and Team Pictia should have significantly risen in points by now, hoping that Paris is satisfied. On the other hand, in the Pictia team's waiting room, all the men there, including the commander, are left with their jaws wide open at Ong's feats. Anyway, as per Ong's speculation, the 4-fin demon should be placed at the top of the mountain he is near, since that is the highest point of vantage. Moreover, the person sitting right at the top of the audience box is none other than Dylan, who is watching the competition unfold with great intrigue. Dylan wonders if Team Pictia's target is the 4-fin demon and questions if this plan was devised by the group leader or Ong himself. Nonetheless, Ong continues moving forward, so much so that even the commentators catch on that his target is the 4-fin demon. Back in the waiting room, the rest of the Pictia team is seen to be distressed. With their current strength, there is no way they can defeat a 4-fin demon, and they question if this is Paris' decision. But Chitum has no idea what Ong is trying to do as well. She is painfully aware that her team is no match for such a foe. Soon, Ong locates the 4-fin's cell and begins to look around. Seeing this, the announcer thinks that maybe he will now devise a plan and leave. As per them, as long as Ong is able to safely return to his team, they will be the first ones to set off. Alas, they'll understand our boy. Without a moment of hesitation, Ong, all by himself, opens the demon's seal, telling the 4-fin to get out of here. Witnessing this, Dylan gets excited to no end. He is intrigued by Ong's antics and wonders if he is aiming to win the entire contest, just as a Vanguard member. Even the audience and the commentators go crazy, witnessing history being made, and the arena erupts into cheers for Team Pictia. Meanwhile, Paris is left shell-shocked. Obviously, the rest of the team proclaims Ong is sure to die in front of such a beast, but Paris knows his power. Nevertheless, even with his corpse controlling power, a 4-fin demon isn't an easy opponent, commenting on how even she, a 5-core warrior, would have to use all her strength in order to face it. Ong, are you sure you can win? She wonders. Back on the battlefield, the 4-fin demon leaves the cell, happy it has been let out at last. In addition, seeing as there is only a lone human warrior standing before it, it decides to start off with him and immediately moves in for an attack. In response, Ong tries to defend himself by erecting a mud wall using his sword. Alas, a simple mud wall is not able to withstand the opponent's attack, and it simply passes through. The demon, after closing the distance, prepares for a frontal assault, telling Ong to just die and be rolled into pieces. But the world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the ground beneath them rips open, and a demon pops out, stopping the 4-fin's attack. There, Ong reveals that he isn't alone, and rather, he has 2 allies to help him out. Dylan, watching this all unfold, notices that these 2 demons are the 2 fins Ong just defeated earlier. Meanwhile, the demons combine their strength and blast the 4-fin away. At that moment, the foe smells the scent of death of its kind and realizes that Ong can control corpses. Originally, this was only a skill that belonged to demons, but he didn't really have the time, nor the mood, to explain things. In addition to the fin, Paris and the rest of the arena are also left baffled at his unique ability. Nonetheless, the show must go on. Ong orders his minions to go and attack, and in response, the 4-fin also prepares to face them, confident that it won't be losing to corpses. However, in the blink of an eye, Dylan jumps down from the sky, landing directly on the forefin and crushing it into smithereens by the impact of his fall. Seeing this, Ong is left taken aback but barely has time to process things. Upon his sudden arrival, Dylan reveals that his curiosity has gotten the better of him. He is really intrigued by Ong's abilities and straight up proclaims, "I would like to have a match with you." As per him, he has never seen an ability like controlling demon corpses and proclaims that Ong is strong enough to be able to defeat a quadruple fin demon. As such, he wants to be the one to test out his true strength instead. With this, he unleashes a powerful attack, so much so that even Ong is affected by the pressure. Seeing him suddenly jump into the middle of the battlefield, the announcers and the crowd go crazy. The crowd wonders if this newbie will be able to stand on his own against a new talent member. Meanwhile, the rest of the team Pictiet is left perplexed. They question Paris about what is going on. Of course, Paris is just as distressed as the rest of them and proclaims that everything has gone down the drain now. Inside the team, Ong wonders what Dylan is planning. Although he says he wants to test out Ong's strength, the intense bloodlust and hostility he is hiding say otherwise. Seeing Ong still unwavering, Dylan is happy to see him not get startled and compliments him, remarking he looks very experienced in comparison to the other young warriors here. In response, Ong makes up some lies about how he has received more training than the others and how, due to the unique ability he was born with, his instructor was especially harsh on him and trained him very strictly. He even begins to boast, claiming maybe that is why he is so much stronger than his peers, or maybe it's just the fact he is a genius. In his mind, he reveals that he can just make up any story he wants since it's not like Dylan has any way of verifying whatever nonsense he spouts. Hearing this, Dylan begins to chuckle. His excitement is triggered even more, and since that is the case, he wants to see Ong use all of his strength to show how truly powerful he is. Consequently, he dashes to attack Ong, who is able to dodge. Nonetheless, Ong remarks on how the stones flung from the clash feel as though they are bullets, evidence of the speed and strength his opponent possesses. He claims that if he didn't have his guard up the whole time, there was no way he could have been able to dodge that strike. And at least to him, it looks like things are going to get serious. On the flip side, Dylan also notices this and wonders if maybe he should increase his anticipation and expectation of Ong. Suddenly, before the real fight begins, Ong has some questions for Dylan and asks why he holds so much hostility toward him. As such, Dylan reveals there are 3 reasons why. Firstly, he doesn't like Ong's attitude. Secondly, Ong stinks of demons. All the while, Dylan keeps on relentlessly attacking him, sneaking up behind him after each attack. Not being able to face the constant barrage, Ong tries to flee, but regardless of what he does, he is sure to be found highly suspicious. Nonetheless, even in that desperate moment, he knows he has an ace up his sleeve, the power of the demon inside his body. However, he realizes that Dylan isn't going all out as well. He is definitely not using over 50% of his true power, and Ong remarks at how he hasn't felt such an oppressive tension from a difference in strength since facing off against that octuplet fin demon all that time ago. Suddenly, once again, Dylan sneaks up behind him and tells him the last reason he hates Ong, the simple fact he is named Ong. Hearing this, Ong is really ticked off. He understands the sole reason Dylan hates him is because he was once the former king. Despite him dedicating his entire life to humanity and sacrificing many of his comrades, he is still not accepted by the people. All of this is just too much for him to hear. On the other hand, Dylan is messing around, telling Ong, "I'll just play along with you here." And this sends him over the edge. The hidden power within Ong rises out of his body, and he questions who the fudge are you to be able to do that. In a fit of rage, he heads directly toward Dylan to launch an attack, and both the powerhouses clash head-on, causing a huge shockwave to spread throughout the entire arena. The effects of their collision can even be felt by the crowd, who are just glad there is a barrier to protect them. Nonetheless, as the dust from the attack settles, Dylan comes flying out with a minor scratch, whereas Ong is just standing there, menacingly, emanating a horrifying aura from his body. Even the announcers are left shocked by how this Vanguard member was able to withstand a direct attack from one of the 6 talents. Back on the field, Dylan quickly uses his regenerative powers to heal up his small wound, but the fact still stands. Even if just for a moment, the rookie was able to make the indomitable Dylan, the one dubbed the strongest regenerative and support warrior, bleed. Not too happy about this, Dylan powers up for real, even unleashing one of his skills, telling Ong that, "I'll kill you," and heads in, all guns blazing. Seeing this, Ong understands that Dylan isn't hiding his intention to kill him any longer, and if he is to continue hiding his powers, he will most probably meet his end here. As such, he is left with no other choice than to reveal his demonic form, proclaiming, "Even if I can't win against you now, I'll take you down with me." However, just before these two collide, a hooded figure suddenly makes her arrival. She jumps down in between the two, and a shield appears out of thin air, stopping Dylan's skill. Witnessing this, Dylan asks why she intervened, claiming this wasn't a smart move on her part. And in response, as the dust settles down, Lena, one of the old Six Talents, reveals her identity, expressing how, even though Dylan isn't too fond of him, she likes this young boy quite a bit. There, Ong looks at Lena's figure, wondering if she used her green core to forcefully regenerate her body into its peak form. I mean, it sure looks like it from his angle. However, Dylan is not too happy about her intervention. He asks if Lena has forgotten she isn't allowed to wear her battle uniform or if she is trying to challenge the decision made by their king. But Lena claims that Dylan is just spouting nonsense. She has just been barred from taking part in any programs related to hunting demons and is allowed to wear her battle uniform anytime she wants. Moreover, she asks what would happen if this was her only set of clothes. Would the great Six Talents prefer her to roam around in the nude? I don't know, but I certainly would. Seeing this side of her, Ong reminisces about how Lena is still as straightforward and honest as before. Even back in the past, she was always the liveliest out of the Six Talents. In his previous life, Ong was the one standing in front of her, and he never imagined a time would come when the tables would have been turned. Also, Lena alone is not enough to make Dylan back down. Even though he respects her as a warrior from the past, he doesn't intend to let her save face in this situation. However, it looks like Lena has come prepared. She asks what Dylan will do then, commenting on how it isn't good for the Six Talents' reputation if one of the members goes around having conflicts in front of the public. In addition, she claims that Ong is the child of an acquaintance she knows Dylan has already done more than enough to test his capabilities. What's more, she even questions Dylan's intention, suggesting that if he continues, there might be some other motives behind his test. Hearing all this, Dylan gets pissed off, announcing that "you are truly a bunch of people that make me sick." Consequently, he then releases his skill drill snake's command, allowing him to shoot multiple arrows out in fan position, a skill no enemy has been able to dodge so far. In response, Lena too calls him a shameless bastard and powers up. However, in the blink of an eye, Ong steps forth, and using his nano-wing long sword, blocks the arrows. There, Lena sees the figure of her former king in this child and is left astounded. Nevertheless, Ong's efforts end up futile. Although he managed to parry the first wave of arrows, the subsequent shots soon arrive their way as well. As a result, Lena tells Ong to get back and jumps in instead, but this is exactly what Ong wanted to avoid. The reason he could go forward was so Lena didn't need to attack, because with her personality, when she gets serious, there are sure to be casualties. And so, Lena charges headfirst towards her new generation counterpart. On the other hand, Dylan too gets serious. He proclaims that he will need to use all his strength in order to fight Lena and unleashes yet another skill to face her. Nonetheless, Ong will not allow for that to happen. Just before they both collide, he loudly starts thanking Dylan. He announces that the great warrior Dylan, despite being so busy, took out some time to teach the younger generation some of his battle experience and profusely thanks him. Luckily for him, his tactic works. This causes the two Six Talents to stall, and his voice reaches the crowd. Because of this, the audience realizes that they are probably asking for too much. A fight between the Six Talents would be equivalent to a war breaking out, and they just assume this was an act for bettering the next line of warriors. Just like that, the crowd begins singing praises of the great hero who helped foster the younger warriors. Back on the battlefield, Dylan is taken aback by this tactic. "Clever," he exclaims. Now that things have turned out like this, he won't be able to attack Ong. However, Ong, keeping up the act, just thanks him again, claiming he will be sure to live up to the expectations the praised member of the Six Talents has of him. In his mind, he is just grateful this method of killing with flattery worked on Dylan. Regardless, Lena is left in a bad mood. She claims she is no longer in the mood to fight and takes her leave from the arena, whereas Dylan, forced to end the battle, tells the crowd that Ong has passed his test. With this, Team Pictiet is deemed as the victors of the competition, and in the team's waiting room, they are left flabbergasted at this newfound win. Later that day, the news of this super rookie's appearance spread like wildfire. It even pops up on the news, where they sing praises of Ong and how he single-handedly won the contest by himself. Back in the waiting room, Ong is complimented by all his teammates, who were just doubting him a second ago. But I guess a big shiny trophy really does change how people view you. Even Paris is delighted to no end, excited about all the rewards she will be able to claim thanks to Ong's spectacular performance. In fact, she's so happy, and as a reward, she decides to give Ong a treat tonight, telling him, "You can do whatever you want to me," while pressing his head into her huge mommy milkers. Of course, the rest of the Buzzkill team stops Paris, telling Ong he will die. But no one asked for this intervention. Ong would die in bliss. Anyways, he decides to get onto the more important things, asking if Paris remembers their promise from before, and she claims she does indeed. She will pledge for Ong and make it possible for him to meet with the person in charge of managing the energy crystal. Consequently, he reveals that he will not be taking part in the celebratory party and asks if it is possible for him to get a set of regular clothes since his uniform is pretty dirty after the battle. Hearing this, one of the team members asks if Ong has to meet someone, and he explains he needs to meet with an old acquaintance. And so, he heads out to a cliff where he finds Lena to be present. Seeing him arrive, Lena is left astonished. Lena, just on a whim, told this young boy to meet her at the secret base and questions how he knows this location. "Are you really that Ong?" she questions, with tears flowing down her face. In the past, Lena discovered this spot along with Ong and decided to proclaim it as their secret base. There, Ong flicks her on the forehead in a playful manner, asking if she is still a kid. However, Lena gets mad, announcing that everyone wants a secret base of their own. Hearing her loud yell, Ong eventually gives in, expressing that this place really is beautiful. Consequently, Lena ingrains both their names in a nearby rock, marking this place as their special spot. And 60 years later, the two stand in this place together yet again. In the present, Lena hugs Ong tightly, asking if he still remembers this secret base of theirs. However, seeing Ong stall, she decides to back off. She apologizes, claiming she mistook him for a former acquaintance and revealing, "You feel very similar to a very dear friend of mine." Nevertheless, she then begins scolding this young warrior, explaining he was acting too recklessly during the contest. If she didn't jump in at the right time, Dylan would have for sure taken his life. As such, she deems her debt to be repaid for the help she got under the square bit. All of a sudden, Ong speaks up. He calls out to her and flicks her on the forehead, and in the same way as before, asks if she is still a kid going on about secret bases and all. "Yes, it's me. I'm back," he announces, glad to see Lena is still alive and doing well. Hearing this, she immediately breaks down into tears and hugs him, asking where he has been all this time. And so, the two share a heart-touching moment together, reuniting after 60 years. Nevertheless, Ong also decides to tell Lena what is going on, revealing to her that he has been reincarnated. He even mentions the presence of an octuplet fin demon in the steel of the ancient king. Of course, Lena is skeptical at first upon hearing. As far as she knew, 7 fin demons are the highest rank a demon can be. Also, he realizes this is all too much to understand. Even he hasn't figured out how it exactly happened, and as absurd as it sounds, the reality is he should have died in the Battle of the Breaking Dawn. Yet, he is reincarnated in the present day, atop with something weird and dangerous inside of him. Regardless, Lena is still glad that he is still alive, no matter what the circumstances. There, he also questions why everyone in the city is so hostile toward the old king and 6 talents. In the past, they all fought for the sake of humanity. So, why do they hate us so much? He asks, and in response, Lena claims that if she has to give a reason, it would be because of Ong. In the Battle of Dawn, Ong led a squad of warriors into the steel of the ancient king. However, this was a decision most people strongly advised him not to take. The warriors even got in Ong's way in a desperate attempt to try to change his mind. And this is all because, at that time, humans were at a rare advantage. They had the upper hand in the war for the first time in a while, and everyone wished to maintain the current balance of the world. However, Ong didn't listen to their pleas, telling everyone to wait for his return. With this, he took his squad inside, and later on, the outside world soon got news of their king's death. As you would imagine, the news of his death spread like wildfire, and humanity's momentum and confidence fell to rock bottom. The one known as the strongest, their king, had left them, and because of this, despair enveloped all of humankind. After Ong's sacrifice, the demon army launched a large-scale counterattack and reclaimed the land they worked so hard to get their hands on. The new world was littered by the corpses of the human warriors, and at that time, someone calculated that 90% of their warriors perished. Because of all of this, many people believed this could have been avoided. If Ong had listened back then and hadn't entered the steel of the ancient kings so rashly, the number of survivors of the war would have been much greater. After this tragedy, with the flow of time, the new six kings and the new king slowly appeared. In addition, these people were a part of the faction which opposed Ong's decision, and that is why people now hate the old king. What's more, even the old six talents were targeted by the hatred of people because they were seen as Ong's supporters. Ultimately, their titles as warriors were revoked. Learning all of this, Ong is unable to believe his own ears. My past decisions caused so many deaths, he wonders while devastated. Nevertheless, it has been many years since this, and Lena has already become accustomed to it. All of this is in the past, and it no longer matters who was right back then, and she is just delighted that the miracle Ong is still standing with her. However, Ong is still not satisfied. In his eyes, he did everything just to get rid of the demons. That is why he entered the steel of the ancient king. He did it for the sake of humanity. He just didn't want their descendants to suffer the same fate at the hands of the demons that they did. Seeing this, Lena tries to comfort him but reveals that he cannot blame the people either, since most of the masses couldn't accept what had happened. As the king, he naturally became the target of their blame. With this, Ong calms down and asks what happened to the rest of the six talents. As a result, Lena explains that following the death of Ong, 3 of the talents lost their lives in battle and only 3 of them remained. From them, the yellow core member became heavily injured and decided to resign and went into seclusion somewhere, just like Lena was planning on doing. On the other hand, the last surviving member, the blue core talent named Desha, revolted against the new king. However, for his insolence, he was thrown into a dungeon, awaiting death after having his limbs broken. Hearing this, Ong falls into a fit of rage and questions why Lena didn't gather their supporters and overthrow the new king. Also, she claims because he is too strong. As it turns out, the new king is the only 777 core warrior, and even the prime Ong wouldn't be able to defeat him. Even the current 6 talents have surpassed the old with their new dual cores. But that doesn't mean they can just let Desha rot inside of a prison. No matter what, they have to get him out, and seeing his desperation, Lena reveals that there might be a way they can help, asking if Ong is aware of the elemental power the demons hold. She reveals that the demons of today don't just have the 6 basic cores, and they have now evolved to 5 different elements as well, hence the reason they aren't as easy to defeat. Hearing this, Ong finally understands that these are the elements he has been collecting, expressing how he only has the earth element missing now. Nevertheless, what does this have to do with warriors? Lena explains that the warriors too have evolved as their enemy got stronger. They are able to combine different types of elemental power together. Hearing this, Ong is taken aback, remarking at how this is the same power he possesses. However, Lena continues, adding that nowadays there isn't just the stark difference between the 4 and 5 core warriors. Instead, when a warrior becomes a 5 core, they'd often try their best to fight for a previous core called the integration core. To obtain this item, they proceed to the Dogora's castle in order to obtain more of that power to combine their elemental powers. And even Ong is aware of this castle. This is the same place he led the toughest battles of humanity, the place referred to as the cemetery of Dogora's castle now. Ever since the Battle of Break Dawn, there have been countless humans buried beneath the battlefield, and one day, someone found a strange type of demon. Unlike anything ever seen before, that unique thing was a 5-fin demon with an integration core. This integration core is a unique core that allows warriors to combine their elemental powers. However, this doesn't mean that everyone is strong enough to utilize it. As of now, only 5 core warriors and above are able to use this integration core, since they need to be able to sustain a ridiculous amount of physical resistance. In turn, Ong asks if he will be able to combine all 5 elements if he gets his hands on this core, but Lena claims that is not possible. All 5 elements have an allelopathic relationship with each other, and you can only combine one. No one has succeeded in combining multiple elements, so, in theory, it is not possible for the human body to withstand more than one element. Even the New Kingdom and the 6 talents are not capable of it. Nevertheless, even this is baffling news to Ong, who exclaims he wasn't able to tell that Dylan had an elemental power. As such, Lena reveals that Dylan was probably holding back. If this was not the case and he went all out, the protective barrier around the audience would have given away, putting the lives of the civilians in danger. Apparently, that guy is ridiculously conscious about his public image, and if he went full power from the start, Ong wouldn't even stand a chance against him. Although she doesn't want to admit it, it is evident that the new leaders of humanity have far surpassed the old king and 6 talents. Not only do they have dual and triple cores, but they also have elemental powers. This is also why Lena was unable to rescue Desha from the dungeon. However, little does she know that Ong already fosters 4 different elements within himself, thinking it must be because of the 8-fin demon inside him. Nonetheless, Lena is correct. The reality is that Ong is far weaker than the new talents, and he thinks, as a warrior, I can't keep relying on that demon's strength. If he wants to save Desha, he will have to get stronger. And so, he devises that his next plan of action is to go to the cemetery of Dobara's castle himself. There, Lena tells him not to, seeing as he isn't even a 5-core warrior yet, and the power difference between a 4 and 5-core warrior is significant. But Ong doesn't listen, announcing, I believe I can break through past those restrictions myself. Therefore, he parted ways with Lena and heads to meet with Paris, inviting her out on short notice. As it turns out, Ong was to deal with the Helios energy crisis as soon as possible and leave. All of a sudden, as they walk around, they hear some familiar voices, and as Ong turns to confirm what he hears is true, he finds his team right in front of him. Not only that, but his team also notices Ong's presence and is left shell-shocked upon seeing him. There, they all congratulate Ong on making it out alive from that dangerous situation. Lena explains that they originally went to Brian's city but got here to watch the competition with the city's instructor. Apparently, Liu was keeping an ear on any information on Ong, but they took the wrong lead and instead ventured here. In addition, Yao Tong has also resolved the issue with the energy crystal. All the while, Paris watches them from behind and decides to take her leave. As she walks off, Yao Tong thanks her for taking care of his subordinate, but Paris reveals that Pictia and she are the ones who have been in Ong's care. What's more, Lena and Sui Jiyu tell Ong to go and have a small talk with Liu. As per him, ever since Ong left, she has been unable to eat anything and has been extremely gloomy. Sui Jiyu has even taken pictures of her in this state, revealing how it looks as if her spirit has left her body. As a result, he heads over to Liu announcing, I'm here to report for duty. Hearing this, Liu is incredibly relieved and tells him to not leave the team on his own like that going forward. And so, the group begins with their usual high-energy chatter. Suddenly, Lena is seen watching over them, all from a dark alley, commenting on how they are just like how we were all those years ago. All of a sudden, we are teleported to the desolated ruins of a castle where the bones of animals lie on the ground. Inside, Liu is seen, dragging an injured Ong across the castle. Panting heavily, she is visibly exhausted, but tells him to hold on for now. She reminds him not to fall asleep in such a condition or else he might never wake up again. Despite her legs shaking, she doesn't give up on her teammate and carries his body as far as she can. Apparently, they have finally managed to get their hands on something they were looking for, an integration core. However, despite all the trouble they went through, in order to procure this item, she loses her strength and accidentally loses it. As it turns out, this integration core has the ability to allow warriors to integrate the elemental powers of a demon with theirs. Just then, out of nowhere, a demon appears above them. In a mocking tone, the demon exclaims he never imagined these low-level warriors to get their hands on the integration core. Alas, all their efforts are futile. There will only be one ending. For you all, he sinisterly chuckles. With this, the demon pounces on the duo, stabbing Liu in the back and forcing her to crash into the ground. Although this isn't enough to completely subdue Liu, she still sustains some serious damage from the blow. As she rebels in pain, attempting to get back on her feet, the demon continues to mock her. However, she seems to be more concerned about her comrade than her own life. Even in the face of certain death, she tries to grab a hold of Ong's hand, apologizing for being weak and not being able to protect him. However, this is all but a dream, rather a nightmare Liu is having. In a cold sweat, she frantically wakes up from her slumber, perplexed at what she just saw. Despite this all being a dream, it all felt too real, even the pain of getting stabbed. Still, there is no point in overthinking the situation. For now, she's all sweating after that dream and decides to take a bath. Excuse me, Mr. Author, do we really need a close-up of her feet? Aren't you just exposing your kinks at this point? Not that I'm judging. Suddenly, Ong barges into her room, asking if she was alright. As it turns out, he heard her scream from next door, but as he barges in, he turns as red as a beet after seeing Liu in a rather exposed state. Obviously, this makes Liu embarrassed as all heck, and she throws a pillow at his face. Angrily, she tells him to at least knock on the door before entering a girl's room, but he is merely worried about his comrade. Nonetheless, after a small beating, she kicks him out. Eventually, she gets ready for the day, and they both exit their hotel. As per Ong, they will now be leaving this C-rank city and ask if Liu has rested well, since they have a long schedule ahead of them today. But she tells him not to worry about her. I mean, all she had was a strange nightmare. More importantly, she was more pissed off that Ong has such a calm look on his face, even after something so embarrassing happened. Anyways, Ong reveals they will now make their way to another C-rank city. It is supposed to be on the way to the cemetery of Dogara's castle, and if they travel at full speed, they might be able to reach their destination by evening. Furthermore, in order to get access to the castle, they will have to fight and win against the city guards, or else they will be deemed troublesome trespassers. But this is to be expected. As per squad leader Ji Yaotong, the castle is an important strategic location these days, and is designated as a place where quintuple fin warriors who are strong enough are able to obtain the integration core. Damn, her nightmare is about to come true. Is this foreshadowing? Liu explains that a wall is built specifically around the castle, and there are multiple high-ranked military groups stationed there as well. The city is not only guarded to prevent warriors from entering illegally, but also to prepare for the worst-case scenario. A day when the fearsome demons inside might come out and launch an all-out attack. This is all a defensive mechanism. Hearing all this, Ong wonders if Li was afraid about going to such a treacherous place with just the two of them. I mean, it is a request from Yaotong, but he never thought Li would accept so easily, considering how only quintuple fin warriors dare to step foot inside the castle. But Liu claims Yaotong is more worried about Ong and his constant, erratic, and reckless behavior. Without a green core regeneration type warrior by his side, he is sure to get into a world of trouble, and as it just so happens, Liu is a green core warrior. That's all. It's not that I'm doing this for you. I'm here with a mission of my own too, she announces as she blushes, a classic tsundere line. How goddamn cute. In her eyes, Yaotong wants her to level up along with Ong, so she wants to reach the double-finned rank by the time they get back. On the other hand, she wonders how on earth Ong manages to level up so quickly and begins pouting. In a short span of time, he was able to reach quadruple fin warrior status, and now she's all mad that he has surpassed her. In addition to all this, it's revealed that Lon and Suoi Jiyu are also undergoing special training under Yaotong. Hence, they aren't accompanying them to the castle. Regardless, as the leader of the team, Li wants to keep an eye on Ong in light of his habit of leaving on his own. Hearing these words, he's reminded of her expression when they finally reunited and saw he was safe, resulting in him giving off a rather heartwarming smile. But to her, this looks to be a lewd grin, leading her to believe he's reminiscing about what happened earlier and getting mad. Self-conscious much? Nevertheless, they depart on their journey and swiftly make it to their destination, where they are surrounded by a bunch of high-level warriors. In the battle preparation zone, they see all the warriors gearing up and getting their equipment in order. Suddenly, the warriors notice these two novices heading towards the castle, seeing a quadruple finned, and a single finned warrior here alone. They begin mocking the duo, as per them. These newbies must have been blinded by their thirst for power, and claim they probably can't even make it past the entry test. Little do they know, these two are the rising stars of Helios. Noticing their reactions, Ong begins to chuckle. Seems like we are being looked down upon, he states. All of a sudden, they are stopped by another warrior team. Are you trying to copy me by bringing a girl along with you? One of these warriors asks, prompting Ong to look back at him. It's revealed that this team consists of 3 people, and the redhead, the supposed leader, begins mocking the duo, announcing he never thought a mere quadruple fin and single fin warrior would have the guts to attempt such a dumb stunt and act all high and mighty. According to him, their heads will be rolling on the floor before they even realize it. Hearing these words, Liu gets triggered, but Ong tells her to ignore the scum. To him, there is no need for them to be bothered by such low-level provocations. From the sidelines, the other warriors also begin gossiping with each other, explaining that the redhead from this group is the young Master Uther from Eula City's Meyer family. Not only that, his team consists of a rather busty healer and a sextuple fin core warrior. From the looks of it, the Meyer family has hired this elite warrior, and some of the others have seen this man on the mercenary list before, remarking at how he is truly strong, though they never imagined someone of his caliber to be working for the Meyer family now. Why not? I'm sure a big shot family pays pretty well. Not only that, the sextuple fin warrior is no joke. That guy already possesses an integration core, and even found an elemental power that suits him. With his protection, Uther will be the one to obtain the integration core this time around, is what they all think. Little do they know, they stand no chance in front of our boy. Still, Other introduces himself and immediately begins boasting of his family's reputation. In addition, seeing just how cute Liu is, he tries to warn her, claiming this place isn't for single-fin warriors to fool around in. As he fondles his healer, he decides to employ Liu as well, stating he is missing a personal healer to hold on his right side. And he doesn't mind making an exception and giving that position to Liu. Pedo much. Throw this guy in jail. However, his words fall onto empty ears as both Ong and Liu completely ignore him. This strikes a nerve with this arrogant guy, and he begins getting angry. Once again, boasting of the reputation of his family, he announces he was being polite to Liu. Since she is beautiful, but at last, Liu has reached her limit. Not wanting to hear anything else coming from his foul mouth, she shoots back at him, questioning who gave him the right to talk to her. In her eyes, Other is just a piece of trash, who can only throw around his family's name in order to get what he wants. Hearing this, Other is left even more infuriated. In a fit of rage, he throws his healer to the side and threatens Liu, adding that he can kill her by merely lifting a finger. Of course, Liu is not one to shy away from a battle, though she might not be as strong as him. She takes up the challenge and prepares for a brawl. In her mind, she wants to punish this pervert and beat him to a pulp. As a result, Other makes the first move. With his blue agility core, he rushes at full speed to attack, but before he can reach his target, Ong intervenes, easily stopping his movements. Sorry, what happened about killing her with just a finger? Seeing this, Other warns Ong to step aside, or else he too will be grounded to a pulp. But Ong remains unfazed. In a calm tone, he suggests Other calls it a day for now. In the first place, he was the one who instigated this fight, and it won't look good for the Mayor family if this continues. Not to mention that the guards probably won't allow them to enter if they start causing trouble the moment they arrive. As such, he suggests Other thinks about the situation before taking this any further, but being the cocky good-for-nothing he is, Other doesn't care a single bit and wants to continue. Just then, the sexable Fin warrior decides to chime in. He explains that Ong is correct. All the warriors in this place are worthy warriors, with considerable strength, and if things continue, the Meyer family's name will be dragged through the mud. Moreover, if Other wants revenge, they don't really have to take it here and now. The most important thing for them is to enter the castle, because anything can happen within the castle walls. Understanding his underlying meaning, Other gives up for now and begins making his way to the castle entrance. There, as the sexable Fin warrior walks past Ong, he glares at him with hostility. But that's not all. He also uses his earth elemental energy to strike Ong with sharp spikes from the ground. However, Ong easily deals with them without any effort. With this, EQ suggests they can move on and take the tests so they can pass through smoothly. Apparently, just in the nick of time, he used his metal element to harden his skin and destroy the spike in an instant without letting anyone see what he did. Witnessing this, the sexable Fin warrior is left speechless. The attack should have been strong enough to puncture Ong immediately, not to mention the brat's reaction speed is utterly insane. What did you expect? He's the main character after all. Realizing his true power, he suggests to Other that they change their list of potential competitors for the integration core. He claims that Ong poses a great threat to them, stating his power is beyond that of a quadruple Fin warrior. I am unable to gauge that boy's true strength, he reveals, and hence, his idea is to kill them both the first chance they get a chance, so they can prevent them from growing any further. Nonetheless, the crisis has been averted, for now at least, and our duo makes it to the testing area. There, the examiner is stunned after learning Ong's synchronization rate is a whopping 54%, whereas Liu's is 42%. Apparently, there is no level restriction to enter, and hence, the synchronization rates are the only merit for them to pass. Meanwhile, Ong is also left baffled. The last time they checked, Liu was only at 39%, but she has managed to increase her rate immensely. On the other hand, the busty examiner questions if they really want to head inside to retrieve the integration core. She explains that the lowest ranked demon within the castle is a 3-fin demon, a foe far beyond what Liu can handle, but Ong is adamant, proclaiming they are strong enough to protect themselves. In addition, he also has Liu, a healer, on his side, so they are pretty confident as a whole. However, this just pisses Liu off, who is angry she has been reduced to a mere healer. Well, he's not wrong though. That's the only thing you can do for him. There, the examiner reveals that no warrior lower than Quintuple Fin has ever entered the castle before, making their team the lowest level team in history to attempt this. She warns them, explaining the integration core can only be found inside the castle's unique integration core demon, which appears once every blue moon. When this demon is defeated, the next one takes a significant amount of time to appear. Hence, these two won't only be fighting demons, rather they will also have to defeat other strong warriors to compete for the core. Just surviving would prove to be a challenge for the two. Despite this, do they still want to enter? However, none of them will retreat after coming so far and decide to venture inside. All the while, Liu is conflicted. She knows this is a place where she should be terrified, yet she feels strangely calm, as if with Ong just being there, my courage will know no bounds. She thinks. As the duo takes their first steps inside the castle, she's slowly falling for him. Inside the cemetery of Dogara's castle, Ong and Li Yu meet a group of demons and decide to stay clear from the moment. Evidently, this place is overrun with demons. There, it is explained that there is a reason why this place is called a castle, despite it being a city. Ong reveals this castle was once a palace that rivaled the city of Dawn, because it was located in the middle of the country. In the past, it was thriving with life, but due to the demon invasion, it slowly descended into ruins and eventually became a battlefield. As a result, the ancient castle in the city, which acted as the central point for the entire continent, was taken over by the demons. After that, no one dared to continue living in this place, and it became known as Dogara's castle, probably so that they could forget about the city's past glory. Who cares? Get to action already. Hearing all this, she remarks on how Ong knows quite a bit about this place, but he deems this to be knowledge he picked up from stories when he was a kid. Anyway, they need to find the unique demon and take its integration core as fast as possible. Therefore, they decide to get a move on, coming to the consensus that avoiding unnecessary fights and preserving their energy is a high priority on their list. However, as they explore the city, Li notices a commotion in the distance. Seeing this, she questions if they should lend a hand to the warriors, but Ong immediately refuses. At least to him, this is a naive way of thinking. Though seeing how Li has lived in Helios her entire life, it's kind of expected. She has no idea how evil this world can be. He announces that people like Other aren't a minority among warriors, especially in a place like this. There are many selfish and insufferable people here, and just to be careful, they can't go around helping others. Just then, Ong's face gets painted with fear. Out of nowhere, a blue agility core demon sneaks up behind Liu and tries to attack her. Luckily, she has Ong on her side, who manages to grab her and jump out of the way, just in the nick of time. This demon is a quintuple fin water element demon who praises Ong for evading his soundless attack. On the other hand, Liu is left terrified. She knows she would have bitten the dust if not for her calmer. However, she has no time to stay paralyzed with fear. Ong claims they have to end this battle quickly and try not to attract any more attention from the demons, as well as the other warrior teams, and Liu agrees, not wanting to become a burden to her teammate. But of course, this quintuple fin demon doesn't take too kindly to being underestimated. From his perspective, this week, ragtag group of low-level warriors is no match for him, and using his insane speed, he rushes in to attack. Jumping up into the air, he releases an AoE attack. Nevertheless, this ragtag duo isn't mere pushovers. Ong deploys his wood and metal elements to create a barrier around them to fend off the attack. Witnessing this, the demon is left perplexed. How can you utilize two different types of elemental energy? He questions. As far as he knows, only quintuple fin warriors can use the elemental in the first place, but here he is watching a human defy logic. Still, the battle is far from over. In the blink of an eye, Ong moves in to end things, using his water elemental to speed up. But the demon is still unfazed. In his mind, there is no way a human could keep up with him. However, as it turns out, Ong is just acting as bait. From behind, Li sneaks up and kicks him, pushing him directly into Ong's blade. With this, the battle swiftly comes to an end, and the duo retrieves this demon's core. Well, that was easy. So much for being a quintuple fin demon. Impressed by her movements and speed, Ong compliments Liu on her physical prowess, but she acts all high and mighty, stating that for the C2 family martial arts, this is nothing much. Just take the compliment for Pete's sake. Regardless, Ong suggests they ditch this location quickly, since their battle is sure to have attracted the attention of others in the area. However, Liu notices a small scratch on his cheek and wants to find a safe space, so she can heal him. Of course, Ong is hesitant, stating he isn't so weak that he would need healing after such a small injury, but Liu remains adamant. Before they set off, they agreed she was in charge of all the healing, and if not for this purpose, there was no need for her to accompany him. Seeing the serious side of Liu, Ong feels a bit conflicted, but ends up taking this opportunity to rest. But before they can do so, they are targeted once again. Out of nowhere, a warrior flies down from the sky, attempting to slash Ong in two. Nevertheless, he manages to block this attack and finds that his attacker is none other than the Sextuple Fin Core warrior they encountered at the castle entrance. This warrior, wanting to check out Ong's real strength, is happy to see his suspicions weren't wrongly placed. You may be a quadruple core warrior, but your actual strength is much higher than that, he announces. Thanks for stating the obvious. Of course, Ong isn't all that excited about fighting such a strong enemy and tries to deflect him away, though the sextuple core warrior remains unfazed. On the other hand, Liu, concerned about her comrade, tries to join in as well, but notices that she is unable to move. The reason? While she was focusing on Ong, others healer managed to sneak up behind her and easily anesthetize her. As it turns out, this is a unique skill that was originally meant to numb wounds on the battlefield, but when injected into an opponent's body, renders them unable to move an inch. Pretty overpowered, if you ask me. Meanwhile, seeing these two here, Ong finally understands why they have been targeted. However, in an attempt to flee this scene, he questions if it's alright for these two to launch an attack on them, rather than protect their master Uther. I mean, this castle is notorious for being a place where many lose their lives. Just then, Uther also comes walking into the frame. He begins mocking Ong, asking if he is still trying to act all tough. Are you trying to save face so that you won't embarrass yourself in front of your woman? He asks in a condescending tone. This strikes Liu's nerve, who isn't thrilled about being called Ong's woman. Shut up, I know you like it. Alas, she isn't in any position to voice her anger. After all, she is paralyzed at the moment. Nevertheless, Uther praises his healer, caressing her body, and claiming he will reward her properly when they get home. And as for Liu, he wants to take his time playing with her after she has witnessed Ong die in front of her eyes. As per him, there hasn't been a single woman who rejected him before, and Liu has aroused his interest. That isn't the only thing that's been aroused. Casually, he grabs Liu's face, making her enraged. On the flip side, the sextuple warrior tells Uther to stay hidden, stating he can easily kill Ong on his own and bring back the girl to his master if he wants to play with her. However, Uther is confident in his subordinate's strength. With him here, there is no way other warriors would attack him, and hiding is just too depressing. No matter what, even Uther is a quintuple warrior, so isn't his comrade looking down on him too much? However, Uther is severely mistaken. His actions have not only enraged Liu, but they have also warranted Ong's anger as well. Your hand. Do you not want to attach to your body anymore? He questions in a maniacal tone. Originally, he thought Uther was just a good-for-nothing delinquent playboy and didn't give him any attention. But it is clear he is one of the scummiest bastards to ever exist on this planet. And of course, this isn't the scum's first rendezvous. He has harmed many other women similarly in the past as well, and just the thought of this makes Ong go crazy. But Uther is too dumb to understand. He is walking on the thin line between life and death. Not understanding his situation, he begins mocking Ong further, claiming he will take Liu tonight. All the while, the sextuple warrior is already fed up, acting as Uther's underling. In his mind, he calls Uther a stupid young nun who has been pampered by his family. Apparently, he only achieved the quintuple core warrior status, thanks to the powerful connections his father has and the large number of strings he pulled. Damn, Uther's family is really loaded. What's more, he has never even killed a single demon on his own, but still has the guts to mock others while being that superficial. If not for the hefty pay he is receiving from the Meyer family, the warrior would have already killed such scum a long time ago. But money talks, I guess. Not wanting to lose his payday, he politely reminds Uther to follow all his commands, just like his father instructed him to do. But Ong isn't going to let that happen. He announces he has no qualms about killing a pathetic guy like Uther and moves in for the kill. In a split second, he closes the gap and tries to end things once and for all. Bastards like you who do nothing but tarnish the title of warriors don't deserve to live in this world, he exclaims, seeing him come. Uther is left wetting his pants. Fear overwhelms his body, and he begins shrieking like a little girl, telling Ong not to come near him. He wonders why he cannot muster up the courage to fight Ong, despite him only being a quadruple core warrior. However, it is clear as day that, in his current state, Ong resembles a demon god, and not a mere human. As such, he begins begging for mercy, and his underling arrives to help him out. In an attempt to take Ong's hand clean off his body, the warrior swings his axe at him, but Ong easily dodges and counters, sending him flying back. Seeing this, the warrior is left in awe. In the first place, he questions how Ong is able to control elemental energies so competently, despite not even being a quintuple core warrior. Nevertheless, he isn't scared. After all, his elemental energy isn't that weak either, but little does he know, Ong still has more tricks up his sleeve. From a distance, he uses his wood element to launch branches at his foe, leaving him speechless. He can manipulate the wood element too. What's going on? He wonders. But all this does is make him even more excited. He claims to be interested in finding out how this low-level warrior was able to accomplish such feats, stating, if he too can figure out how to use two different elements, he will definitely become stronger. Casually, he deploys his earth element as well, covering his axe with stones to create a giant stone scythe. He plans to beat the secret straight out of Ong, but Ong remains steadfast, not moving an inch. An opponent of such caliber is not enough to make him worried, and instead, he uses his quartz manipulation technique, reviving the quintuple fin demon. He and Li you just killed, and confronting the enemy. Oh yeah, I forgot he could do that. Seeing the demon right behind him, the warrior is left with cold sweat all over his body. He wonders why he couldn't sense the demonic aura from this demon, and only noticed his presence when it got close. Staying close to such a foe is probably not a good idea, and he evades the demon, forfeiting his weapon. That's when he realizes he is up against a quintuple fin demon, a 2 of an agility water type. In a split second, the demon charges at him, and knowing full well, he alone would have little chance at victory, he decides to strike up a temporary truce with Ong. He suggests they put their grudges on hold for a while, and deal with the demon first, but there's no way Ong is on board with that. After all, he is the one controlling the demon, and he mockingly questions why the demon is only attacking the warrior. Meanwhile, the demon unleashes another one of its AoE attacks, and that is when the sextuple core warrior finally connects the dots. He's controlling the demon, he thinks. But how could this be? He begins getting fearful about all the powers Ong is hiding behind his unassuming demeanor. Still, it's not like he will lie down and take a beating without retaliation, and hence he uses an earth dragon shield to block the attack. Seeing this, Ong is less surprised at this man's capability, remarking on how his skills are truly worthy of being employed by a reputable clan. Nevertheless, the show is far from over. Wanting to counter the demon, the warrior calls for his axe and it comes flying toward him. In the process, it also attacks the demon in the back, but thanks to his agility, the demon easily evades without even looking. Witnessing all this, the warrior grows more and more distressed. He knows all of this is because of Ong's power and is wondering, could he be a sextuple fin warrior? Regardless, the first priority is taking care of the demon, and he decides to exchange a few blows with it. However, when he gashes at his foe, wood branches from the ground pop out and constrain him, restricting his movements. Thanks to this, the demon manages to land a solid blow, and although the warrior manages to block it, he still sustains some serious damage. Apparently, if it was just a quintuple fin demon he was facing, it wouldn't be much of an issue, but with Ong's mysterious attacks coming at him at all times, things are getting a whole lot trickier. Meanwhile, Other is watching all this unfold from the sidelines, and is left shivering out of fear. He orders his healer to join forces with his bodyguard and kill the demon. But obviously, the healer isn't too keen on this plan, revealing she specializes in healing and non-combat. What's more, she also has to maintain her anesthesia skills to keep Liu paralyzed. But Other couldn't care less about a mere single-fin warrior under these circumstances. If something happens to him, he promises to not pay a single cent to the healer, forcing her to go and fight. Alas, their bickering allows Liu just enough time to recover, and she breaks free from the paralysis, stabbing the healer in the back upon recovering. "That's my girl. I knew you could do it." Liu condemns Other's despicable action, claiming as a warrior, he should confront the demon as well, in an attempt to not lose other members of his team. All the while, the healer is left distraught and unable to move. She asks how Liu managed to undo the paralysis, and Liu reveals that, as a green core warrior herself, she knows everything related to recovery and healing type skills. As long as she uses her own energy to counter the flow of the paralysis, the technique is reversed. Hearing this, the healer recognizes Li Yu's true strength, deeming her to be a regeneration support type genius as she collapses to the ground. And so, Li Yu then bares her fangs toward Other. She explains she has purposefully missed all of the healer's vital points so that he could still survive. But the same cannot be said for Other. Meanwhile, Other is enraged that a mere single-finned warrior is attacking him, using such underhanded methods. Though he cannot fight demons, he claims to be more than capable of fighting Li Yu, but she can see clearly through him. His breathing is unstable, his stance is awkward, all things pointing to the fact Other has no real-life battle experience. She figures out he only got to this level, thanks to his family's vast resources, in order to acquire more fame and reputation for his family. "Delinquents like you have brought shame to our status as warriors," she exclaims angrily. Hearing all this, Other grows furious. He wonders how on earth she managed to figure out he has no prior experience. In a flashback, it is revealed Other only managed to reach the quintuple core level thanks to his father. His father would invite many strong warriors to help him endure the burden of the cores. Although the process was immensely painful and he peed himself each time, he still managed to climb up the ranks thanks to the protection of these warriors. Yeah, not sure if this is something you should be bragging about. This trip was also planned, so he could obtain the integration without any hassle, and hence, his father spent vast sums of money to hire a sextuple core warrior and healer. But now, everything has gone down the drain, all because of Li Yu and Ang. Knowing he cannot fight off this mere single-fin core warrior, he calls for his bodyguard, telling him to come here and protect him. After all, that's the reason he is being paid so much, and he demands the sextuple warrior come to his aid immediately. Looks like Other is blind. Can't he see that guy is literally getting the daylight beaten out of him? Eventually, the warrior has had enough. Frustrated and enraged, he lashes out at Other as well, telling him to shut his trap. He condemns Other, deeming him to be only a piece of garbage that can have fun with women, and doesn't even have the guts to stand in front of a finless demon on his own. Hearing these words, Other is left in a panic, but before he can say anything, Li Yu closes in on him, striking him in the liver. In response, Other tries to attack her as well, but Li Yu easily dodges his sloppy attacks. Just then, something strange begins to happen. Other begins undergoing immense pain and Li Yu notices this. As per her, this guy doesn't even know how to use his energy, and if he activates the strength within his quintuple core carelessly, things could go south for him. She recalls how Yao Tong told her and her team about such a scenario. He warned them all about the backlash from the energy within the core, telling them all to distance themselves if they were to encounter such a warrior. It's impossible to determine what one might do in such a dangerous state, and if they fight, it could result in them being heavily injured. What's more, he suggested that if the rookies were to get backlash themselves, they must remain calm and rewire the energy to a familiar pathway in their body, or else they could end up exploding from the ferocity of the energy. But isn't this a rather acceptable outcome? If that's the case, that's quite a suitable ending for someone like you, Li Yu thinks, as she woos in to continue the fight. However, despite being in such a state, Other doesn't let go of his cocky attitude. "I guess tigers can't change their stripes after all. You still dare challenge me?" he questions, moving in to attack and pulling out his dagger to stab Li Yu. Of course, she isn't that much of a weakling and manages to defend herself. Still, Other keeps up the pressure, using his quintuple agility core to unleash a barrage of attacks, forcing her to stay on the back foot, but not for long. Suddenly, Li Yu shifts gears and becomes the aggressor. Compared to the agility training she has been put through by her father since she was young, the attacks of this quintuple fin core warrior aren't even worth mentioning. Though his attacks hold strength, there is no form nor technique to his stabs. He's just blindly attacking the area around him. Seeing her parry his blows, Other grows more and more frustrated, wondering why a green core like her is able to dodge his attacks. Should have thought of that before picking a fight with her. But Li Yu knows this is all she needs. She just needs a single opening to completely and utterly defeat her opponent. And she eventually finds it, piercing Other's chest upon doing so. All of a sudden, she recalls her father's words about how, if a person has immense strength but doesn't know how to utilize it, they won't be able to display even a single % of their power. Alas, Other refuses to go down. He announces he is the young master of the Meyer family, and no one has the right to look down on him. "All of you should just die," he proclaims, but this is his biggest mistake. Suddenly, something strange begins to happen to his body. He starts ballooning up, and seeing this, Liu is distressed. Immediately, she creates some distance, surprised at his rate of combustion. At this rate, she won't be able to avoid being caught up in the explosion, while Other blows up, and instead decides it better to try and tough it out. Grounding herself into the ground using her knife, she creates a protective shield around her. And so, Other begins to explode, and the shockwave makes its way over to Ong, who is left worried for his comrade's safety. Even the sexual warrior senses it, despising the fact Other ended up exploding because of a single fin core female warrior. On the other hand, Other is blown up into smithereens at last, and as the dust settles down, a huge crater is left behind. In the middle of the debris, Liu makes it out alive from the explosion, wondering if her shield managed to protect her from the blast. But, much to her bewilderment, she finds Ong standing in front of her. He's apparently used his wood and earth elements to create a defensive shield and compliments Liu for outworking and besting a quintuple fin warrior. However, in her eyes, Other didn't have the strength to be qualified as one. Not to mention his willpower was extremely low as well. With no proper battle experience, he was no better than a single fin warrior, who was well versed in the craft, and if not for all this, there was no way for her to win. It would have ended instantly if he was an experienced warrior, she exclaims. Girl, you gotta give yourself more credit. But who really cares about all that? Ong tells her to heal up the injuries she got in the skirmish and compliments her once more. You have amazing courage and fantastic decision-making, he claims. Hearing these sincere words, Liu begins to blush, but trying to hide her embarrassment, changes topics. She questions if Ong has finished his side of the battle, asking what happened to this sextuple fin core warrior. In her mind, she wonders why he started praising her like this. But Ong reveals that the demon corpse he was controlling was evaporated in the explosion. After all, it was a corpse with no soul holding it together. However, the warrior wouldn't have died from such a lowly explosion. Suddenly, the warrior emerges from the dust, kind of glad Other finally died. I share your hatred for that guy. He sucked. From his perspective, even if he escapes from the Myra family, he will probably be hunted down by the warrior assassins from other family clans. It's explained that the warrior assassins are an underground organization that operates on their greed. These criminals only seek to accept requests to assassinate other warriors and list their services at an exorbitant price. What's more, there are many rumors of a powerful septuple fin warrior in the organization as well. But for such high-class fighters, there is no amount of money to satisfy the condition of employing such warriors. Instead, an exchange deal is struck, one that must be worth the price for the task that has been given. Regardless, he gives up on fighting these two and praises their monstrous talent. Probably a good idea if you ask me. Despite having such low-level cores, they have proved their strength. Hearing this, Ong agrees to call it a day. He knew that Other was the only reason this sextuple fin warrior was even fighting in the first place, and now that his employer was dead, there was no motive for him to continue this fight on a battlefield like this. Nevertheless, the warrior just can't get over how strong Ong really is. If he had gone full-on and fought seriously with his demon core, the warrior would have had no chance to escape the situation. He's impressed at how many secrets Ong is hiding, and questions, what is your true strength? Where did you come from? Of course, Ong doesn't tell them the truth, stating he is just a measly quintuple fin warrior with a slightly more unique ability. To him, it would have been troublesome as well if the warrior used all his might from the start. But the warrior is more interested in how much of a rare genius Ong is. He heard that some young nuns are pretty talented and are able to utilize abilities that regular warriors aren't able to. There, he then asks why Ong is even here in the first place. I mean, he already has proficiency over his elements, so why is he in this cemetery castle looking for the integration core? Alas, that's none of his business, and Ong lets him know this clearly. Stay in your lane, Mr. Warrior. However, in his mind, he reveals that he has a special plan under wraps. Originally, the integration core allows quintuple fin warriors to utilize the metal powers for themselves, but he wants to try integrating the various elemental energies he already has into one. What kind of result would he be able to achieve if he could do so? I need to think of ways to strengthen myself, he thinks. His old comrade, Desha, will not be imprisoned in a place that's easy to break into. After all, he was one of the old 6 talents, and he wants to rescue his comrade. Ong could not always depend on the demon inside his body. What's more, he might have to face the new king and the 6 talents on the way as well. Anyways, realizing he won't be getting any answers, the sextuple warrior leaves the scene and walks off, suggesting the duo do the same. The explosion just now is sure to attract other demons and warriors in the area, so it's best they disappear. Just like that, he wishes them the best in their endeavors and leaves. With this, the duo gets back on their original mission, tracking down footprints and battling enemies all across. They continue exploring the city. They even happen across another warrior group and make an alliance with them, leaving Liu impressed at how skilled Ong truly is. Later that night, he decides to stay up and keep watch. While Liu gets some rest in her sleeping bag, she asks how Ong is so experienced with his fighting abilities and his ability to socialize with others. He's barely older than the rest of the team, then how come he is so experienced? But Ong just chalks it up to be a natural gift of his and kills the question. Just tell her your past already. She's pretty reliable from what I can tell. However, when morning comes, Liu frantically wakes up to the sounds of battle. Ong already appears to be ready to go and reveals that the energy fluctuations at the battlefield are a complete mess, and it looks like multiple warriors are on the run. In his mind, there's only one thing that could cause such circumstances. I guess the integration crystal demon has appeared, he proclaims. Consequently, the two of them quickly head out, and Ong takes the lead, revealing he has a way of getting to the demon before anyone else can. On the way, Liu mimesis her comment with a grin on his face and questions why he is smiling. But how could he not? Of course, he is excited to meet a new demon type he hasn't encountered yet. Throughout both his lives, he has battled all types of demons and won. Now, he is curious about this integration demon and its abilities. I'll make sure to beat them to it, he thinks as they charge into battle. Finally, things are getting interesting. On the way, he notices that the demon's movements have slowed down, coming to the conclusion that it must have found a hiding spot. As such, he wants to use this to their advantage and flush it out in one go. However, Liu asks if Ong knows the demon's location, explaining that this area is too large for them to randomly look around. But Ong knows it well, though he doesn't want to admit it since he has a demon inside of him. He can sense the vicinity of this demon very well. It's like sensing a feeling similar to my own kind, he thinks. There he senses the demon heading underground, whereas Liu spots another team out in the distance. Seeing them, Ong realizes they must be after the demon as well, but they will have to spend some time searching for it. Consequently, he decides to take a shortcut to get there before everyone else and grabs Liu's hand, jumping into a crater in the ground and dragging her down along with him. Apparently, the demon is hiding beneath the castle, and this is the fastest way to reach it. Moreover, now that he has a better handle on his elements, he uses his wood element to conjure up some branches, breaking the fall and allowing them to land somewhat safely. As they crash into the ground, Liu ends up falling on top of Ong and immediately turns red as it beat upon realizing this. How cute can she be? Anyway, after a small beating from Liu, they resume their mission, and Ong leads the way. Slowly but surely, they reach the chamber in which the integration core demon is seen resting. As they observe this demon, Liu comments on how it possesses a strong aura. It is sure to attract the other warriors once the battle starts, and hence, Ong proclaims they have to defeat the foe before anyone else arrives, take the core from its chest, and leave this place. Easier said than done though. As per his estimates, they have just 5 minutes to accomplish all this, and ask for Liu's help, who is raring to go, despite knowing that only hardships await her. And so, Ong tells her about his plan, explaining to her an advanced level energy technique that she has to use. Hearing this, Liu is left surprised. She has never even heard of any of these energy methods and questions how Ong knows all this. But rather than answering her, he claims this is something Liu will be able to pull off without a doubt, and she decides to place her trust in him. As a result, he rushes in first and charges the integration core demon, who immediately senses an approaching warrior and gets up from its slumber. On the other hand, Ong knows if he doesn't end things quickly here, all the strong teams will flood this place soon and make it difficult for him to obtain the integration core. As such, he unleashes his demonic energy as well. Nevertheless, the demon is impressed that its hiding place was discovered so quickly. What's more, it notices Ong has the power to control elementals and launches an attack. However, Ong remains unfazed in front of this attack. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes. He realizes that as long as he maintains proper harmony between various elements, he will be able to use multiple element energies together in his current state. I can do it too, he announces as he charges up his fire and water elements, sending out a strong combined attack. His blow sends a huge shockwave upon making contact. All the while, Liu thinks back to Ong's words earlier. He apparently told her not to be scared of his abilities or appearance he would take on, telling her to think of it as his unique ability. But is this truly the case? She notices how his aura resembles exactly that of a demon's, but all she can do is wait and hide for the moment. Back on the battlefield, the attack sends the demon flying back, and it questions how his opponent can utilize two elementals at the same time. But who said it was only two? Using his water element, he speeds up and sneaks up behind the foe, unleashing yet another strike. This time, the demon takes some damage, but immediately begins healing via the wood element's regeneration powers. Still, this is all within Ong's expectation, who has now seen enough. "It's time to wrap this up," he exclaims, sending fear into the demon's heart. Just then, he constrains the demon, using his branch shackles, and moves in for the kill. He recalls how the demon in the demon hunting competition used the metal element to attack and uses the earth element in a similar fashion. On the flip side, the integration demon grows cocky after seeing this. He too decides to use all of his energy on his metal element, wanting to see whose elemental is truly stronger. But this is its biggest mistake. I guess even demons can mess up sometimes. This was Ong's plan all along. He wanted the demon to use all its energy on a single point, leaving him exposed from all other sides. "Liu, do it now," he orders, forcing the demon to look back and see Liu ready to attack with a green spear in hand. In a flashback, Ong told her to try and group the energy of her core together and feel it in her mind. She then has to manifest this intangible energy into a tangible form and convert it into a weapon and strike. However, she doubts her abilities, asking if she will be able to deliver the final blow. According to her, the enemy is a quintuple-fin demon, and a special one at that. Considering its immense power, if the demon focuses fully on defense, it will have a hard time resolving this battle in the short amount of time they have. But Ong has a plan for that too. He claims he will force it to concentrate its energy and counterattack him. If he can accomplish this, the energy will be focused on offense, meaning the demon's defensive energy will be greatly weakened. That will be the perfect moment for my ambush. Back in the present, Li throws her spear, full force, towards her opponent, who is left stunned. He realizes that this duo planned for this strike since the beginning, but alas, it's too late now. The spear pierces directly into the demon's chest, forcing it to shriek in pain. On the other hand, Liu comments on how Ong's method of energy concentration greatly extracted the energy from her core. If not for this, she couldn't have expected to directly pierce through the demon, but luckily, it didn't allocate any energy for defense during their short exchange. Meanwhile, the demon tries to use its regenerative abilities to heal from the devastating blow it took, but is left perplexed when it is unable to do so. Using this time, Ong rushes in and extracts the demon's core in a flash, forcing the demon to the ground. As it breathes its last breath, it questions why it couldn't heal itself, but Ong reveals this because his attacks are purely regenerative. When it is used for attacks, this kind of energy will reject healing methods that do not belong to itself. Hearing this explanation, the demon finally collapses to the ground, and our duo emerges as the victor. Seeing the battle is now over, Liu rushes over to her teammate's side, asking if he's okay, and he claims to be perfectly fine. Instead, he praises Liu's attack just now, telling her, "You truly are a talented girl." Hearing these words, she begins to blush yet again, but tries to hide it. Regardless, Ong knows that Liu must have used up a huge amount of energy on that last strike, and asks if she's alright. To this, she replies that she can at least move freely for now. Suddenly, they hear a commotion in the distance and realize they have been found. Ong explains that these must be the warriors with heightened perception abilities, who can accurately pinpoint the location of energy fluctuations caused by battles. There must be several such individuals in the warrior teams here, suggesting they hurry up and flee this place before getting cornered. Apparently, the footsteps are coming from the left, so they should try and escape towards the right in order to not get spotted. But as they try to escape, something goes horribly wrong. Out of nowhere, Ong feels a strange sensation, forcing him to vomit up blood and collapse to the ground. Seeing her teammate in such a state, Liu is left distressed and tries to get him back on his feet. On the flip side, Ong freaks out about what is wrong. As far as he knows, he wasn't attacked by the demon at all. But then why is his body hurting so much? What's going on? My body, it hurts, he announces as he shrieks in pain. Eventually, he finally understands the problem. His body is overloaded. Originally, this host body was very weak, although his physical attributes and synchronization rate have improved greatly since the beginning. During this extended period, he has used his demonic power way too many times, and the body has finally reached its maximum load limit. Realizing he is cooked, Ong decides to give the crystal to Liu, ordering her to leave this place first. The warriors are about to arrive here in a short while, and hence, she needs to take this crystal and flee immediately. But Liu refuses to do so. "We are leaving together," she exclaims, carrying Ong and fleeing. Although she doesn't know what happened to him, and there is no time to listen to his explanation, as the captain of the team, she vows to never leave him behind alone. And so if she finds a way up to the surface and carries him up, telling him to hold on. Finally, they reach the surface. There, Liu knows if they continue going this way, they will eventually leave the castle, but something strikes fear into her heart. For some reason, the architecture in front of her resembles that of her dreams yesterday. Alas, this is just the beginning of her problems. Suddenly, a door opens behind her and a warrior comes flying out. 6 quintuple fin core warriors arrive on the scene, sending Liu into the abyss of despair. Seeing the mere 1 core warrior in front of them, the quintuple core warriors are surprised. They ask if their team consists of only these 2, and if her comrade was injured in the battle with the demon earlier. But all of a sudden, one of them notes that Liu is holding the integration core in her hands. Realizing this, the quintuple cores are delighted to no end, happy that their prize came to them without any effort. As a result, they decide to claim it for themselves, along with 2 of their brothers. But the rest of the warriors, who are revealed to be from a different team, don't really agree with that. As it turns out, they are 2 different parties who team together for their common goal. Meanwhile, Liu is left incapable. She wonders about what she should do in such a situation, knowing full well she can't fend off 6 quintuple core warriors on her own. Damn it, if only I were stronger. I could protect Ong, she thinks, sensing the pressure. Ong decides to get back into action as well. He hands over the crystal to Liu, telling her to get out of there. Although the warriors are after the integration core, it will not let either of them escape alive under any circumstances, and so he has to fight them, or else they will meet their end. Obviously, Liu is worried about her comrade, especially in his current state, but Ong tells her not to worry, stating he can still fight. "I am a warrior, and I will fight until the very end," he announces as he gets up to face a great foe. Seeing this, the quintuple core warriors are impressed. A wounded quadruple fin warrior was about to take on both of their teams at once. Quite gutsy to say the least, but he was the strongest human ever, so whatever. Still, he is offered a chance. If they give them the integration core, they promise to make sure they both die quickly and painlessly. But it's not like such low-level provocation will make Ong give up. Despite his condition, he can feel the demonic power within him. Of course, his body cannot bear the immense power of this demonic energy, but still, he has to at least try. But whatever the outcome may be, one thing is for certain, this will be a difficult battle. As he prepares to battle, the quintuple core warriors decide that the one who claims the integration core first will claim it for themselves. As such, before anyone else can arrive, they have a contest to see who can seize the prize, and they all charge on at once. All the while seeing this scene unfold in front of her eyes, Liu grows more and more worried. She begins getting visions of her dream and claims she has a very ominous feeling from all this. Regardless, the battle is now underway. Both teams try to kill Ong as quickly as possible, knowing his death will mean the integration core will be theirs. The blonde brother team is adamant about having it for themselves. Apparently, their team has already found a buyer for the integration core, and even if they cannot use it for themselves, they will be able to sell it for a lot of money. Even after splitting it between the 3 of them, they will have enough to buy significantly stronger items. On the other hand, Ong knows he only has 1 minute. His weak body can only hold out for 1 minute if he activates his demonic energy again, and wonders why such a thing happened at such an important moment. Still, at the very least, he wants to make sure Liu manages to escape safely. As all 6 of the warriors dash into him, he announces, 1 minute is more than enough for me to kill all of you. And so, he unleashes his demonic aura, surrounding all the attackers. From Ong's aura, they can sense a demonic power, and while they contemplate what is going on, he disappears from their sight. Nevertheless, the 3 blonde brothers use their enemy detection skills to pinpoint Ong's location. However, it is already too late. The time it takes for them to detect, Ong manages to close the distance and takes one of the brothers out of commission in a mere 5 seconds. Seeing this, the rest of his brothers are pissed off and try to dispose of Ong immediately, vowing to take revenge for their brother. But it's easier said than done. Once they come, Ong uses his metal and earth elemental powers to summon many spikes from the ground, killing the brother trio in the blink of an eye. Luckily for the others, they manage to escape getting impaled by the spikes and are left perplexed at the insane skills and speed of this quadruple fin core warrior. He killed 3 people in one move. Just what exactly is he? The leader of the remaining team questions. From his perspective, even though the brothers were only good at their sensory skills, they were still all quintuple fin warriors. It's unheard of that a single quadruple fin warrior could take all 3 of them out in a flash, but still, they have no other choice but to continue the fight. The leader tells his party members to work together, and if they do so, they will be able to defeat this demon. Ong isn't having it. He tells them all to try their best and charges in as well, but he is left unable to continue. Only 22 seconds in, he feels as though his internal organs are on the verge of exploding. Because of this, he stalls for a moment and time begins to tick away. Witnessing this from the sidelines, Lee realizes Ong's body is at its limit. Meanwhile, the leader of the warrior team remembers that his foe was originally heavily injured. He thinks it should be pretty easy to snatch the integration core from the single fin warrior behind them, especially compared to fighting off Ong, but defeating their current foe, who is an anomaly, cannot be ignored. As a result, he orders all his men to charge together and use this chance to kill Ong. Alas, even in his current condition, Ong has no intention of giving up. "You want to kill me? Let's see you try," he shouts, summoning a protective shield to defend against any attacks. Nevertheless, the leader remains steadfast in his decision. After all, it's just a shield, and he reckons they can get through by breaking it down. Little do they know, they are weak. Despite using up all their skills and energy, they can only manage to shrink the barrier. Breaking it seems like a distant dream at this point. All of a sudden, the leader realizes something. A shrinking barrier? To him, this means only one thing. Out of nowhere, he claims that this is a trap, ordering everyone to stop what they are doing and get away. But it's too late now. Ong has apparently absorbed all the energy these warriors have used on him, and now plans to give them a taste of their own medicine. Using the energy reflection technique, he returns all the energy he stored from their attacks, just as the timer hits 0. The force behind his attack is so strong, in fact, that it causes a huge explosion, one that can be spotted by numerous warriors far away in the castle. Seeing this, the other warriors also think it must have something to do with the integration core and rush toward it. On the flip side, with the timer hitting 0, Ong reverts back to his regular human form. As the dust from the reflection technique settles down, a huge crater is left behind, revealing that the opponent's bodies have been evaporated into ash. In the middle of the crater, Ong is seen kneeling on his sword, almost on the brink of death. Liu heads over to his side, and seeing she is alright, Ong feels glad he controlled the impact radius of the energy explosion to keep her safe. Nevertheless, he has far surpassed his limit already and collapses to the ground, vomiting blood. Still, he tells Liu to not bother and to leave by herself. The energy beam just now must have attracted even more warriors and demons, but Liu refuses. She questions if Ong could leave behind his comrades in a situation like this. She hands the integration core to him, announcing she will carry him to safety. "I'm done watching you battle everyone on your own. Leave the rest to me," she proclaims as Ong loses consciousness on her shoulders. But in reality, Liu is left disillusioned. As far as she can see, reality is inching closer and closer to what she saw in her dream. This, to her, means only one thing: the ill-fate future she saw is approaching. Regardless, she has to do whatever she can to save her comrade, and hence, she ventures into the building. However, as soon as she opens the door, she senses an ominous energy from inside. Still, she can do nothing but continue pushing forward. Just like in her dream, she carries the injured Ong through the building, claiming that they have almost made it. She tells Ong not to fall asleep, or else he might not be able to wake up again. Desperate, despite her legs shaking out of exhaustion, she keeps on walking, but Ong accidentally drops the integration core on the ground. She's getting scared at this point with so much déjà vu. As Liu bends down to pick it up, she again gets an eerie feeling about all of this. And it's not just now. Since the beginning, everything has unfolded exactly how it did in her dream. In that case, the next attack should come from above her, and so she quickly looks up, finding that not one, but 2 demons are flying above her head, ready to pounce on the warriors. Seeing these 2, Liu tries to make a run for it and quickly dashes away. Alas, she's unable to escape the clutches of these powerful demons, who reveal that the consequence for a mere single-fin warrior managing to obtain the integration core is nothing but death. In the blink of an eye, the demon gets close to her and pierces her chest, stabbing her directly through the heart. This causes her to fall face first to the ground, sending Ong stumbling away. There, the demons wonder how on earth this low-level trash managed to make their way here and even get their hands on the integration core. Even for the two of them, bringing down this duo was pretty easy after all. At that moment, Liu was rendered unable to move. Having her heart pierced means she can no longer regenerate using her green core. But it's not like the demons care much about life and death. They sense that Ong is still alive, although barely, and walk over to him. Even for them, Ong is an anomaly. There's a certain strange scent they get from him, a scent that makes them feel unusually wary. Of course, they don't really like feeling scared and decide it's better to cut off this human's head. All the while, Liu continues to struggle. Despite her fatal wound, she shouts at the demons, telling them not to dare touch Ong. Writhing on the floor as she might be, her face is painted with rage and desperation. Seeing this, the demons are amazed. One of them inches closer to her, commenting on how she has the energy to be angry, even on the brink of death. With this, it kicks Liu in the stomach, sending her flying back. No matter how intense her emotions are, the fact remains Liu is still weak, and so she curls back, vomiting up blood. In her mind, she knows she is far too weak, so much so that she cannot even protect her friends. All she wanted to do was aid Ong in his time of trouble, but she was not able to do so. Loathing her weakness, she blames herself for being weak. "I'm not willing to accept this," she proclaims. "If only I was stronger." Just then, a sliver of hope appears in this abyss of darkness. "What hassle," a voice announces. All of a sudden, a portal opens up in the middle of the room, and time mysteriously stops. And out of the portal, the Darkness Fen King emerges. You might remember her to be one of the 6 Great Fen Kings, the wielder of time and spatial manipulation, and one of the Crimson King's allies. Although the Crimson King told her not to help Ong, she ended up aiding him after all. But can she really be blamed? After all, the one she is worried about is her lover, the Crimson King, who is currently residing in Ong's body. In her eyes, the human's body is still far too weak to withstand the strength of her beloved king. With this, she sits on the ground beside Ong, surprised. As per her, this human's body should have broken down completely due to the virus, but he has still managed to hold on until now, a feat that garners praise. She compliments Ong, claiming him to truly be the strongest human who has caught the eye of the Crimson King. "That willpower of yours is quite astonishing to see," she states. However, before providing aid, she wants to verify something and calls out for the Crimson King. But, much to her disappointment, the Crimson King doesn't wake up to see her, despite how rare of a chance they get to talk. Anyway, with this, she turns her attention towards Liu, who is currently in midair. Using her spatial manipulation, she teleports to her side, sensing a rather familiar aura coming out of her body. She notices that Liu is much stronger than she originally thought her to be, especially the ability she has. Although it's a pity she is a mere human and cannot stimulate her body to utilize her innate strength. Suddenly, the Darkness King gets an ingenious idea. Since the Crimson King said she cannot help Ong directly, why doesn't she lend a hand to Liu instead? How clever of me. She sinisterly chuckles, and so she grabs hold of Liu's body, claiming she will help Liu be reborn as a completely new person. According to her, Liu has the energy of time and space in her body, and hence she will be able to give her some of her own strength. Out of nowhere, she kisses Liu, turning her green, single-fin core into a quadruple-finned dark core with time and spatial manipulation ability. Via her kiss, she sends some of her energy into Liu's body, and she manages to absorb all of it within an instant, leaving even the Darkness King shocked. This is all thanks to Liu's desire to become stronger. Seeing her task is complete, she takes her leave, leaving this realm and leaving the rest in Liu's hands. As soon as she leaves, time once again continues onward, as Liu ends up crashing into the wall, whereas the demons aim towards Ong's throat, wanting to chop his head clean off. Alas, the attack is stopped by something, rather by someone's hand. This catches both the demons by surprise, and they turn their attention towards Liu, who gets back on her feet. "I warn you not to touch a single strand of him," Liu angrily exclaims as she emerges from the dust. She is transformed into a demonic form and charges her opponents, taking on a similar appearance to that of the Darkness King.